Chapter 1. The Divine Sinence System. Su Yi awoke from his slumber, finding himself enveloped in utter darkness, with not a glimmer of light in sight. He sensed that he was lying upon a frigid wooden plank, and as he reached out to explore his surroundings, his hands once again met the icy, unyielding wood. A sudden shiver coursed through him as memories flooded back. It turned out that he had transmigrated into a parallel world, taking on the identity of the young master of the Su family, sharing the same name. Due to his unique spiritual roots, he possessed the rarest of the four types of spiritual roots and exquisite earth root. Thus, he was chosen by Du Wa, an elder of the Tai Su sect, to become his disciple. However, during Su Yi's ascension from the Bitter Sea realm to the Cave Heaven realm, Du Wa underwent a drastic change in temperament and cruelly extracted his earth root. From that moment on, Su Yi became a cripple, unable to cultivate further. Subsequently, he was dismissed by Du Wa and sent back to the Su family. Yet, witnessing their son languishing on his sickbed, his parents wept day and night, consumed by sorrow, until they ultimately succumbed to their grief. A tiger falls upon hard times, and a dragon swims in shallow waters. Before his parents' mourning period had even concluded, Sun Yan, his old rival, along with his despicable servant, conspired against him and cast him into a coffin that had long been prepared for his demise. He was buried alive. Had he crossed over merely to suffer such indignities? His vision blurred, and a buzzing filled his ears. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, suddenly, ding! Life-threatening danger detected for the host. The system is activating automatically, maintaining host bodily functions. The suffocating sensation vanished in an instant. A system? The halo of a transmigrator does not deceive. Ding! Does the host confirm the binding of the Divine Sinence System? Yes, no? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi pressed the confirmation button on the system interface before him. Ding! System binding successful. Total system level, 100. Experience points required for leveling up. Level 0 Beginner Gift Pack. Level 10 unlocks the Alchemy System. Level 20 unlocks the Weapon Crafting System. Level 30 unlocks the Puppet Crafting System. Level 40 unlocks the Talisman Crafting System. Level 50 unlocks the Formation System. Level 100 unlocks the Heavenly Emperor's Sword. Complete system missions to earn reward points, which can be exchanged for common items, cultivation techniques, and special prizes through a lottery. Completing hidden missions grants special rewards. Conducting an identity scan for the host. Host, Su Yi. Qualification waste. Realm, mortal. Level 0. Experience points, 1100. Identity, disciple of the Su family from Lin City. Pending unlocks. Detection indicates that the host's survival ability in this other world is low. A beginner gift pack has been specially granted. Please check. Ding! As expected, good things were arriving. Su Yi felt a surge of delight. He promptly clicked on the panel for the beginner gift pack, eager to open it. Ding! Bestowed. 1 high-grade heavenly spiritual root qualification. Su Yi chuckled, astonished to receive a heavenly spiritual root, the highest among the four types, which was a full tier above his previous earth root. It is important to note that even a mere single tier difference signifies a chasm between the realms of mortals and immortals. Moreover, throughout history, occurrences of heavenly roots, let alone earth roots, in the entirety of Lin City could be counted on one hand. Would you like to implant the heavenly spiritual root qualification? Yes, no? Su Yi immediately confirmed. Implantation successful. In an instant, a radiant blue-purple light erupted from his body, as if a celestial king had descended, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty. In the next moment, the residual toxins within him were expelled. His joints cracked and creaked, a sensation of indescribable relief washing over him. Even the parts of his body that had deteriorated due to the extraction of his earth root began to mend. Is this the essence of a heavenly spiritual root? It felt far more refreshing than a visit to a massage parlor after an exhausting day. The beginner gift had given Su Yi a tremendous surprise, and he could hardly wait to see what the next gift would bring. Gifted, complete manual of the 10 realms of Bitter Sea cultivation. This time, had it not been for the cramped confines of the coffin restricting his movements, Su Yi would have nearly leaped for joy atop his own grave. In the lower realms, the cultivation realms are classified as Bitter Sea, Cave Heaven, divine abode, spirit gathering, and great being. However, no ancient texts have recorded the entire cultivation journey for any of these realms. Thus, no cultivator has crossed the Bitter Sea realm without encountering flaws in their cultivation, which inevitably impacts their future progress. Yet this manual chronicles the experiences and lessons of all 10 realms of Bitter Sea cultivation. If this book were to be sold, no. Even if it were merely a transcription of value would surpass that of the entire Lin City. The subsequent gifts were not as precious as the previous two, but their worth was still beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. For instance, the body refining elixir, which could restore vitality to the elderly and significantly aid cultivators in breaking through their realms. Su Yi received 10 of these elixirs for himself alone. Among the treasure-like weapons, he obtained the golden scale mother and child rings from the beginner gift pack. These rings, worn on both wrists, would grant the wearer tremendous strength. Though the power of the rings may not be overwhelming, given his current realm and circumstances, these treasures were precisely what he desperately needed. In addition to the beginner gift pack, Su Yi also unlocked the system's sign-in panel. The sign-in panel operates on a 10-day cycle, distributing rewards and experience points. Minor rewards are granted for the first 9 days, while a grand gift pack is awarded on the 10th day. I wonder if the rewards for the 10th day sign-in will be as bountiful as the beginner gift pack. If so, I would strike it rich, Su Yi mused quietly. All right, it is time to emerge from this wretched coffin. Once I am out, my first priority is to confront Sun Yin and his wretched servant. I shall first beat them to the point of helplessness, then stuff both of them into this coffin, allowing them to taste the experience of being trapped beneath the coffin boards. With that, Su Yi swallowed a body refining elixir and donned the golden scale mother ring on his right wrist and the child ring on his left. He suddenly let out a roar. A wave of domineering energy surged from the ground, shaking the earth, causing even the crows perched upon the crooked tree to plummet to the ground, startled by the reverberations in the air. Su family cemetery. In an inconspicuous corner, there lay a mound of earth that was even less noteworthy. Just the night before, a frail figure had been buried within this mound. The Su family members were all aware that this individual was Su Yi. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that he was not dead. Instead, he had shattered the coffin with his fists and emerged from the earth. Su Yi knelt before a gravestone, upon which were inscribed the words Su Mu, Xia Qiao, interred together. This was the grave of his parents. Su Yi did not shed tears, having lived 2 lives. His heart was as solid as a rock. What filled his heart instead was hatred, profound disappointment in the Su family. His parents had devoted their lives to the Su family, making indelible contributions in both business and the cultivation of talents within the clan. At that time, he himself possessed extraordinary gifts, and the resources of the Su family had been directed toward him. Yet, upon his parents relinquishing their power due to old age and his own suffering at the hands of Du from the Tai Su sect, the attitudes of those around him began to shift. No longer were they flattering or fawning. Instead, they spoke ill of them, treating the trio as pariahs. Even in death, his parents were relegated to this secluded corner, unable to rest within the main cemetery. It is important to note that this outlying area is reserved for either those who have surrendered to the Su family or the nefarious rogues who have committed heinous acts within the clan. Individuals with no standing or status in the Su family. And yet, they had buried his parents here. Could he endure this? Su Yi rose to his full height, his knuckles turning white from clenching. He was determined to demand an explanation from Su Wan, the patriarch of the Su family. After bowing thrice before his parents' gravestone, Su Yi departed from the cemetery, heading straight for the Su family residence. Chapter 2. The Man Returns. Before the gates of the Su residence, a gatekeeper stood with a contemptuous glance, sneering at the beggar-like Su Yi before him, bellowing, "Where did this beggar come from? Scram! The Su residence is no place for you to beg. Come any closer, and I'll break your legs." As he spoke, the gatekeeper brandished a large club, eager to strike. Su Yi did not even spare him a glance, kicking open the gates of the Su residence and retorting, "Just a mere dog servant, unworthy of conversing with me." The command in his voice carried an undeniable authority, causing the gatekeeper to falter. Previously, a young master of the Su family had scolded him in a similar manner, and he had felt the same sensation. Fortunately, that young master was now dead, and he had witnessed how Sun Yan had buried him alive. Remembering this, the gatekeeper regained his bravado, glaring at Su Yi and declaring, "Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige." No sooner had he finished speaking than the gatekeeper advanced with the club, intent on delivering a lethal blow to the beggar. Just as the gatekeeper prepared to strike, Su Yi acted first, seizing the gatekeeper's wrist. The gatekeeper struggled to break free from Su Yi's grip, but suddenly, his body tilted and he was slammed into the ground, nearly losing consciousness. The gatekeeper, who prided himself on his own strength, found himself utterly powerless against this beggar. The stark contrast in their strength was evident, leaving him filled with terror and disbelief. The gatekeeper's face paled, and in an instant, the bravado he had just displayed evaporated by that moment. Su Yi slowly bent down, revealing a cold visage filled with unwillingness and fury. "Shu shu shu yi." The door servant stuttered in fright, trembling under the scorching sun. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Su Yi did not utter a word instead. He kicked the door servant aside and declared loudly, "Get up. Tell that scoundrel Sun Yan that I have returned." The door servant, wincing in pain and his face a mask of terror, dashed past the gates of Su Manor, shouting as he ran, "Young Master Su! Young Master Su! That man has returned! He has returned!" Su Yi then slowly entered Su Manor, letting out a sigh. "I have returned." As he walked, he soon reached the courtyard where he had lived with his parents during their lifetime. In his former bedroom, he noticed a figure moving. Su Yi rushed forward, flinging open the door, only to be greeted by the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her hair flowed like willow strands, her waist was slender, and she possessed a pair of elegant legs. Though clad in a simple white garment, it could not conceal her innate allure. She was Guanju, Su Yi's maid. When she was a child, Su Yi's parents had rescued her from the clutches of mountain bandits and raised her as their own daughter. Su Yi had come to regard her as a sister and had cared for her deeply throughout their lives. Even after his downfall and the passing of his parents, Guanju had never abandoned him. This thought brought a faint smile to Su Yi's face. There were still people in Su Manor who cared for him, and whom he cherished in return. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Guanju, who was sorting through Su Yi's possessions from his former life, suddenly turned around to face the newcomer. Her eyes met Su Yi's, first filled with shock, then joy, before she suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, is it really you?" Su Yi could hardly bear to see a girl cry, especially one as beautiful as her. When her sobs erupted, it felt as though his heart and very being were melting away. Without hesitation, Su Yi rushed forward, enveloping her in an embrace, murmuring gently, "Ju, it is me indeed. Do not cry your tears, pain me far more." Hearing this, Guanju's sobs only intensified as she pounded her delicate hands against Su Yi's chest. Su Yi held her, allowing her to vent her emotions. Gradually, her weeping subsided, and Guanju regained her composure. Su Yi recounted the treachery he had suffered at the hands of Sun Yan, and she responded first with anger, then with tears for the injustice he had faced. "Do not cry," Su Yi whispered to Guanju. "As long as I am here, I will never allow you to weep again." Upon hearing this, Guanju stifled her tears, breaking into a smile as she replied, "All right. With young Master Yi by my side, Jewer shall never cry again." As her tears diminished, Su Yi, gazing into Guanju's tender eyes, could not resist playfully tracing her delicate nose with his finger. "How ticklish! Young Master Yi, please remove your hand." Guanju pretended to push him away. "I shan't." Su Yi continued to tease her nose. Enough of this play. He then produced a body-refining pill acquired from the system and handed it to Guanju's delicate hand, softly urging, "Ju, this pill will greatly benefit your cultivation. Swallow it at once." Guanju nodded, bringing the pill to her lips, but suddenly paused. "Young Master Yi, what kind of pill is this?" Clearing his throat, Su Yi revealed without hesitation, "It is a body-refining pill." At this revelation, Guanju was momentarily taken aback. The body-refining pill was invaluable in Lin City. Ordinary cultivators had never even seen one, having only heard of its wondrous effects from their elders. The fact that this pill lay before her was astonishing, and upon closer inspection, It was evident that this pill was no imitation. Without question, young Master Yi must have expended considerable effort to acquire it. Moreover, it was young Master Yi who truly needed the body refining pill, not herself. Guanju resolved to keep the body refining pill for Su Yi. Gently, she set the pill down and said with concern, "It is not Ju who needs this body refining pill, it should be you, young Master Yi. I cannot accept this." Su Yi saw through Guanju's concerns and inwardly thought, "Indeed, she is my dear sister." He continued, "Ju, rest assured, I have plenty of these body refining pills. I have more than enough to spare." Guanju shook her head, her expression filled with doubt. "Oh, does this little girl not believe me?" As he spoke, Su Yi retrieved a jade vial from his waist and handed it to Guanju, smiling. "See for yourself if I deceive you." Taking the vial, Guanju inhaled its scent and confirmed its authenticity. Upon examining the vial's contents, she was astonished to find a total of 8 body refining pills inside. Guanju gasped, her mouth forming an O shape in shock. Under Su Yi's persuasion, she finally agreed to consume one of the body refining pills. As soon as the pill entered her body, Guanju felt a warm current enveloping her entire being. Soon after, her cultivation landscape, known as the Bitter Sea, erupted from a state of calm into a tempest. Waves surged violently within the Bitter Sea, and the atmosphere crackled with thunder, occasionally revealing divine beings crossing through. Guanju's face lit up with joy. She understood that the emergence of such a scene in the Bitter Sea meant she was on the verge of breaking through from the 3rd realm to the 4th. Su Yi, reflecting on his own journey since acquiring the supreme celestial root, noted that after consuming a body refining pill, he still remained at the 1st realm of the Bitter Sea. Compared to this little girl, I must strive harder, Su Yi pondered silently. Just as he was lost in thought, the door burst open, and a voice boomed, "Little Ju, I knew you would be here. My father has already betrothed you to me regardless of your consent. I shall take you to the bridal chamber now." As the intruder entered, he was greeted by the sight of Su Yi sitting upright before him, disheveled yet composed. Chapter 3, Is This It? As Sun Yin burst through the door, he found Guanju gently circling behind Su Yi, evading him as she declared, "I will never marry you, so give up," with a derisive laugh. Sun Yin glared at the disheveled youth before him, then turned his gaze to Guanju, sneering, "I thought you were quite innocent, yet after that useless man's demise, you've sought another wild man." Truly a natural flirt, at his words, Guanju felt a rush of shame and anger. While Su Yi's fury reached a boiling point, he slammed his hand on the table and admonished, "If you value your life, apologize to Ju and bow 10 times." That Sun Yin smirked, coldly retorting, "What are you? A mere nobody, boldly spouting nonsense and daring to steal my woman. The moment I strike, you shall find no place to die. You may certainly try and see if you possess the capability." Just as Su Yi finished speaking, Guanju tugged at his hand. Concern etched on her face. That it was evident that she was worried for him. But Su Yi was no longer the useless individual he once was. Today was the perfect opportunity to test the full extent of the Jin Lin Zimu Huan's powers. That he gently shook off Guanju's hand, assuring her, "There's no need to worry, I can handle this." Despite his reassurances, Guanju remained anxious, prepared to defend him at a moment's notice. Witnessing their evident affection only fueled Sun Yin's rage further. "At last, I've found you, young Master Sun Yin," exclaimed a servant, crashing into Sun Yin. Already irate, Sun Yin took out his frustrations on the servant, slapping him twice, and barked, "Get lost! Don't delay my business." The servant, having become a punching bag for 2 individuals in one day, felt utterly humiliated. Looking up at Sun Yin's target, he was struck dumb with fear that Su Yi was grinning widely, his fists itching for action. The servant's face paled as he exclaimed, "It's him! It's really him! He is back!" Sun Yin thundered, "Who cares who he is? Whoever sees him shall meet a gruesome end." The servant, initially intent on stopping Sun Yin, realized that given Sun Yin's current strength, he was no match for Su Yi. Unable to intervene, he could only watch the unfolding drama. Gathering a surge of energy, Sun Yin believed he could elevate his strength tenfold and was certain that the individual before him could not withstand his assault. "Explosive fist," he shouted at Su Yi, merely chuckled. After implanting the heavenly root, both his strength and perception had undergone a qualitative transformation. With a simple sidestep, he could easily evade the punch. Ding! A hidden task has been triggered. Does the host wish to accept? Su Yi paused. The system had spoken, and right off the bat, there was a task alert. He decided to accept it and see what it entailed. The host has confirmed the task acceptance. Loading task details. Ding! Task details. Forcefully withstand Sun Yin's punch. Task reward. Withstand 1 punch and gain 10 experience points. Completing the task grants 1 reward point. Experience points can be used to enhance system levels. While reward points can be exchanged for resources in the shop panel, Su Yi had long coveted the resources in the shop panel. He could not let this opportunity for reward points slip away. As Sun Yin's punch came barreling towards him, Su Yi did not flinch but charged directly at it. The collision was decisive. Sun Yin's punch did not gain the upper hand. Enraged, Sun Yin retaliated with another punch. However, bolstered by the Jin Lin Zimu Huan, Su Yi effortlessly neutralized the force of the explosive fist. Ding! Experience points 11100. Ding! Experience points 21100. Experience points 31100. Experience points 41100. Watching his experience points soar, Su Yi was filled with exhilaration and provocatively challenged Sun Yin. Do you have any stronger moves? Unleash them all at once. At this, Sun Yin roared in response. Doubts began to plague him. Among the younger generation of the Su family, he had always been a top contender, and few could withstand a punch from him without sustaining significant internal injuries. Yet the individual before him seemed entirely unaffected. Nevertheless, he still had some tricks up his sleeve, which he had planned to unveil at the family competition next month. Sun Yin began to retreat, silently reciting his martial arts mantra. Gradually, his arms began to harden, resembling solid rock, radiating a peculiar burning sensation. Observing this, Su Yi prepared himself in earnest, activating the mother and child rings on his wrist to amplify his strength. Rock burst. Sun Yin launched his attack, his fists seemingly flowing with magma, sparks flying in all directions. That Su Yi furrowed his brow and met the onslaught head-on. Boom, 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 3 rapid punches before Su Yi could react. Another trio of punches followed. It appeared that Su Yi was on the verge of collapse, but to everyone's astonishment, he produced a body-refining pill, consumed it, and remained entirely unfazed. Ding! Experience points 51100. Experience points 61100. Experience points 100100. Ding! Congratulations, host. System level has increased, granting 3 reward points and 10 body-refining pills. Ding! Hidden task completed, granting 1 reward point. That Su Yi had refrained from striking earlier solely to defend against Sun Yin's punches. But now that the hidden task was complete, he felt no further reservations. Did I ask this all? I expected more from you, yet it seems you merely scratched the surface. Now, it was his turn. Sun Yin was struck with panic. He had believed that unleashing his ultimate technique would turn the tide, yet this individual remained utterly unscathed and shockingly composed. Doubt crept in, and he instinctively took a few steps back. That if you wish to leave, you must consider whether I will allow it. Su Yi advanced, delivering a powerful strike with both palms. Sun Yin felt as if his chest had caved in like paper, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Su Yi followed up with a kick, sending him tumbling out of the room and rolling onto the courtyard. Witnessing this, Guanju immediately embraced Su Yi's shoulder, teasingly inquiring, "When did young Master Yi become so formidable?" Gazing at Guanju, Su Yi replied with a smile, "Your young Master Yi has always been this incredible. You need not fear others bullying you anymore." Ju, as he spoke, Su Yi had already pulled Guanju out of the room and approached Sun Yin. "Who are you really?" Sun Yin was torn between fear and fury. "Who am I? Humph. Why not inquire of the person beside you, who I truly am?" Su Yi declared with youthful bravado, glancing at the servant. The servant immediately leaned close to Sun Yin and trembled. "Young Master Sun Yin. He is Su Yi." "What?" Sun Yin gasped, shocked. Had he buried Su Yi with his own hands? Could it be that he had crawled out of the grave? Or was he now a ghost? Even so, how could his strength have escalated so dramatically? Wasn't he supposed to be incapable of cultivating due to having his spirit root plucked? Before Sun Yin could ponder further, Su Yi slapped him across the face, demanding, "Apologize and bow, or die. Choose one." At this time, Sun Yin clearly recognized Su Yi's face and confirmed that the person before him was indeed Su Yi. The stark contrast between the pale, frail figure he once knew and the robust individual before him now was the reason he had failed to realize the truth earlier. Bowing, preposterous. I am the son of the clan leader. Even if I must traverse mountains of blades or seas of flames, or face lightning strikes, I will never bow to you. Interesting. Let us see how long you maintain that bravado, Su Yi remarked. His interest peaked as he raised both hands. Pow! A punch broke his nose, and another sent teeth flying. Enduring the excruciating pain, Sun Yin fell to the ground, pleading, Brother! Brother! I was wrong. I will bow to you. Spare my life, please. Chapter 4 System Task. Slay the Savage Beast. Get lost, Su Yi bellowed, his words laced with an inherent authority. The servant promptly supported the trembling Sun Yin and hurried away. Following this confrontation, Guan Zhu's perception of Su Yi underwent a complete transformation. Previously, when Su Yi had been that frail figure, wallowing in despair and contemplating ending his own life, she had believed he was beyond saving. Now, however, he exuded vitality and courage, providing an inexplicable sense of security. She hoped Su Yi would no longer be merely the young Master Yi or her brother, but rather her beloved. The mere thought of this caused her cheeks to flush crimson. At that moment, Su Yi was intently observing her flushed face, inquiring, What is wrong? Why is your face so red? Su Yi's question only intensified her embarrassment, and she quickly pushed him away, retreated to her room, and shut the door. Su Yi, bewildered, was taken aback when the door suddenly swung open again, revealing Guan Zhu making a silly face and playfully exclaiming, What is it to you? Before promptly closing the door once more. Little brat. Su Yi could not help but chuckle, reflecting on the situation. After Sun Yin's departure, he knew that retaliation from the clan leader would inevitably follow. The urgent task at hand was to elevate his own strength. In his previous contest with Sun Yin, Su Yi had surprisingly realized that he had broken through from the first realm of the Bitter Sea to the second. The Bitter Sea realm consists of 10 stages. And among his peers, there were many cultivators at the 3rd and 4th stages. However, those who had ascended to the 5th stage were exceedingly rare. In his clan, the only peer at the 5th stage was Sun Yin's elder brother. Su Nu was not a benevolent character. He was swift and ruthless in his actions, certainly not one to be trifled with. That Su Yi thought to himself. I must hasten to enhance my capabilities. The courtyard where Su Yi resided was already seldom visited, and at night, it felt even more desolate that a full moon hung high in the night sky, and a chilling wind swept through on the roof. 2 figures could be seen. One was Sun Yin, who had been severely beaten earlier in the day. The other was Su Nu, whose countenance exuded an intimidating presence, accentuated by a vertical scar over his right eye, adding to his menacing aura. Brother, why haven't you made your move yet? This brat is merely at the 2nd realm of the Bitter Sea. With a single strike, you could send him to his doom. Sun Yin said, his expression dark with malice, harboring deep-seated hatred toward Su Yi. Our father instructed us not to act against him yet. He will arrange for a contest between us in a month's time, and he shall undoubtedly perish in my hands. Su Nu replied with a cold smirk. His laughter echoed in the night, resembling a ghostly specter, more ruthless and chilling than before. The next moment, both figures abruptly vanished. That Su Yi did not fall asleep. Instead, he concealed himself on another rooftop, observing their every move. Once he was certain of his safety, he returned to his bedroom, consumed a few body-refining pills, and began to meditate. The family contest was unavoidable, so he would have to face it head-on. Fortunately, there was still a month left. Today I received 4 reward points. Let us see what I can exchange them for. Su Yi opened the system interface, navigating to the shop panel. In the category of magical weapons. Jiao Bone Bow. Crafted from the bones and tendons of a Jiao dragon, this bow unleashes arrows with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea. Capable of penetrating ordinary armor. Price: 5 reward points. Aurora Umbrella. A parasol-like artifact that can obscure the sky and create illusions, disrupting the mind. Price: 3 reward points. Divine Refinement Pot. Allegedly crafted by an ancient sage from the upper realms to combat divine kings. Though only a defective version was produced, while it lacks the power to slay deities, it is more than sufficient against ordinary cultivators, capable of refining them and extracting their spiritual roots and inner elixirs to transform into nourishing medicinal wine. Price: 10 reward points. Unlockable. Upon closer inspection, Su Yi found that although these treasures sounded formidable, they were not what he urgently required, prompting him to continue his search in the category of techniques. Heavenly Absolute Sword Technique, an unparalleled sword art that can condense sword energy, allowing one to unleash 100 sword strikes in an instant at the pinnacle of mastery. Price: 10 reward points. Righteous Chi envelopes the body in righteous energy, capable of resisting attacks from other cultivators' techniques. Price: 6 reward points. Step of Severance trains the lower body strength, increasing movement speed, with the ultimate mastery allowing one to shatter the void beneath their feet. Price: 2 reward points. Palm of Severance trains hand strength, enhancing palm power with the highest mastery capable of shattering the void. Price: 2 reward points. Unlockable. After browsing through the options, Su Yi concluded that either the prices were too steep or the items too far removed from his current abilities. Ding! Successfully exchanged for Step of Severance and Palm of Severance. Remaining reward points: 0. That he ultimately chose the two more affordable techniques, Step of Severance and Palm of Severance, which belonged to the same training system and were relatively easy to cultivate. The next day, the system opened the task panel. Do you confirm the acceptance of the task to slay savage beasts? Confirm. The system's task was timely, as savage beasts had recently congregated in the Beast Demon Mountain range, likely indicating an impending anomaly. Many prominent families in the city suspected that the gathering of savage beasts aimed to invade and prey on the human populace. These families had designated personnel to monitor the Beast Demon Mountain range and greatly encouraged cultivators and organizations venturing into the mountains to exterminate the beasts, providing substantial healing elixirs in return. However, for Su Yi, those low-grade elixirs were of little use. His body-refining pills were worth thousands of times more. What intrigued him was the opportunity to utilize the savage beasts to practice the Step of Severance and Palm of Severance, while also studying the comprehensive manual on the 10 realms of the Bitter Sea. Without further ado, after bidding farewell to Guanju, Su Yi set off on his journey. Inside the Beast Demon Mountain range, the terrain was densely packed with forests, waterfalls, and chasms fraught with peril. There had been numerous incidents of savage beasts tearing apart cultivators, but even more frequent were the conflicts among cultivators themselves. Those who ventured into the Beast Demon Mountain range primarily sought the inner elixirs of the savage beasts. Known as beast elixirs, these elixirs were often rare, with the chance of acquiring one after slaying 100 savage beasts being slim, largely dependent on luck. The inner elixirs of savage beasts could aid cultivators in advancing their realms, making them highly sought after, leading to frequent instances of murder and theft among cultivators. Su Yi quickly arrived at the outskirts of the Beast Demon Mountain range. The periphery was comparatively safer, with the savage beasts encountered being of lower rank. Thus, he could gradually cultivate his techniques as the strength of the savage beasts increased. His body-refining pills possessed a natural fragrance that attracted the savage beasts, prompting Su Yi to dilute several pills in a nearby pond. This was a significant expenditure. To other cultivators, such waste of body-refining pills seemed like sheer folly. Su Yi climbed a tree and quietly awaited the savage beasts to take the bait. Before long, a few savage beasts gathered nearby, but they did not approach. Su Yi understood that these creatures were remarkably intelligent, testing the waters from a distance to assess the presence of traps. He engaged in a battle of endurance with them, blending in with the towering trees to avoid detection. A white wolf began to cautiously approach, softly treading to the edge of the pond, extending its tongue to lap at the water infused with body-refining pills. Gradually, the remaining white wolves followed suit, rushing to the pond's edge to join in the feasting. Su Yi silently recited the technique's mental mantra, activating both the Step of Severance and Palm of Severance, preparing to take action. Suddenly, the lead white wolf let out a howl. Instantly, the pack of white wolves surged forth, hundreds in number, both old and young, converging on the pond to lap at the water. Su Yi furrowed his brow. Chapter 5. The Black Wolves. Su Yi never anticipated that the pond water infused with body-refining pills could attract an entire pack of white wolves. Though white wolves were not particularly aggressive, they were far from weak. Moreover, facing an entire pack posed a considerable risk. Even if he had the ability to contend with them, he would likely suffer significant losses in the process. Su Yi was unwilling to take such a gamble and sought a way to drive the white wolf pack away, lest they consume every last drop of the pond's contents. He pondered. He silently recited his mental mantra, and he felt a qualitative enhancement in his physical strength that a gust of wind surged as he descended from the treetop, slashing downward with his palm. Instantly, the area was engulfed in a tempest. With ominous winds swirling, dust and stones flying, accompanied by an oppressive aura that descended upon the scene. The white wolves, startled, scattered in all directions that moment. The white wolf leader let out another howl. The remaining white wolves seemed to receive an order, rallying together to encircle the elder and young wolves in the center, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Then, the white wolf leader directed a cold, resentful glare at Su Yi. Aware that his position was exposed, Su Yi ceased hiding, but he leapt from the treetop and approached the white wolf leader, standing his ground in confrontation. The white wolf roared, but it appeared to hesitate, wary of Su Ye's prowess. However, two unwise white wolves charged from the back, one on each side, launching an attack on Su Yi simultaneously. Overestimating yourselves, Su Yi scoffed, deftly dodging the pounces and slashes of the white wolves. With both hands, he seized the necks of the two attacking wolves and, with a swift motion, hurled them violently to the ground. This commotion solidified the white wolf leader's resolve not to engage recklessly. It turned its head back, emitting a low growl to the remaining white wolves. Gradually, the white wolf pack began to retreat, but Su Yi chuckled wryly. His objective had ultimately been achieved, encountering a pack that valued their elders and young. He had no desire to escalate the situation. As the white wolf pack retreated, tranquility gradually returned to the pond's vicinity, but Su Yi concealed himself once more among the trees, awaiting the arrival of the next wave of prey. Before long, a series of anguished howls pierced the air. Upon listening closely, Su Yi recognized the cries as those of the earlier white wolves. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly dashed toward the source of the sound. Along the way, Su Yi encountered heaps of severed white wolf limbs, a nauseating scent of blood assaulting his nostrils. He crouched down, meticulously examining the fatal wounds on the white wolves. Their necks bore fatal bite marks, and their bodies appeared to have been swiftly cleaved in two by sharp claws. The sight before him filled Su Yi with dread. It was evident that this pack of white wolves had fallen victim to a far more formidable and brutal savage beast. Just as he was about to rise, several injured white wolves came rushing by, fleeing in panic. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that 5 black wolves were in hot pursuit of the fleeing white wolves. The black wolves emanated a sinister aura, their backs adorned with formidable bony spikes, and their heads appeared as unyielding as iron. Could it be that these 5 black wolves were capable of slaughtering hundreds of white wolves? Su Yi was momentarily stunned. He had no desire to confront the black wolf head-on, as he evidently lacked the certainty of victory. Yet, one of the black wolves had already changed direction, lunging towards Su Yi with its 2 front paws aimed to strike at his waist. Reacting swiftly, Su Yi leaped backward just as a massive tree before him suddenly snapped. Had it not been for his timely reflexes, he would have surely been cleaved in two. With that, he launched his severed hand and foot simultaneously, harnessing the power of the Jinlinzi Mother Ring, and instantly charged at the black wolf that in the blink of an eye, the wolf managed to evade him, causing the ground to crack beneath its weight. The green-eyed beast glared at him with increasing malice, letting out a roar to summon its companions that I cannot face 5 alone. I must eliminate this one first, Su Yi shouted, outnumbered and outmatched in strength. He realized that if the black wolves gathered, he would find himself in an inescapable predicament. The immediate priority was to dispatch this black wolf, reducing the threat by 1. Su Yi bellowed, delivering a swift kick. However, the black wolf was already prepared, leveraging the massive tree behind it to spring away. Now's my chance. Though his kick missed, Su Yi had a follow-up. He released the Jinlinzi Mother Ring, sending it crashing towards the black wolf. The creature, caught off guard, could not evade in time and brace for impact. Little did it know that although the Jinlinzi Mother Ring was a wearable artifact, once thrown, it weighed 1,000 pounds, dislocating its limbs upon contact. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi swung his severed hand horizontally, cleaving the black wolf in half, ending its life in an instant. The remaining 4 black wolves howled in fury, charging at Su Yi. He thought to himself, I cannot confront them head-on. In the next moment, he retrieved the Jinlinzi Mother Ring, using his severed foot to navigate among the towering trees with agility. The 4 wolves turned their heads, constantly wary of Su Ye's position. Those black wolves had cunning eyes, perpetually on guard, making it nearly impossible for him to find an opening. Suddenly, one black wolf launched a surprise attack, seemingly having pinpointed Su Ye's location, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Su Ye was taken aback by the wolf's impatience. Although the speed of the assault was astonishing, it revealed a critical vulnerability. Another black wolf let out a furious roar, seemingly attempting to halt the reckless advance. Yet the attacking wolf was undeterred, having predicted Su Ye's position, aiming directly for his neck, confident it could sever it in one bite. Anticipating the wolf's trajectory, Su Ye slid down just as the beast closed in, abruptly transforming his severed hand into a fist, aiming for the wolf's abdomen. The strike pierced through, and that black wolf fell lifelessly to the ground. The three remaining black wolves let out a mournful wail, their gazes towards Su Ye filled with venomous intent. "You seek death. Do not blame me." Su Ye continued to maneuver, preventing the other three ferocious wolves from launching a simultaneous assault. The three black wolves were simultaneously fearful and enraged, unable to devise a strategy against Su Ye, unwilling to abandon their fallen brethren, and resolutely determined to wear him down. Both parties awaited a moment of carelessness from the other, seeking a fatal flaw to exploit. In that tense moment, the entire area fell silent. Even the whispers of insects ceased, to Su Ye's surprise. The white wolf pack that had previously been pursued by the black wolves returned, gathering in unison to attack the black wolves. Preoccupied with Su Ye, the black wolves failed to react to the counterattack from the white wolves. Finding themselves pushed back relentlessly, Su Ye seized this rare opportunity, launching a surprise attack from behind the black wolves. Delivering palm strike after palm strike, and with a well-placed kick, he shattered the spine of one black wolf. Another black wolf, stricken with terror, attempted to flee but was ensnared by the oncoming white wolves, which tore it apart mercilessly. The last remaining black wolf, sensing the dire situation, exerted all its strength to escape, but Su Ye intercepted it. "I fear your fate is sealed today," he declared to the black wolf. Yet in an instant, three razor-sharp willow leaf blades flew towards Su Ye's head. Startled, Su Ye quickly recognized the danger, flipping his hand to deflect the blades, which then descended upon the remaining black wolf, cleaving it into three segments. Almost immediately, a man clad in white stepped forth from the woods, coldly smiling at Su Ye. "It seems you are destined to meet the same fate as those black wolves today." Chapter 6. The Gu siblings. The man in white possessed a strikingly handsome face and a robust physique, appearing fragile, yet exuding an overwhelming aura with every movement. His gaze fixated on the five lifeless black wolves on the ground, revealing a hint of regret before his expression shifted as he turned to Su Ye, demanding, "Did you slay these beasts?" "Indeed, it was I," Su Ye admitted without hesitation. The white-clad man snorted disdainfully, clearly displeased, and retorted, "Had you chosen to deny it, you might have had a chance for salvation. But now, you must die." Su Ye, aware of the man's malevolent intent, did not seek to placate him, stating directly, "You are not worthy of taking my life." "Not worthy?" The white-clad man seemed intrigued, raising his voice. "I have raised these black wolves for many years, and you have slain them without cause. That is it not reasonable for you to pay with your life?" Su Ye paused, realizing the formidable strength of the black wolves stemmed from being domesticated, frequently consuming elixirs and undergoing rigorous training, that he promptly replied, "Perhaps it is reasonable." The white-clad man's expression hardened as he pressed further. "Moreover, my power far exceeds yours. That I am the law of the jungle. Killing you is entirely justifiable. Does that not align with reason?" Su Ye responded, "Perhaps it is." The white-clad man queried, "You have echoed perhaps twice," Su Ye affirmed. "Indeed," the white-clad man sneered, preparing to strike. Yet Su Ye interjected, "However, I must say two things. First, I killed your black wolves because they intended to kill me. Second, should you attempt to kill me, you may find yourself meeting the same fate." The white-clad man's expression hardened, anger flaring. "Such audacity! You are overly confident, but that confidence may lead to your downfall." With his hands clasped behind his back and eyes closed, Su Ye chuckled. "Indeed, I am very confident. Thus, when it comes to you, I could easily handle you without even using my hands or eyes." Though he spoke thus, should a confrontation arise, Su Ye would undoubtedly employ all his faculties. His words were merely a tactic to provoke the man into revealing a flaw. Allowing Su Ye to exploit it, Su Ye squinted, observing the white-clad man's growing agitation, as he hesitated to grip the three willow leaf blades, Unwilling to strike, that it was evident that this man preferred to kill Su Yi openly rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. This unfolding scene elicited a laugh from Su Yi, who declared, "If you do not strike, I shall take my leave. You will regret it if you change your mind." The white-clad man frowned, yet was at a loss. Su Yi chuckled, turning to depart. Just as he was about to take a step, a delicate, bell-like laughter resonated through the forest, that a girl in purple appeared beside the man in white, her large, round eyes fixed on Su Yi. Giggling, "You are truly amusing, always picking on my brother Gu Yuan, who is too honest to take advantage of others. You simply refuse to engage in a fair fight." Seeing this charming girl, Su Yi felt a wave of relief and jested. "Dear maiden, your brother seeks my life, that if we can avoid fighting, it would be best to spare him, lest you find yourself grieving his loss." The Gu Yuan's face turned pale with rage as he stepped forward, shouting, "If you have the ability, open your eyes and engage in a life-and-death duel with me." Su Yi scoffed, turning his back to him. The Gu Yuan was infuriated. Yet the girl, still giggling, advised him, "Brother, he is trying to provoke you. If you reveal a flaw, you may end up at a disadvantage if you truly engage." Gu Yuan, fuming, retorted him, "A mere practitioner of the second realm of the Bitter Sea. Gulan, sometimes you overestimate certain individuals." Gulan, a lovely name, Su Yi noted in his mind. Committing the name of the purple-clad girl to memory, that Gu Yuan inquired, "Do you truly believe someone at the second realm of the Bitter Sea could slay black wolves?" Gu Yuan replied, "Could it be that he is concealing his strength, perhaps at the same level as me, the fifth realm of the Bitter Sea?" Gulan suggested, "Perhaps even higher." Gu Yuan was taken aback. "As strong as you?" Gulan replied slowly, "Perhaps." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's attitude towards Su Yi shifted somewhat. That in Ling City, those young individuals who could reach the fifth realm of the Bitter Sea were exceptional, their potential immeasurable. Meanwhile, Gulan leaned closer to Gu Yuan, whispering, "Observe his attire. He appears to be from the Su family. Father mentioned that we should treat members of the Su family with courtesy." Gu Yuan snorted, "Having killed my 5 black wolves, why should I bow to him?" Gulan chuckled, choosing to remain silent. That Su Yi then leaped to the treetops, grinning, since Brother Gu is unwilling to engage. "I shall take my leave. You two may remain." Upon hearing this, Gulan glared at Su Yi, exclaiming, "You intend to leave just like that without offering any compensation? How stingy of you." Su Yi laughed heartily. Tossing 2 body-refining pills in their direction, the foreign objects flew toward them. Gu Yuan shielded Gulan, catching them with one hand, only to discover they were 2 pills. That Gulan seized the pills from Gu Yuan's grasp, her large eyes scrutinizing them closely, before suddenly exclaiming, "Body-refining pills." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was equally astonished. Body-refining pills were extraordinarily precious, yet that young man had casually gifted them away. Gulan chuckled playfully. "What a grand gesture! By the way, what is your name?" She looked up, only to find Su Yi had vanished without a trace. Even the white wolf in the forest had disappeared as Su Yi departed from the Beast Mountain range. He found himself repeatedly murmuring the name Gulan. The 2 characters seemed to possess an extraordinary charm, making them difficult to forget. Whenever Su Yi uttered her name, he would recall the playful and charming young woman in purple attire. He could not comprehend why, despite having only met her once and being in a seemingly antagonistic relationship, he found it impossible to forget her. It was not until he had repeated Gulan's name 199 times that Su Yi suddenly realized, Gulan, the 3rd daughter of the head of the Gu family in Lin City, was indeed the girl he had secretly admired all along, the very girl that the sickly Su Yi, before his transmigration, had harbored feelings for. Su Yi finally understood the source of his inexplicable affection for Gulan, and his mood lightened considerably. Ding! The task of slaying the barbaric beast has been completed, earning 2 reward points. Experience 100100. Ding! Congratulations! The host system level has risen to level 3, granting 2 reward points and 10 body refining pills. After receiving the system rewards, Su Yi felt that his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. The transition from the 2nd stage of Bitter Sea to the 3rd stage seemed to be just moments away. He opened the comprehensive manual on the 10 stages of the Bitter Sea, which clearly stated that to achieve a perfect breakthrough without any flaws, one must allow the Bitter Sea to absorb hundreds of pounds of high-quality spirit stones. Although the Su family was not lacking in high-quality spirit stones, if Su Yi were to request them from the clan leader Su Luan, That man's temperament would surely lead to a rejection of his request, leaving him unable to obtain even a single fragment of stone. While he was at a loss, Suyi looked up and was surprised to find a pawn shop in front of him. He immediately made up his mind. Although the body refining pills were precious, they were not urgently needed. Perhaps pawning a few could help fill the gap in his spirit stones. Without further ado, Suyi stepped toward the pawn shop. Chapter 7. The ancient pawn shop. This was the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. Strictly controlled by various prominent families to be able to conduct business in this area, a pawn shop must possess considerable skill. As Suyi approached, he noticed the shop's decor was antique and elegant. Surrounded by a throng of people, blocking the entrance completely. The gilded characters ancient hung high above the door, emanating an aura of antiquity. He squeezed his way through the crowd, listening to numerous shouts as people eagerly sought to transact with the pawn shop. Suyi found it peculiar and unconsciously voiced his confusion. Isn't it traditionally the shop that leads the transactions? I've never seen so many people clamoring to make deals that a man in a yellow shirt, also among the eager crowd, glanced at Suyi and remarked, "Brother, is this your first time here?" Suyi raised an eyebrow, but did not deny that he had spent most of his time in seclusion with Du at the Taisu sect, rarely venturing out, let alone into the dangerous and challenging Beast Mountain Range. The Su family was staunchly opposed to him taking risks, as they relied on his spiritual roots to uphold their family's reputation as the foremost clan in Lin City. This ancient pawn shop has quite the background. The man in yellow continued. He unfurled a folding fan and leaned closer to Suyi, whispering, "I've heard that the owner has intricate connections with the head of the Gu family." "Oh." Suyi stroked his chin, his thoughts drifting to Gulan, that he tossed something to the man in yellow, saying, "Thank you for the information. This news is of great significance to me." The man in yellow caught it, opened it with curiosity, but upon seeing its contents, quickly covered his mouth, glancing warily around. After a long moment, he gasped, astonished, and looked at Suyi, whose demeanor remained unruffled, as if he had merely tossed aside an inconsequential object. "Who exactly are you to casually give away body-refining pills? Even the Gu family cannot match such generosity." Suyi smirked and glanced at the bustling entrance. "It's not a gift. I have a substantial business proposition for the owner of this pawn shop. However, being new here, I'm not quite familiar with the protocols and would appreciate your assistance." The man in yellow carefully concealed the body-refining pill and nodded. "Of course, since you address me as brother, it is only natural that I lend a hand." With that, he reopened his fan, but this time, it was not merely an idle gesture. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, filled with swirling yellow sand that made it nearly impossible to see. What kind of weather is this? Why has it suddenly become windy? Suyi thought, deciding that there was no urgent need for the pawn shop today and planning to return later. What a stroke of bad luck. Voices of discontent rose as the crowd outside the pawn shop swiftly dispersed, seeking refuge elsewhere. Suyi raised an eyebrow, finding himself in the midst of a storm, slightly squinting his eyes to avoid being overwhelmed by the sand. Before long, the man in yellow snapped his fan shut with a loud clap. The tempest ceased abruptly, and the sand settled to the ground. That moment, the entrance was left empty, save for him and Suyi. "How was that?" "Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree?" the man in yellow boasted, tilting his chin towards Suyi. Suyi nodded, genuinely impressed. "Indeed, quite remarkable. May I ask your name?" Having established a rapport, Suyi introduced himself. "I am Suyi from the Su family in Lin City." "I am Huang Yi from the Huang family in Lin City." Huang Yi pronounced his name emphatically, only to realize immediately afterward and stared at Suyi in shock. "You are Suyi, the one whose spiritual root was destroyed." Huang Yi hastily covered his mouth and said to Suyi, "I didn't mean it like that." Suyi slowly shook his head. "No worries. You were merely expressing your disappointment that I am not the waste you think I am anymore." Huang Yi fell silent. The news of Su Yi's downfall had caused quite a stir throughout Lin City. Su Yi's cousin, Sun Yan, had long been resentful of the family's resources being directed toward Su Yi, seizing the opportunity to torment him mercilessly. Each act of torment was proudly recounted to others, and he took great pride in it, that if it weren't for this, they would have never known how arduous Su Yi's life had been within the Su family. However, it seemed that Huang Yi was now reassessing Su Yi. Clicking his tongue in admiration, it appears Sun Yan is about to face some consequences that Su Yi remained noncommittal. He had already dealt with Sun Yan. However, familial disgrace should not be aired publicly, and discussing such matters held little significance. It was far more pressing to exchange for high-quality spirit stones to elevate his cultivation, providing him with the confidence to confront Su Nuhei. "It's you again." Su Yi was lost in thought when a voice boomed from inside the pawn shop. "You keep ruining my business." Moments later, a burly man with a full beard strode out from within. His physique was so robust that his bare arms were as thick as Su Ye's thighs, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Huang Yi evidently had a good rapport with the shop owner as he approached him casually, saying, "My apologies. This was unexpected." Huang Yi chuckled. "Besides, I'm here to introduce a substantial deal." He leaned closer to the burly man, raising a hand to shield his mouth. "It's definitely a major deal. Even the Gu family might not be able to produce what he has." The burly man snorted disdainfully, his gaze landing on Su Yi. Standing firm, Su Yi held his head high, as the man's gaze swept over him. He felt an overwhelming force of authority, as if the burly man was scrutinizing him from every angle. Indeed, the burly man scoffed. What could a kid at the third stage of the Bitter Sea possibly offer? With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept both Su Yi and Huang Yi backwards. "Before I lose my temper, you should leave. Don't waste my time." "Hey, why don't you trust me?" Huang Yi protested, his body involuntarily retreating as he shrugged helplessly at Su Yi. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Yi remained steadfast, not budging an inch. The burly man noticed this and turned back to scrutinize Su Yi once more. "You kid, although your strength is merely at the third stage of the Bitter Sea, your composure is commendable. However, it's a pity that in my presence, you are insignificant." With that, the burly man stepped forward, emanating an even more potent aura of authority that Su Yi stifled a groan, feeling the pressure force him back 2 steps. It was already a feat to withstand the previous level of suppression, but now it felt as though his very limbs and bones were under the control of the man's cultivation, rendering him heavy and unresponsive. His joints creaked under the strain that Su Yi's internal organs roiled violently. He understood that this individual possessed profound cultivation, at least above the 5th stage of the Bitter Sea. If he attempted to withstand it head-on, he would inevitably suffer serious injury. Chapter 8. Spirit Stone, or Su Yi swiftly retrieved a body-refining pill, forcibly replenishing his depleting energy and bolstering his strength. Body-refining pill? The pawn shop owner, having seen Su Yi's sudden change in condition, had already come to a conclusion. He raised his hand, lifting the oppressive force weighing down on Su Yi, saying, "Come in. You truly possess something that intrigues me for a transaction." Huang Yi cast a surprised glance at his boss before giving Su Yi a thumbs up. "Brother, you truly are impressive. I admire you." Ahem. At that moment, Su Yi was not in the best of states. He coughed quietly, feeling as though his lungs were being compressed into a thin pancake. His complexion was pale as he joked, "Let us keep a low profile." Huang Yi supported Su Yi as they entered the ancient pawn shop, which appeared quaint and antiquated from the outside, but revealed a hidden world within. The lofty ceiling made one feel as though they had descended into a deep abyss, exuding an invisible pressure. The surroundings were arranged like hollow stone walls, adorned with numerous drawers of varying sizes, each radiating a resplendent glow, their depths filled with treasures intended for trade. But as soon as Su Yi stepped into this treasure-laden pawn shop, he sensed a rich aura of spiritual energy. Following the source of this energy, he noticed an inconspicuous large chest in the corner, from which the dense spiritual essence emanated. "It seems that what you wish to exchange for are these high-quality spirit stones." The boss's voice suddenly resonated. Su Yi came back to his senses, not feeling particularly offended by the scrutiny. He nodded. "Indeed, did I wonder how many high-quality spirit stones these will fetch?" With a flick of his hand, a stream of light appeared, and an unremarkable pouch landed in the boss's hands. Though the pouch seemed plain, it contained 4 or 5 pill bottles, each sealed with a layer of spiritual energy. Even so, the rich fragrance of the elixirs within could not be concealed. The boss weighed the pouch in his hand, hearing the clinking of the bottles inside. "You, a mere kid from the 3rd realm of the Bitter Sea, can casually bring out a dozen body-refining pills? That is quite a sum." The boss's gaze bore into Su Yi, his probing eyes locking onto him. Once more that Su Yi's expression darkened. He took a half-step back, radiant energy enveloping him, blocking the intrusive gaze. "Boss, you are being rather excessive. Persistent probing is not a good way to treat your guest." That Su Yi gritted his teeth, and the golden scaled bracelet on his wrist seemed to sense its master's anger. emitting a clear, resonant sound. Apologies. It's just a habit. Seeing the young man about to erupt, the boss quickly raised his hands in surrender. Withdrawing his scrutiny, Tsuyi finally exhaled in relief. Despite his intimidating appearance, he felt quite vulnerable inside. Noticing the awkward atmosphere between the two, Huang Yi felt he should play the mediator, but he stepped forward. Glancing at the size of the chest in the corner, and asked Huan Boss, "How many spirit stones can my brother's body refining pills be exchanged for?" Boss Huan scrutinized Tsuyi again before extending 3 fingers. 30 pounds? Huang Yi shook his head. That's too little. It should be at least 300 pounds that he bargained on Tsuyi's behalf. These body refining pills are all top quality, worth more than what you would get from the Gu family. As soon as he spoke, he was met with a fierce glare from Boss Huan. Huang Yi quickly backtracked, saying, I misspoke that Tsuyi observed their subtle exchanges and regarded Boss Huan with a more scrutinizing gaze. Realizing that this individual indeed had deep ties to the Gu family, though it seemed far from a reputable connection. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so defensively to a mere mention. Boss Huan, might I inquire if the contents of that chest are spirit stone ores? Tsuyi's question startled Huang Yi, who looked at him in shock. Brother, what are you thinking? In this world where spiritual energy is becoming increasingly scarce, spirit stones are already a rare commodity, let alone ores imbued with the essence of heaven and earth that, of course, the average person could not directly absorb the ores due to the overwhelming impurities within, which could easily lead to death if one was not careful. Boss Huan seemed taken aback and studied Tsuyi once more. This seemingly unremarkable individual was proving to be full of surprises. How did you deduce that the chest contains spirit stone ores? Those things are heavy and useless. Why would I want them? Tsuyi smirked. Are they really useless? You seem too shrewd to engage in a losing bargain. The Beast Mountain range was filled with individuals, mostly reckless outlaws, aside from the family disciples sent by their elders to hone their skills. These individuals would disregard any side effects or risks, willing to pay any price to enhance their strength. That a flicker of light flashed in Boss Huan's eyes. Indeed, I cannot underestimate you. Caught between the two, Huang Yi scratched his head in confusion. Are you speaking in some incomprehensible foreign language? Upon hearing this, Tsuyi and Boss Huan exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Tsuyi stepped forward and patted Huang Yi on the back. Brother, thank you for leading the way. Boss Huan also completely let go of his suspicions and displayed the chest of ores generously, filling the pawn shop with a vibrant spiritual glow. Tsuyi caught a glimpse of those peering in from outside and waved his hand, causing the door to slam shut with a resounding thud. Inside the square chest lay a remarkably intact high-quality spirit stone ore, its surface glistening and its interior suffused with an emerald light. It was evidently a superior item. Tsuyi took a deep breath, feeling the purifying energy entering his body as wisps of dim light flowed in through his nostrils. Indeed, it is a fine find. Tsuyi reached into his pocket and tossed another pouch to Boss Huan, treating it as if it were an inconsequential object. Boss Huan raised an eyebrow. Young Master Su, what you've given before is already sufficient. He was a straightforward businessman, never engaging in deceitful practices. That Tsuyi, lost in the exhilaration brought by the ore, turned back momentarily to say, this is a deposit. I hope that in the future, if similar ores are available, Boss Huan could reserve some for me. Huang Yi laughed. This is a first for me. Someone pre-depositing items at a pawn shop. Boss Huan could only chuckle in disbelief. Young Master Su, your trust is appreciated. I assure you, I will not disappoint you. However, the deposit was unnecessary. Tsuyi accepted the pouch without further comment, knowing that in their line of work, loyalty was paramount. This is a Qinkuan bag, capable of holding several thousand pounds of items. Boss Huan gestured in the air, causing a drawer in the stone wall to open, and a shimmering golden bag floated down. Consider it a gift. As thanks for your body refining pills. Tsuyi did not hesitate. Quietly reciting the incantation to store the entire ore into the Qinkuan bag, he waved to Boss Huan. Thank you for your generosity, Boss Huan. Huang Yi looked at Tsuyi enviously, muttering, why don't I get such treatment? A Qinkuan bag is as precious as body refining pills. This was indeed the truth. Qinkuan bags were exceedingly rare in Lin City, typically possessed only by the heads of prominent families. Boss Huan cast a dismissive glance at Huang Yi. If you could produce a dozen body refining pills right now, not only will I give you a Qinkuan bag, you can choose anything from my pawn shop. This was blatant contempt. Huang Yi pouted. If I could produce them, would I still need a Qinkuan bag? Beside them, Su Yi, who possessed countless body-refining pills yet lacked a Qinquan bag, interjected, "Gentlemen, I have matters to attend to and shall not linger any longer." Su Yi was eager to absorb the ore and bid farewell hastily. However, just as he reached the door, a powerful gust of wind rushed towards him. Su Yi's expression shifted as he swiftly sidestepped. The closed door was forcefully kicked open, its frames trembling precariously. "Haha! This is undeniably the scent of high quality," or a burly man strode in with a hearty laugh, a massive sword slung over his shoulder, the hilt alone measuring several feet in length. Boss Huan frowned, clearly unwelcoming. "Dongqing, you've broken my doors again." That Su Yi glanced at the swaying door and keenly noted the frequency of this individual's visits. It seemed he often caused trouble. The crowd outside had mostly dispersed, leaving only a few who were intimidated by Dongqing's imposing presence, retreating hastily. Dongqing ignored Boss Huan, his greedy gaze sweeping the room until it landed on Su Yi. His eyes gleamed as he fixated on the Qinquan bag at Su Yi's waist, licking his lips. "Kid, I'm taking what's in that Qinquan bag." His brazen words and actions showed no hint of inquiry. Su Yi snorted coldly, raising an eyebrow. "You're taking it. And what will you use to claim it?" As he stepped forward, a faint pressure emanated from him, asserting dominance that I exchanged a dozen body-refining pills for this. "What will you offer in return?" Dongqing's expression darkened. How dare someone so blindly challenge him in public? With a contemptuous glance at Su Yi, Dongqing Zhu's eyes were filled with disdain. "You, a mere trifling figure of the Bitter Sea's third realm, dare challenge me? Even Boss Huan wouldn't easily offend me." The burly man, angered, trembled with fury, as if a full-grown tiger were roaring behind him at Su Yi. Su Yi took a step back, his face paling, with only one thought racing through his mind. This man is even stronger than Boss Huan. But when did Lin City acquire such a formidable character? "Dongqing Zhu, you are being outrageous." Su Yi could hardly withstand the intensity of the moment when Boss Huan's furious reprimand rang out, his feet firmly planted as he stood protectively behind Su Yi. A gentle yet potent surge of spiritual energy flowed into Su Yi, alleviating the injuries he had just sustained from the sudden onslaught. That in the presence of Boss Huan, Dongqing Zhu finally adopted a semblance of seriousness. Though his demeanor remained arrogantly relaxed, "Boss Huan, I previously informed you that you must reserve those high-quality spirit stones for me. You were the one who breached our agreement first, so do not blame me for being ruthless." Su Yi glanced at Boss Huan, who wore a grim expression, seemingly resolute, and murmured, "Do not listen to his nonsense. I never agreed to anything." Huang Yi cautiously approached, pulling Su Yi to retreat. "Quickly, we must withdraw. We cannot assist in a contest of such prowess." That Su Yi's hand gently caressed the newly acquired Qinquan bag at his waist, asking softly, "What exactly is this Dongqing Zhu? Does he often trouble Boss Huan?" Lin City is merely a small town on the fringes of the continent. How many experts could there possibly be? Su Yi had heard of Boss Huan's reputation, but what was the origin of this Dongqing Zhu? Who could subdue him? He had never heard any mention of such a figure. Huang Yi shook his head. "I do not know. Some say he is a family outcast, having lived among beasts since childhood, making him untamed and exceedingly vicious. It is best if we do not provoke him." Su Yi merely smiled, for everything he desired was already within his grasp. How could he be considered as provoking? In any case, it was unthinkable that he would relinquish what he had just acquired. While Huang Yi conversed with Su Yi, the atmosphere between Boss Huan and Dongqing Zhu had escalated to a point of tension. Point 2. Distinctly different spiritual forces clashed against each other, causing drawers above the stone wall to rattle. With many items crashing down like rain, be careful. Su Yi reacted swiftly, pulling Huang Yi aside just before a massive stone plummeted towards them. "Watch out above," Huang Yi shouted, instinctively reaching for his folding fan. But glancing around at the chaotic surroundings, he feared that using it might reduce the entire pawnshop to rubble. Su Yi's gaze hardened as he barked, "Break the hand. Break the step," with a strike of his leg. He forcefully kicked the boulder, shattering it into countless fragments midair. Huang Yi stared in shock at Su Yi's leg, swallowing hard. Divine power. Boss Huan surveyed the wreckage within the pawnshop, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Dongqing Zhu, do you truly wish to sever our ties?" Regardless of their past conflicts, they had never reached such an irreparable state. Dongqing Zhu shrugged indifferently, his gaze fixed on Su Yi. "You were somewhat helpful to me before, which is why I held back. However, now his words trailed off, but Su Yi understood the veiled implications that he instinctively touched the Chinquan bag at his waist, his eyes burning with resentment that he needed to grow stronger. Even more so, to ensure that no one would ever look down upon him or treat him as a soft target. Ding. A hidden quest has been triggered. Will the host accept it? Su Yi was taken aback that a hidden quest could be triggered at such a moment. Remembering the previous hidden quest, he licked his lips. Another challenge. Is it? Bring it on. Ding. Quest prompt. Assist the ancient pawnshop owner in repelling Dongqing Zhu. Quest reward. Repel within 3 strikes. Reward of 20 experience points. Complete the quest to gain 5 experience points. Chapter 10. Repel in 3 strikes. 0.5 experience points. Greed flickered in Su Ye's eyes, for it appeared this individual was worth more than the little chick known as Sun Yan. No one noticed the change in Su Yi. Huang Yi anxiously scanned the surroundings, hoping for reinforcements to arrive. Boss Huan's expression was grim. He did not want to completely sever ties with Dongqing Zhu at this moment. Yet it was clear that the latter had no such reservations. Dongqing Zhu raised a hand, pointing ominously at Su Yi, and with a flick of his wrist, Su Ye's body was uncontrollably drawn toward him. Kid, with your meager strength, you are not even worthy to be my opponent. Dongqing Zhu's gaze was derisive as he extended a finger, measuring whether he could easily choke Su Yi. So, hand over my belongings quickly. Or else, boom. With that, Dongqing Zhu slammed his palm against the side, and with a deafening roar, half of the pawnshop's wall collapsed. The tremendous noise startled Su Yi, and Dongqing Zhu relished his reaction. Did you see that? You certainly wouldn't want to end up like that, would you? Su Yi smirked, facing the overwhelming pressure from Dongqing Zhu, defiantly declaring, I indeed do not wish to, but you lack the capability. With that, Su Ye's figure suddenly flickered. A flash of resentment crossed Dongqing Zhu's eyes as he grew increasingly dissatisfied with Su Ye's bravado. His body trembled, enveloped in spiritual energy. Armored carapace, Su Yi moved with unparalleled speed, for at times, one must take risks to accomplish a task. Break the hand. Golden scales of the mother and child. Su Ye's feet moved swiftly, and the fierce gust of his palm rent the air, bolstered by the power of the mother and child ring. This strike was Su Ye's most formidable attack. You little bitter sea third realm. Just as Dongqing Zhu was about to mock Su Ye's arrogance, the fierce impact struck him squarely in the face. His expression shifted as yellow flames erupted from his arms, clashing against the force of Su Ye's powerful technique. Boss Huan, now's your chance, Su Yi shouted, vanishing once more as he swiftly circled behind Dongqing Zhu. He raised his legs, synchronizing with Boss Huan's reaction, delivering a powerful kick. Break the step. Ocean wave. The pale blue waves roared like a tigress roar, accompanied by a thunderous clash, perfectly complementing Su Ye's earlier strike. Gu Huan, do you dare? Boss Huan's expression turned icy as he forcefully pushed his arms forward, causing the waves to surge even more violently. You have repeatedly crossed my forbidden lines. What do I have to fear? Su Ye's break step had also reached its destination, and their combined effort left Dongqing Zhu weighed down by the force of the mother and child ring, rendered immobile. Should this hit, it would surely result in the fracture of 2 or 3 ribs. Crash! The waves surged forth, propelling Dongqing Zhu backward, visibly caving in his chest. However, immediately after, Su Ye's breaking step struck Dongqing Zhu's back with tremendous force, causing horrific protrusions to appear on his abdomen, caught in a double assault. Dongqing Zhu let out a painful groan, blood spurting from his mouth, that Su Yi had intended to seize the momentum and deliver another combined strike of breaking step and breaking hand, but was jolted back by Boss Huan's kick. Boss Huan? Su Yi glared at Boss Huan, his eyes filled with fury. At the same time, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, gaining 20 experience points and 5 reward points. That Su Ye's anger dissipated in an instant. Fine, Boss Huan's word is final. The reward had been secured, and he would not stoop to quarreling with such a lowly character. This individual was notorious for his cruelty and vengefulness. He must not be eradicated completely. While Su Yi had no need for an explanation, Boss Huan offered one nonetheless. That Su Yi shrugged, indifferent that I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he waved goodbye to Huang Yi and resolutely turned to exit, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Huang Yi, witnessing this, chuckled sheepishly, casting a timid glance at Dongqing Zhu before scurrying away. Within the disheveled pawnshop, Only the battered and cold-faced boss Huan remained. Jiyu Huan lowered his gaze, observing the pitiful Dongqing Zhu on the ground. You could have had more options. Why cling so stubbornly to your delusions? Options. Dongqing Zhu sneered, the icy malice in his eyes nearly palpable, struggling against the ground. He managed to stand. You have reached your current status only through the resources and support of the Gu family. What right do you have to lecture me? Gu Huan's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Dongqing Zhu. What? Did I strike a nerve? Are you left speechless? Dongqing Zhu, though at a disadvantage, still radiated an oppressive aura. That kid earlier, you seemed quite close to him. Gu Huan's expression shifted. If there are grievances, direct them at me. He is merely my guest. Dongqing Zhu, however, remained unconvinced. The more Gu Huan defended Su Yi, the more he felt compelled to target that insufferable brat. Did you not act as if you are of great importance? My motives for dealing with him stem solely from the fact that he took what he should not have. With that, Dongqing Zhu retreated, and just as Gu Huan was about to pursue, he was halted by a voice. Uncle Huan. In the distance, a man and a woman approached, with the girl playfully bouncing along. As they drew nearer, their expressions changed dramatically upon witnessing the disarray within the shop. Uncle Huan, has someone been causing you trouble? Gu Huan sighed helplessly, gazing at the retreating Dongqing master. Why have you come back again? He shot an irritated glance at the young man. It's one thing for Lanner, being young and playful, but you, as her elder brother, should have restrained her. Do you think this is just any place? The Beast Mountain is rife with danger. One slip could cost you your life. The two individuals were none other than Gu Yuan and Gu Lan, who had met Su Yi once before. Jiyu Yuan replied with resignation. Uncle Huan, you know Lanner's character well. Even the elders of our clan have difficulty managing her. How could I possibly have that much influence? Gu Lan chimed in, brandishing 2 body-refining pills given to her by Su Yi. Uncle Huan, you always say that. It's so dull. Let me show you something amazing. As she unveiled the 2 lustrous pills, exuding a fragrant aroma, Gu Huan immediately recognized them as the work of young Master Xu. It seems you have encountered Su Yi as well, he remarked. Gu Lan, slightly surprised, responded, Uncle Huan, you know Su Yi? She then glanced back at the pawn shop, realizing that Su Yi had indeed been here to exchange goods. Having watched Gu Lan grow up, Gu Huan could discern her thoughts with a mere glance. He had no intention of disclosing the matter regarding the Dongqing master, wishing to spare them unnecessary worry. In the future, should you encounter Su Yi again, be sure to befriend him, he advised, reflecting on how Su Yi had remained composed in the face of adversaries far more powerful than himself, even managing to strike decisively and assist in severely wounding the Dongqing master. Gu Huan recognized his potential for an extraordinary future. Jiyu Lan nodded, her interest in Su Yi deepening. What could have transpired to transform him from a mere waste into someone so formidable? In an open space at the edge of the Beast Mountain, Su Yi sat cross-legged, surrounded by interlaced trees that formed a natural barrier, but a faint oval light shield enveloped him, ensuring he remained undisturbed. Rubbing his hands together, he gazed at the box before him. Upon opening it, a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiated outward. He was certain that, without the protection of this light shield, it would have attracted numerous covetous eyes and ferocious beasts. Once I absorb this raw stone, I shall break through to the 4th realm of the Bitter Sea. Each realm seemed just a step away, yet the difficulty was akin to climbing to the heavens. Su Yi practiced diligently, never allowing a moment of respite. As his strength grew, so did his desire for even greater power to protect himself and those dear to him. However, forcibly absorbing the raw stone could be detrimental to his body. While the energy contained within was abundant, the impurities were equally numerous that, if not carefully controlled, it could lead to severe injuries to his meridians and organs, hindering progress for weeks or even years. Yet, the existence of alchemists made this world reasonable. The impurities primarily harmed the meridians and internal organs, but with the right protective pills, there was little to fear. Recalling the 5 reward points he had earned for repelling the Dongqing master in just 3 moves, Su Yi promptly opened the shop interface. Directly selecting the pill section, he was met with a dazzling array of options. Crimson Flame Pill burns away all impurities within the body upon consumption. Price, 3 reward points. Supreme Binding Spirit Pill prevents the enemy from using spiritual power for 3 hours. Otherwise, they will suffer a backlash. Price, 5 reward points. Water Spirit Pill moisturizes the body and alleviates toxicity. Price, 6 reward points. To be unlocked, how exorbitant, Su Yi lamented, realizing that even the cheapest option required 3 reward points, his hard-earned points evaporating in an instant. No wonder alchemists were so sought after. He vowed to become an alchemist himself if given the chance. He yearned for the freedom to create his own pills. In that case, I will choose the Crimson Flame pill. That I wonder how effective it is. Ding! Exchange for Crimson Flame pill successful. Remaining reward points. Su Yi looked mournfully at the empty interface, determined to become an alchemist as soon as possible, but he could not bear to see his hard-won points squandered for nothing. After the exchange, the Crimson Flame pill rested in his palm, radiating a searing aura. Su Yi took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy into the raw stone while simultaneously swallowing the pill. As it entered his mouth, a wave of heat surged from his throat throughout his body, igniting a sensation akin to being consumed by flames. The pain forced him to furrow his brow, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Damn it, did I mess up the sequence? Su Yi lamented inwardly, regretting not having absorbed the raw stone's energy first before taking the pill. There was no turning back now. He had to face whatever came next, with no extra reward points to redeem another pill. He focused intently on the raw stone, gradually channeling the spiritual energy within it into his body. If consuming the Crimson Flame pill felt like being scorched by fire, then the energy from the raw stone felt like a cool stream. The spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, cycling through his spiritual abode, and then the 8 extraordinary meridians, creating a sensation akin to a gentle, soothing stream. Pleasant and comforting, Su Yi felt no impurities at first, but his relief was short-lived. That as more spiritual energy entered his body, he began to experience pain in his meridians, akin to being toyed with at their roots, causing him to gasp. Damn it, this Crimson Flame pill is utterly useless, he complained, but he refused to remain passive. He examined his body closely, noticing that the flowing spiritual energy left behind some granular substances in his meridians. The next time spiritual energy flowed past these mysterious particles, it caused a slight stinging sensation. These must be the impurities, Su Yi realized. Taking a deep breath to ease the pain within, he began to activate the remaining effects of the Crimson Flame pill in his spiritual abode. The pill acted like a stubborn toad. It wouldn't do anything unless prompted. Once he channeled his spiritual energy, the pill's effects kicked in. Any spiritual energy that flowed into his spiritual abode afterward would undergo refinement through the Crimson Flame pill, eliminating the stinging sensation during circulation in his body. Su Yi sighed in relief. This reward point wasn't wasted after all. He wondered who had said the pill was ineffective earlier. Cultivation was a lengthy process, and with such a large raw stone, Su Yi could not absorb it all in one go. He continued until his realm stabilized at the peak of the 3rd realm of the Bitter Sea. Then finally ceased. Of course, he could not continue further. The effects of the Crimson Flame pill had nearly worn off. Unless he was willing to risk it all, Su Yi believed he should treasure his life. Gazing at the raw stone, which had diminished significantly, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. Even a dozen body-refining pills doesn't seem like too great a loss, but this stone is just too exhausting to consume. The impurities had occupied nearly 1/3 of the raw stone. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy extracted from it was far richer than what he could typically draw from the environment that Su Yi stood and stretched. The sound of cracking bones echoing around him, he felt invigorated, filled with energy, and began practicing a series of punches against the air. Just as he was engrossed in his training, he suddenly heard a series of hoarse roars from a distance. This sound, could someone nearby be fighting a ferocious beast? Su Yi's mind began to race. Feeling restless with energy and eager for a sparring partner, he leaped into action, swiftly reaching the treetops. There was wisdom in the saying that standing high allows one to see far. Su Yi surveyed the area and spotted a clearing where a fierce wild boar was surrounded by 4 or 5 young men clad in dark blue robes. "Brother, is it really necessary for us to go to such lengths for this low-tier beast?" questioned one young man. Impatience etched across his face as he brandished his sword, eager to take the lead. The man addressed his brother stood at the back, casting a cold glance at him. "If you think you're so formidable, feel free to try it alone." He then turned to the others. "Did you hear that? No one is allowed to interfere." The man, who initially merely voiced his grievances, now found himself ensnared in this predicament, paralyzed by the dilemma of whether to act or remain passive. His countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the youth. Brother, are you deliberately targeting me? Is it merely because of that useless Su Yi? Umph. How is this even relevant to me? Although distanced, Su Ye's prowess was undeniable, and he was particularly sensitive about his own name. The man's intense scrutiny of the elder brother led him to rummage through his memories. And indeed, he recalled that this elder brother was Yuan Song, the son of the head of the Yuan family in Linchenji, in Su Ye's recollection. Yuan Song had once shared a close camaraderie with his original self, both being disciples of the Tai Su sect. However, Yuan Song's fortunes waned when he was gravely injured by a ferocious beast during a trial in the Monster Beast mountain range, severely diminishing his innate talents. The Tai Su sect, known for its disdain of the weak, expelled Yuan Song, causing a considerable uproar in Lincheng, with many scions of noble families lambasting him. They were envious of Yuan Song's once illustrious talents and the adoration he had received. And so, in his times of despair, they relished the opportunity to trample upon him. Yet, at that time, Su Yi, undeterred by the potential reprimand from Duwa, descended the mountain to offer Yuan Song solace and encouragement, urging him to rise from the shadows and reclaim his former self. That it could be said that without Su Ye's support, Yuan Song would have remained a mere idle wastrel, devoid of ambition. Time has passed, and now Su Ye's circumstances mirrored those of Yuan Song from yesteryears. Reflecting on the past and witnessing Yuan Song's current defense of him, Su Yi felt a stirring in his heart. In this lifetime, to have even a few true friends who sincerely stand by you is a blessing worth cherishing. Yuan Song could not abide anyone uttering a word against Su Yi. With a cold expression, he struck the badger pig's rear, causing it to emit a pained squeal. The creature, standing where those who had disparaged Su Yi were located, did not possess the intellect to realize it was being retaliated against, and promptly turned, its front hooves scratching the ground vigorously. "What are you doing? I didn't hit you, are you mad?" the man exclaimed in panic. His earlier bravado evaporated upon confronting such a formidable beast. Why are you all just standing there? Can't you see I'm about to be attacked?" In his desperation, he looked around anxiously, yet his companions regarded him with increasing indifference. Although they had no strong ties to Su Yi, they had once admired him. Moreover, out of respect for their elder brother, who would dare extend a helping hand at such a moment. Su Yi, with pride, raised his chin. "See, this is the prestige of an elder brother." He eagerly anticipated witnessing the spectacle of this young man being upended by a pig. It would surely be a sight to behold. Who would have thought that the eldest son of the Yuan family would stoop to such despicable acts against his kin? And all for the sake of a worthless individual. Just as the badger pig was about to charge, a voice and an attack converged simultaneously. Toppling the creature, Su Yi furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing toward the rear of the youth. He had not even noticed when this group had arrived. The leader bore an expression of derision, clearly perceiving himself as superior to Yuan Song. Su Yi had no recollection of him, but the individual beside him was unmistakably familiar. Su knew. He had also come to the Monster Beast mountain range. While Su Yi did not know this stranger, Yuan Song was well acquainted with him. His gaze turned icy as he glanced at Su Nu. Instantly grasping the situation, Zhao Qing, after all these years, you still can't let go of the incident when Su Yi kicked you, can you? Upon hearing these words, the leading youth's expression darkened, resembling a tiger whose tail had just been stepped on. "What did you say?" "Repeat that if you dare." Su Nu intervened, restraining the furious Zhao Qing. "He's trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it." His words drew Yuan Song's attention, who cast a cold glance in their direction. Jealousy is indeed a terrifying force. Even among kin, it could lead to treachery. Clearly, Yuan Song was subtly mocking Su Nu for allying with Su Yi's adversary. Who knows what schemes they might be concocting against Su Yi? Su Yi observed keenly, realizing that Yuan Song was truly an admirable brother. Presently, the disparity between the two factions was stark, and with traitors lurking around Yuan Song, a confrontation would not bode well. Indeed, as Su Yi suspected, Zhao Qing was evidently cunning. Despite Su Nu extending an olive branch, he was unwilling to relent. Zhao Qing shrugged off Su Nu's admonition, his gaze rife with disdain. "You fear taking on the Yuan family. Worried they might retaliate. But I, Zhao Qing, am not a coward." Su Yi perceived that at the moment Zhao Qing uttered these words, Su Nu clenched his fist tightly, unmistakably furious yet managing to restrain himself, even resorting to sycophancy. Indeed, Young Master Zhao is fearless, yet Su Nu remained cautious, mindful of the Yuan family's standing in Lincheng, unwilling to offend them lightly. Zhao Qing, noticing Su Nu's cowardice, scoffed, "In a little while, the various families will compete. Do you really think Yuan Song's current state is enough to maintain the Yuan family's position in the city?" This was no mere squabble among the younger generation. Yuan Song clenched his fists, his gaze fiercely fixated on Zhao Qing. "Zhao Qing, you would do well to hold your tongue." Zhao Qing, unfazed, even provoked further. "What? Are the facts too hard for you to swallow? You, a wasted talent with your foundation shattered, will likely stagnate for the rest of your life." The fury on Yuan Song's face was unmistakable. "Very well, let me show you how this waste can bring you down." Chapter 13. You must show some sincerity. As Yuan Song finished speaking, his robes billowed without a breeze, rustling ominously that a powerful aura enveloped him, akin to a tempest, forcing those nearby to retreat in haste. Zhao Qing, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed an even more formidable surge of spiritual energy, crashing toward Yuan Song like a landslide. Before they could engage in direct combat, the clash of their spiritual forces was already enough to leave the onlookers in awe. Su Yi concealed himself in the shadows, observing their might. His brow furrowed. Su Nu was indeed skilled at rallying others. Although Zhao Qing appeared impulsive and unreliable, his strength was undeniably formidable. While Su Yi watched, he couldn't help but marvel at the fortunes of the wicked. Just as he was momentarily distracted, a dull thud echoed, prompting him to look up, but he saw Yuan Song stagger back several steps. Clutching his chest, his complexion a ghastly mix of blue and white as he glared furiously at a certain spot. "Yuan Ji," he gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear that scoundrel apart. "Don't forget your surname." Su Yi turned his head to find the man who had mocked him earlier, just setting his hand down. In stark contrast, Yuan Song's original opponent, Zhao Qing, did not appear to have engaged in the fight. Su Yi could easily deduce that this individual had long harbored resentment against Yuan Song, and had just struck under the pretense of surprise. Such a person deserved a profound lesson. With this thought, Su Ye's eyes darkened as he summoned his spiritual energy and struck a fierce blow toward Yuan Ji. Crack! The sound of breaking twigs drew everyone's attention. Yuan Song immediately became alert. "Who? Show yourself." Zhao Qing squinted, glancing at Yuan Ji after hearing the noise, yet showed no inclination to intervene. In a blink, Yuan Ji was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth midair. Bang! Yuan Ji's body crashed to the ground like a kite with a severed string, landing with a resounding thud that likely displaced his internal organs, forcing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. No one paid any mind to Yuan Ji's injuries. All eyes were drawn to a single direction. On high alert, Zhao Qing believed he was the first to sense the assailant targeting Yuan Ji, likely one of Yuan Song's allies, and without a second thought, he struck out. However, before his palm could reach its destination, a figure darted by, followed by the rustling sound of leaves, obscuring their view. Just as Zhao Qing felt a gust of wind brush past him, Su Yi had already delivered a kick right in front of him. Crack! An even louder sound echoed, the sharp crack of bone fracturing sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Zhao Qing's fate would undoubtedly be far more tragic than Yuan Ji's. His body skidded across the ground, carving a distinct groove until he slammed into a nearby tree, finally coming to a halt. PFF. Zhao Qing coughed up blood, the searing pain in his internal organs contorting his features into a grimace as he glared fiercely at his assailant. However, upon recognizing the familiar yet detestable face, he was momentarily taken aback. That's Su Yi. Then Zhao Qing whipped around, glaring intensely at Su Nu. "Didn't you tell me that Su Yi was a waste? Is the person standing before me now merely an illusion?" Su's eyes flashed with a shadow of anger, but he quickly restored his composure and shook his head, saying, "I truly do not know. I haven't seen him in a long time, haven't seen him." Su Yi insisted on dismantling his facade. "Just a few days ago, I beat your incompetent brother until he cried out in agony. You may not have seen it, but you must have heard about it, right?" Su Nu had not left his house recently, spending his days indoors. Thus, it was implausible for him to be unaware of such matters. Even Zhao Qing, despite his simplicity, should have guessed the truth that Su Nu was deliberately concealing it from him, treating him like a fool. Well, Su Nu, it seems you have indeed become quite adept." The fury in Zhao Qing's eyes was almost palpable. He had a higher cultivation level than Su Nu, and faced with his wrath, Su Nu felt overwhelmed. He took a few steps back and glared at Su Yi. He is still a disciple of the family. Cousin, why must you be so aggressive? He evidently forgot that it was he who had initially slandered Su Yi in front of Zhao Qing and the others. Ai, it truly is you. Yuan Song, who had been lost in nostalgia, finally came to his senses that he hurried to Su Ye's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe, noticing the abundant fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Su Yi. He realized that although he was merely at the third level of the Bitter Sea, he was still more remarkable than many younger members of other families. After the destruction of his spiritual root, the Su family had assumed that Su Yi had fallen into despair and refused to meet anyone. Even Yuan Song had made several attempts to visit, only to be turned away. It was laughable that he had thought Su Yi was merely in a bad mood. He later learned that the entire Su family had perished due to the oppression of the Su family. Now that Su Yi stood before him, gradually recovering his cultivation, one could only wonder how much suffering he had endured in silence. The thought made Yuan Song's gaze grow, increasingly sympathetic. Su Yi furrowed his brows, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. What did Yuan Song mean by that look? Before he could ponder it further, he was abruptly enveloped by Yuan Song's broad chest. Yuan Song held him tightly. Were it not for having seen Yuan Song steadfastly supporting him moments ago, Su Yi might have suspected he was trying to choke him. All right, I am not dead. Why the theatrics? Although Su Ye's words dripped with disdain, his eyes were filled with deep affection that he was genuinely grateful for Yuan Song's support. What does it matter if your cultivation has returned? You are still just a mere youth at the third level of the Bitter Sea. I was merely caught off guard earlier, allowing you to launch a surprise attack. What is there to be proud of? Indeed, the disparity in cultivation was of utmost importance. Zhao Qing's injuries, though appearing severe, had healed sufficiently in just a short while. However, he still felt a blockage when utilizing spiritual energy. Yet, this was not a significant issue, as he had plenty of capable allies willing to assist him. Zhao Qing cast a cold glance at Su Nu and said, I can overlook your deception, but you must show some sincerity. Su Nu's gaze darkened as he looked over at Su Yi. Zhao Qing's demand for sincerity was glaringly evident at this moment. However, Su Yi was still a member of the Su family. How the matter was handled was one thing, but to confront a fellow clansman in front of outsiders was another. This would not bode well for his reputation. What? Are you reluctant? Or were all those flattering words you spoke to me mere fabrications to deceive me? Seeing Su Nu remain motionless, Zhao Qing sneered mockingly, unhurried yet observant. After all, he had someone trailing behind him. If he did not understand him, how could he feel secure? Chapter 14. Jealousy, not only he. But Su Yi also recognized that Su Nu, despite his facade of superiority, would readily betray his own kin for a mere scrap of cultivation resources or status. As Su Nu's gaze towards Su Yi grew increasingly hostile. Yuan Song instinctively stepped forward to shield Su Yi. Su Nu, do you dare to strike your kin in public? Do you think you can escape unscathed? Although conflicts among clans over resources were not uncommon, these were internal matters. Regardless of the location, family cohesion and harmony were highly valued, and those who instigated trouble would face severe repercussions. Su Nu hesitated. He did not wish for such an outcome. But Zhao Qing clearly did not care about his reputation, that if you still wish to obtain the body refinement pill from me, you had better comply. Zhao Qing spoke in a voice barely audible to the two of them. Su Nu's expression changed instantly. The body refinement pill was a crucial item that could aid him in successfully crossing the threshold of advancement. He would not hesitate to grovel before Zhao Qing for it. Only by obtaining the body refinement pill and advancing to the 6th level of the Bitter Sea could he compete for a spot in the recruitment competition for the Shao Jianfeng. Even for that opportunity, he would have to sacrifice certain things. Su Nu stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on Su Yi. After a long moment, he extended his hand towards Su Yi, saying, I originally intended to wait until the family competition to contend with you. But it seems our fates have intertwined sooner than expected. As he spoke, his cultivation at the 5th level of the Bitter Sea surged forth, sending the fallen leaves around him spiraling away. He formally issued a challenge to Su Yi. Do you have the courage to fight me? Your words are indeed impressive. Su Yi stepped out from behind Yuan Song, a smirk playing on his lips as he coldly regarded Su Nu. What was initially a matter of harming a fellow clansman had somehow morphed into a family competition in his mouth. Ridiculously absurd. Su Nu's gaze toward his cousin was nearly suffused with icy malice. Those prime cultivation resources were rightfully meant for the two of them. Had it not been for Su Ye's sudden emergence, seizing their resources with his earthly spiritual root, he might have even become a model for the younger generation of Ling City. He was merely a younger brat. How could he live such a privileged life? It was one thing for him to bring glory to the family, but it was utterly infuriating that he ultimately had his earthly spiritual roots stripped away, reducing him to a mere waste. Fate had conspired against them. They merely sought to reclaim what was rightfully theirs from Su Yi, that if Su Yi were to die, they could still live in peace. But it was unfortunate that Su Yi was remarkably resilient, having been buried alive in a coffin, yet somehow still emerging alive. To Su Yi, you provoked me first, so, as your elder cousin, it is only right that I teach you a lesson. Su Nu had finally found his direction. As long as he maintained the identity of cousin as a weight over Su Yi, regardless of Su Ye's grievances or feelings of imbalance, he would have to endure. Naturally, Su Yi would not allow him to take pleasure in this. The reason Su Nu was able to act so arrogantly was solely due to his higher cultivation. However, one must understand that sometimes a minor difference in cultivation does not hold much weight. Very well, then do come and try. Let us see if you can indeed place your cousin beneath your feet. This statement ignited the fuse between them completely. Su Yi took a step back, yet his aura did not increase. Rather, it seemed to retract entirely. Faced with this cousin who had always been a favored child, Su Nu, despite his disdainful words, was tinged with a hint of caution. He had already displayed all his cultivation prowess from the outset. The violent spiritual energy surged forth like his current tempestuous fury, infused with a chilling, murderous intent that any onlooker could perceive. Yuan Song's expression sharpened. He promptly stamped his foot, and a protective shield arose from the ground, enveloping both him and Su Yi within its confines. That as the shield materialized, the murderous intent was repelled before it could draw near. However, the shield could not withstand for long. A more tyrannical force surged forth, crashing against it like a relentless gale, instantly shattering the barrier. Zhao Qing, who had been enjoying the spectacle, smiled and warned, "Young Master Yuan, the matters between these two brothers are family affairs. We outsiders should refrain from intervening." Zhao Qing. Yuan Song glared fiercely at Zhao Qing, noticing the smug smile on his face. That it was absurd to regard their feud as a mere family matter. The two were evidently two realms apart in strength, and given that Su Yi had suffered injuries recently, it was clear that Su Nu intended to eliminate him. Zhao Qing, however, paid no heed to Yuan Song's outcry. The pressure from his sixth level of the bitter sea bore down like a tempest, warning Yuan Song to stay at bay. "Yuan Song, you need not worry. I can handle this." As Yuan Song prepared to risk everything to show Zhao Qing his strength, Su Yi placed a hand on Yuan Song's shoulder, silently reassuring him. Even though Su Yi had done nothing, a single gesture or word from him was enough to gradually calm Yuan Song's agitated heart. Though his chest still heaved slightly from earlier anger, his gaze had already shifted away from Zhao Qing. That as long as he did not look at that infuriating fellow, he could think rationally. "Can you really manage? Please do not overexert yourself." Yuan Song remained concerned about Su Ye's condition. That Su Yi dismissed the worry, moving his wrist lightly. "Do not fret. My physique is robust and not easily broken." As he spoke, Su Yi raised his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze on Su Nu, whose complexion had turned pale. "This, dear cousin, is something you should be well aware of." Su Ye's words carried a suggestive weight, and a fleeting look of guilt flashed in Su Nu's eyes before he quickly masked it. Few knew of the events that transpired within the Su family, and who would risk offending the Su family for a mere waste. However, in this present moment, this wastrel has risen once more, a figure who was once deemed worthy of extraordinary admission into the Taisu sect. One wonders what capabilities he possesses now. Regardless, Su Nu's mind is consumed by a singular thought. It would be prudent to eliminate someone whose unpredictability could one day become an impediment. The others present can discern the shift in Su Nu. His murderous intent is palpably evident. Su Yi remains unfazed. Yet Yuan Song cannot quell his unease. He repeatedly urges, "If you find yourself at your wit's end, do not hesitate to call for me, and no matter the circumstances, I shall stand resolutely by your side." Su Yi glances at Yuan Song, recognizing the genuine concern reflected in his eyes, which brings him a sense of comfort. "Understood, but you should prioritize your own safety," he replies. With that, Su Yi propels himself forward, the fluctuations in his energy still subtle. Chapter 15. Hidden task. Su Nu furrows his brow. Quit your theatrics and reveal your true cultivation level. To acquiesce to Su Nu's demands is hardly in Su Ye's nature, but he raises an eyebrow and shrugs. Does what you say hold any weight? Your ego is rather inflated. This remark incites stifled laughter among the onlookers. The cause is simple. Su Nu's visage is indeed quite sizable, his robust physique accompanied by a face that surpasses that of the average adult, resembling a large pancake, an aesthetic that leaves much to be desired. Su Nu bellows in fury, for there was a time when Su Yi jested about his appearance, a slight that Su Nu has carried in his heart, awaiting the day he surpasses Su Yi in power to crush him beneath his heel. Now, that day has seemingly arrived. Su Nu's fists ignite with crimson flames, his arms flowing with an appearance akin to molten lava, evoking the illusion of imminent melting. Rock eruption. Su Nu roars, his fists crashing down upon Su Yi with great force. Su Ye's pupils reflect the rapidly approaching fists, his vision tinged with red. The overwhelming force of the strike carries an intense heat, igniting a sensation of boiling blood within him. The technique of rock eruption had previously been employed by Sun Yan, yet it pales in comparison to the current display of Su Nu's prowess that Su Yi scoffs internally. It appears Sun Yan is nothing but a buffoon. He hasn't even mastered a fraction of this technique. Are you stunned, boy? Unable to even dodge? As the fists draw near, Su Yi remains rooted in place, unflinching, prompting Su Nu to mock him. Any discerning observer could see that this rock eruption, even faced by Yuan Song, who was also at the 5th stage of the Bitter Sea, would require him to retreat. That Su Yi, at the 3rd stage, was destined to be reduced to mere pulp. Yuan Song, in a state of anxiety, wished to intervene, desperate to shield Su Yi from the impending strike. However, just as he moved, Zhao Qing restrained him with spiritual force, stating, "Young Master Yuan, do not act recklessly. Should I inadvertently harm you, I would have no way to account for it with the city lord's manner." His tone was rather irksome. Yuan Song, unable to save Su Yi, could only shout, "Get out of the way, Su Yi. You won't withstand it." Su Yi offered no reply, yet Su Nu interjected, "Get out of the way? I fear it is already too late." He gazed at Su Yi, his face contorted with a malevolent expression. That Su Yi, this is the price of your humiliation. With a thunderous crash, the fist descended, the searing heat akin to lava instantly corroding the ground, leaving deep rifts in its wake. The surrounding flames enveloped both combatants, leaving onlookers bewildered as to what transpired within. What is happening? Has rock eruption grown so powerful? Murmured several followers of Zhao Qing. The magnitude of this rock eruption nearly rivaled their young master's lethal techniques. Zhao Qing cast a cold glare at those behind him, who promptly recoiled and silenced themselves. As the flames danced, the scorching air emitted a crackling sound. Zhao Qing was taken aback, realizing that Su Nu had managed to cultivate rock eruption to such a formidable level unbeknownst to him, that if he were to face this technique head-on, his chances of survival would be slim. This cannot continue. Otherwise, Su Nu may pose a threat to my claim on the title of Xiao Jianfeng. Yuan Song's eyes remained fixated on the heart of the flames. Eager to discern Su Ye's fate, as the flames gradually dissipated, the scene within became clearer. The two stood facing each other, motionless. Not with Su Nu's fist having struck Su Yi, but rather their fists positioned in opposition, separated by a faint distance. Moments later, both men twitched simultaneously, retreating a few steps as if struck by the shockwave of their own spiritual energies. The crowd stared in disbelief, noting that while Su Yi remained standing, albeit pale, he bore no significant injuries. In stark contrast, Su Nu, after initially maintaining his composure, suddenly erupted with a torrent of blood, staggering backwards several paces. The disparity was glaring, and the spectators were taken aback. Su Yi, a mere 3rd-stage practitioner of the Bitter Sea, had withstood the full force of Su Nu's 5th-stage assault, and emerged victorious. The atmosphere fell into stunned silence, with each individual seemingly capable of fitting an egg in their open mouths. Zhao Qing was the first to regain his composure, his expression darkening as he glared at Su Nu. "You mean to tell me you couldn't even best a 3rd-stage waste?" Not only Zhao Qing, but even Su Nu himself was rendered speechless. He stared blankly at his bloodied knuckles, the skin torn and bruised. His fist had nearly struck Su Yi, yet the latter, seemingly devoid of sense, chose to stand firm rather than evade. And at the last moment, he had opted to take Su Nu's rock eruption head-on. At that moment, Su Nu found it laughable, mocking Su Ye's foolishness and arrogance. However, he did not anticipate that in the instant Su Yi raised his hand, his own fist would possess the ferocity of a tempest, that if Su Nu's rock eruption was likened to flowing lava, then Su Ye's unexpected counterpunch was the very source of that lava. When it erupted, its power was unparalleled and impossible to withstand. "Apologies, but I didn't intend to take it head-on," Su Yi remarked, as if just coming to this realization, his hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. He was well aware of the peril posed by Su Nu's earlier technique. Yet when he sought to evade, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered a hidden task. Endure Su Nu's rock eruption. Rewards: 30 experience points, 10 reward points." Faced with this sudden hidden task, Su Yi felt a surge of temptation that To absorbed the remaining essence stones. He required a Qi Yin Dan, and the allure of 10 reward points was irresistible. Without a moment's hesitation, he compressed his spiritual energy to its utmost limit. Bracing himself for Su Nu's punch that in hindsight, it became evident that the power of the palm strike, bolstered by the golden scales mother ring, was sufficient to intimidate any lethal attack within the 5th stage of the Bitter Sea. "What say you, cousin? Are you satisfied with this outcome?" Su Ye's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet he persevered, aware that engaging in a battle of this magnitude would inevitably deplete his own spiritual energy. Su Nu's expression fluctuated between fury and disbelief, publicly humiliated by Su Yi, now subject to further ridicule. Had it not been for the presence of the crowd, he would have lunged at Su Yi to exact his vengeance. Chapter 16. Worthless. Seeing Su Nu's demeanor shift, Yuan Song promptly stepped forward, interposing himself between Su Yi and Su Nu. "Su Nu, have you had your fill? To openly target your own kin is one thing, but to be so thoroughly bested by a junior, what face do you have left to present to your family and kin?" Yuan Song's words, steeped in the weight of familial honor, rendered Su Nu speechless. Denying him even the opportunity to retort, that Su Nu turned to Zhao Qing, the only individual present capable of restraining Yuan Song. Unfortunately for Su Nu, Zhao Qing's actions had left him utterly humiliated. Devoid of any inclination to support him, as they brushed past one another, Zhao Qing's voice was icier than frost at Su Nu. "The time you wasted will not be easily forgotten. You can forget about the body refinement pill as well." Su Nu's heart sank as he grasped Zhao Qing's arm, intent on demanding answers, only to be repelled by a swift blow. "Do not touch me, you worthless fool. Indeed, you cannot even best Su Yi. A mere waste. Do not associate with our young master. Utterly worthless." Each passerby directed scornful glares at Su Nu, as if he were the refuse of society. They had long forgotten that merely half an hour prior, they had been allies. Su Yi stood for a moment, his spiritual energy having recovered significantly. He regarded the forsaken Su Nu with a triumphant expression. "What is this, cousin? Are you not departing? Or do you wish to engage in a friendly spar with me?" Just moments ago, Su Nu had used words as an excuse. Yet now Su Yi has turned the tables, returning the sentiment back to him. This sensation is one that most people would find difficult to comprehend. Su Nu glared fiercely at Su Yi, his eyes filled with a hunger that seemed capable of devouring him whole. Yet he understood, as did Su Yi, that at this moment, Su Nu was isolated and wounded, merely a paper tiger. In the face of Su Nu's animosity, Su Yi responded nonchalantly. "Cousin, sometimes one must broaden their horizons and gaze beyond the confines of their own world." Su Nu clenched his fist tightly, retorting, "Cousin, you may have seen the outside world, but in the end, you return to the protection of your family like a dog." That Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Su Nu referred to the incident with Taishu sect. However, his expression did not mirror the anger Su Nu anticipated. "Cousin, are you attempting to provoke me? Such tactics are rather juvenile, are they not?" Not only were they juvenile, but they also missed the mark completely. It was the original self who had been stripped of their earth root and expelled from Taishu sect. Although Su Yi could sense the emotions of his original self, he was not so easily incensed. Rather, observing Su Nu's current predicament, still intent on retaliating despite his own disarray, was quite comical that Su Nu pointed a finger at Su Yi. Threatening, "You wait. My earlier lapse was merely a moment of carelessness. During the family competition, the true test will unfold, that I hope you remain as arrogant then as you are now." after delivering his harsh words. Su Nu left in disgrace. What else could he do but depart? To linger would only invite further ridicule from Su Yi. Yuan Song watched Su Nu's retreating figure, his brow furrowed with concern as he turned to Su Yi. "Ah Yi, perhaps you should reconsider attending the family competition." Su Yi interrupted, his gaze glimmering with determination. "No, I must go." He understood what Yuan Song wished to convey and cut him off. The pain and torment inflicted upon him by those individuals were something he eagerly awaited to reclaim during the family competition. How could he possibly choose not to attend? Perhaps sharing a similar plight in the past fostered Yuan Song's understanding of Su Ye's desire for retribution, prompting him to refrain from further protest. "Since we are so fated to meet here in the Beast Mountain Range, you are also here to hunt savage beasts, correct? Shall we join forces?" Yuan Song asked, his gaze filled with trepidation as he regarded Su Yi. He was acutely aware that Su Yi was in a delicate phase of recovery, making him particularly sensitive. Even the slightest act of kindness might be misconstrued as condescension. As expected, Su Yi shook his head. "I shall refrain. It is too perilous within that I will merely traverse the periphery." With that, Su Yi clasped his fists together. "Moreover, I am grateful for your words on my behalf. Yuan brother, this kindness will remain etched in my heart." Yuan Song waved his hands repeatedly, grasping Su Ye's hand. "We may not be blood brothers, yet we are closer than kin. Such words need not be spoken again." Parting ways, the two ventured in different directions. Yuan Song, accompanied by several disciples, pressed deeper into the Beast Mountain Range, their excursion driven by a specific mission. The savage beasts they sought to hunt lay beyond the outer realms that I thought I would witness a grand battle. Yet this is all. After the crowd dispersed, two heads suddenly emerged from where Su Yi had concealed himself. A young man and woman, both strikingly handsome. The woman shook her head in disappointment, while the man sighed. "They are all from the same family. One must at least show some courtesy. What else do you expect? If you're so curious, you can observe at the recruitment competition held by Xiao Jianfeng in due course." These two were Gu Yuan and Gu Lan, siblings who had recently emerged from the ancient pawnshop, tracing Su Ye's trail. They had stumbled upon the internal conflict entirely by chance. However, this fellow does not seem as formidable as you claimed. "Merely a third-realm cultivator of the Bitter Sea," Gu Yuan remarked, recalling Gu Lan's earlier assertion that Su Yi might be as powerful as she was. "Not even close," he concluded. "One cannot judge merely by appearances." Gu Lan countered, raising an eyebrow. "You witnessed the earlier scenario. This third-realm cultivator is no ordinary individual. To defeat a fifth-realm expert in a single blow is a feat that can be counted on one hand throughout the entire Lin City." Gu Yuan fell silent for a moment, compelled to concede that this aspect was indeed impressive. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yi, who was blissfully unaware of being followed, was eagerly claiming his rewards. "Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received 30 experience points and 10 reward points." Su Yi rubbed his hands together in excitement, watching the reward points on the panel soar to 10, his enthusiasm nearly overflowing that he found a secure location and promptly exchanged for 2 Qi Yin Dan pills. "Today, I must fully absorb the original stone and advance to the 4th realm of the Bitter Sea. Ding. Exchange for Qi Yin Dan successful. Quantity: 2 remaining reward points. 6 gazing at the crimson pills in his palm. Su Yi felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the Qi Yin Dan, a wave of scorching energy enveloping his entire being that he believed his previous method to be sound. He could only hope the potency of these 2 pills would not be too overwhelming. Chapter 17. Overstepping boundaries. It is often said that fear invites calamity. Just as Su Yi swallowed the Qi Yin Dan, a fiery sensation surged from his throat straight to his spiritual sea. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yi choked, beginning to cough violently, his face flushed and neck strained, nearly expelling his lungs in the process. Each breath release seemed to carry with it the intense heat of combustion, rendering it almost unbearable. What was he doing? In the shadows, Gu Lan and her brother observed Su Ye's peculiar behavior. Perplexed that Gu Yuan, however, began to discern the underlying cause. His reaction may be due to his attempt to elevate his cultivation by consuming a Dan pill. Dan pill, Gu Lan exclaimed in shock. This is reckless. The effects of Dan pills are notoriously potent and unpredictable. Even the alchemist may not fully understand their side effects. How can he be so audacious? Where are you going? Gu Yuan inquired as Gu Lan prepared to intervene. I must assist him. If this continues, he will surely meet his demise. Gu Yuan's expression darkened as he sternly addressed Gu Lan. No, this is his choice, and he must bear the consequences. Can he rely on luck each time someone comes to his rescue? Gu Lan paused, taking a moment to collect herself, ultimately understanding. She bit her lip. I was impulsive, yet her phoenix-like eyes remained fixated on Su Yi, concern flickering within them. Ji Yuan observed Gu Lan's reaction with a knowing glance before turning his attention back to Su Yi. This young man had evidently caught Gu Lan's interest. With his eyes closed, Su Ye's expression was one of sheer agony. His neck veins bulged, and the muscles in his arms were distinctly defined. Damn it, I have overreached. Su Yi believed he could fully withstand the effects of a single Qi Yin Dan, and that too would merely be an additive effect. Little did he know, he was on the brink of ruin. I must quickly absorb the original stone to suppress this. Only by hastening the absorption of the original stone could he mitigate the impact of the Qi Yin Dan's potency. With a clang, Su Yi retrieved the box containing the original stones from his Qingquan bag, slamming it to the ground with enough force to create a small dent. As he opened the box, a rich surge of spiritual energy rushed forth. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi began to draw this energy into his body, its essence intertwining with his own. Soon, the turbulent effects of the Qi Yin Dan began to dissipate, and the once scorching heat transformed into a warm, soothing sensation that compelled Su Yi to rise and let out a triumphant shout. This wave of energy is from the original stone. Gu Yuan squinted, detecting the dense spiritual energy that was far more potent than the natural energy dispersed in the environment. He turned to Gu Lan, who was equally astonished. It appears he merely consumed a Dan pill to eliminate impurities that if that were the case, it at least proved that Su Yi was not the reckless type. Otherwise, she would have lost faith in him entirely. To Ji Yuan, aware of her thoughts, remarked, absorbing the spiritual energy laden with impurities from the original stone is inherently a dangerous gamble. Whether it succeeds remains to be seen. Until the dust settled, one could not afford to be overly complacent. Yet little did they know, for Su Yi, who had already experienced this once, everything was merely a matter of riding the current. The abundant and fresh spiritual energy coursed through his body, seamlessly integrating with his original spiritual energy. Moreover, Su Yi discovered that the spiritual energy absorbed from the soul stone was even more refined than that which he had previously possessed, as if it had undergone rigorous tempering and compression, promising a more formidable explosive power in the future. As the luminous aura around him faded, Su Yi exhaled deeply, his complexion becoming rosy and radiant. Exuding a robust sense of vitality, that he rose to his feet and began to display a series of martial arts movements in the open space before him. Suddenly, a flicker of light and shadow darted past, moving with such swiftness that Su Yi could barely register a fleeting silhouette, accompanied by a cascade of flowing azure hair just ahead. I witnessed her pass by with my own eyes. I must pursue her without delay. I cannot allow this beast to escape. In the distance, a cacophony of voices mingled, rife with curses and shouts. That a beast. Su Yi recalled the fleeting form he had just glimpsed. Could it be that he was merely imagining things? How could he perceive that flowing hair and not conclude it belonged to a woman? Yet, such matters were of little concern to him. Just as Su Yi contemplated leaving, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. Figures emerged from all directions, and even the treetops were occupied by sentinels. That Su Ye's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to confront a young man, clearly the leader of this group, who was approaching with a menacing demeanor. Brother, what is the meaning of this? The youth inquired, scanning Su Yi with a fierce glare, disdain etched upon his features. What do you mean? Hand over the Pishio beast at once. Pishio beast. Su Yi was taken aback and replied candidly, I only saw a woman pass by just now. I did not witness any Pishio beast as you claim. However, while Su Yi spoke these words, he understood all too well that the Pishio beast was likely with that woman. The Pishio beast, small in stature with a fiery red hide and adorned with a tiny antenna atop its head, possessed the unique ability to absorb any toxin. Even in the vast expanse of the Monster Beast Mountains, the Pishio beast was a rare gem. Its scarcity meant that whenever one appeared, it inevitably ignited a frenzy of competition, leading to a bloody melee. The young man before him did not strike Su Yi as someone poisoned. Rather, it was that woman, her long hair tinged with a sickly hue, who likely needed the Pishio beast even more. You must know the woman, hence you are her accomplice, that if we capture you, we shall not fear her refusal to show herself. Su Yi was rendered speechless. What leads you to this conclusion? In the shadows, Gu Lan could no longer contain himself. They are clearly attempting to bully us with their numbers. This will not do. I must teach them a lesson. Gu Yuan, quick and astute, restrained him. Aren't you quite fond of Su Yi? Would you not wish to observe how he handles this situation? Gu Lan pondered for a moment, conceding the validity of this reasoning. However, she quickly shot Gu Yuan a reproachful glare, who said I admired him. I merely cannot bear to watch a talented young man fall victim to such treachery. Gu Yuan played along nonchalantly. Indeed, your standards are lofty. You find no one worthy of your regard. Amid their banter, the atmosphere had already grown tense. Charged with hostility, Su Yi surveyed the group before him with a mocking expression. You have the audacity to chase after a woman. How do you even show your faces? The leader's face flushed with anger at Su Yi's words that he pointed an accusatory finger. You dare play the hero. You should first assess if you are worthy of such a title. Chapter 18. Is it the Lin family I am thinking of? Su Yi remained silent, assuming a combative stance, signaling his intent without uttering a word. Let our duel reveal the truth. Spare us the trifling chatter. The opposing group was visibly infuriated by Su Yi's defiance, perplexed as to where this lowly cultivator from the third realm found his audacity to provoke them. Very well. The leader spat, stepping back and nodding to one of his companions. Linya, go and teach this brat a lesson. Show him the might of the Lin family of Ling City. As the young man spoke, he glanced at Su Yi with an air of smugness, clearly attempting to intimidate him with the weight of his family's reputation, hoping to instill fear that would compel Su Yi to submit. The Lin family of Ling City, upon hearing the name. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the group before him, noting their ostentatious demeanor, yet their skills and abilities fell woefully short of the Lin family's illustrious renown. Are you truly referring to the Lin family, one of the 5 great families of Ling City? Seeing Su Yi's inquiry, the youth appeared to recognize their family's reputation, though it seemed his bravado was a mere fade. The more he contemplated, the more the young man puffed out his chest, a prideful glimmer in his eye. Indeed, it is the Lin family you speak of. Ah, in that case, it appears there is no misunderstanding. That Su Yi suddenly broke into a smile, a sardonic curve of his lips accentuating his expression. The young man's countenance darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Su Yi. What are you laughing at? Do you realize that offending the Lin family leaves you without a place in all of Ling City? I am well aware, Su Yi retorted. Not only do I know of your family's propensity for protecting their own, but I also recall your esteemed eldest son, who was once kicked into a latrine as a youth and emerged covered in filth. Preposterous. Silence yourself. The young man's face blanched, his terror palpable. He glanced around nervously before stepping forward, lowering his voice to question. How could you possibly know that? This incident was indeed a result of their eldest son's own folly. He had foolishly sought to provoke Su Yi, aspiring to be hailed as the foremost youth of Ling City. Unfortunately, this young master had grown accustomed to being revered, believing himself to be a figure of significance, only to be unceremoniously expelled from the premises. Not only was his dignity shattered, but he had also been unceremoniously deposited into the latrine, losing both face and reputation in a fit of rage. Their eldest son had vented his fury upon all his attendants, who were subsequently beaten to death. Only he, being a collateral member of the Lin family, managed to escape with his life. Since then, this incident had become a closely guarded secret. Should it ever be divulged, the eldest son would be the first to silence anyone involved. Yet he had never spoken of it, and the eldest son certainly dared not disclose the matter to anyone else. Thus, only one possibility remained. Who exactly are you? It was only at this moment that the young man began to question Su Yi's identity. Apart from the Lin family members present at the time, there had been only one outsider, Su Yi. However, Su Yi had already been stripped of his spiritual roots, rendered a mere shell of his former self, that if not for this, the young man would not have struggled to deduce Su Yi's identity. Su Yi observed the young man's expression, guessing that he was beginning to connect the dots. Then he took a step forward, standing tall. I am Su Yi of the Su family in Ling City. As those words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted palpably, as though time itself had come to a standstill. The young man and his entourage stood in stunned silence, but Su Yi let out a disdainful snort, returning their previous threats in kind. What is the matter? Are you frightened? You? What proof do you have to substantiate that you are indeed Su Yi? He has been rendered a waste, devoid of any power. It was evident that Su Yi had become a nightmare for many. Ever since he had been expelled from the Taishu sect and stripped of his spiritual roots, the news had spread throughout Ling City like wildfire. Everyone had wished for him to remain in a state of despair, never considering that a former genius could still defy expectations. Yet, no one had dared to entertain such possibilities. They preferred to see Su Yi languish. Reduced to nothingness, do you still wish to inquire about the whereabouts of that woman? Su Yi needed not lift a finger or even exert any spiritual energy. His mere presence was enough to instill fear in his adversaries. The leader's gaze darted nervously, unable to meet Su Yi's steady eyes, as he was clearly haunted by the shadows of their previous encounters. Come on, let us go. What are we afraid of? Even if he is Su Yi, he is still just a third-realm cultivator. Linya, who had been eager for battle, urged the youth forward. The leader, Lin Chong, was the head of their group and had the closest ties to the notoriously temperamental eldest son. Thus, they had always supported him. However, should he become a coward, their loyalty would wane. Lin Chong shot Linyu a glare, hissing, "What do you know? Be quiet." Su Yi, growing impatient, yawned. "Have you made up your minds? Will you fight or not? It's a simple matter." The more he feigned calmness, the more it sowed discord among his opponents, leaving them indecisive. What a clever tactic! Gu Yuan marveled, turning to Gu Lan. "Your discernment is indeed commendable. Su Yi is a remarkable talent that in the face of a superior adversary, he remains composed, biding his time. A rare fortitude among his peers, the Ji Yuan had long since forgotten her earlier denial of any admiration for Su Yi. Hearing Gu Yuan's praise, she beamed with pride. "Of course, just wait and see. This battle shall not come to pass. He is not one to instigate conflict lightly." To Ji Yuan had become somewhat carried away with her own pride, even beginning to predict the forthcoming developments, as if she possessed an intimate understanding of Su Ye's character. Although her confidence bordered on arrogance, provoking adversaries who were numerous and formidable was not Su Ye's style. While he was indeed self-assured, he was not so presumptuous. Even with an abundance of untapped spiritual energy, the chasm between the realms of Ku Hai San Jing and Ku Hai Wu Jing could not be bridged with mere words. Linya, unable to tolerate the brazen demeanor of the individual opposite him, disregarded Lin Chong entirely and charged forward with a shout. Chapter 19. Meteor Fist, behold my meteor fist. Lin Ya's figure dove down fiercely, his right arm swinging forcefully, producing a series of piercing sounds that sliced through the air. Moreover, his right arm was enveloped in streaks of flowing light, resembling a multitude of meteors, brilliantly colorful, yet fraught with mystery and danger. Su Yi felt a fleeting blur before his eyes and nearly failed to defend himself, but he crossed his wrists, forming a milky white shield that deflected the radiant streaks. However, those meteors, akin to arrows, suddenly veered off course. Conforming to the shape of the shield and surging toward his back, Su Yi was taken aback. Damn it. This thing can even turn. He immediately pivoted to the side, enveloping himself in spiritual energy. His fists clenched, unleashing a ferocious roar in the air that if he could not evade it, he would endure it head-on. Had he lost his mind? Did he truly believe he could withstand this? Did he consider himself a practitioner of Ku Hai Si Jing? Gu Lan, upon observing Su Ye's actions, was equally astonished. Even she dared not confront someone of a higher realm directly, although he had previously withstood Su Nu's rock explosion and even managed to counterattack. Inflicting injury upon Su Nu, there remained the suspicion that Su Nu had underestimated him, intentionally holding back. Now it seemed that this was truly Su Yi's first genuine clash with someone a level above him. "Do not fret, Su Yi is not one to act without discretion," Gu Yuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Lan, his demeanor unperturbed, his tone unchanged. Moreover, he is a member of the Lin family. Should you intervene, it may adversely affect the family's reputation. Ji Yulan could not disregard the family's honor. Thus, despite her reluctance, she could only watch Su Yi silently, hoping he was not merely posturing in the desolate wilderness. The wind howled, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. Su Yi's facial muscles trembled violently under the onslaught of that meteoric spiritual force, his eyes bloodshot with crimson veins. Linya, noticing that Su Yi had yet to retaliate, and was merely enduring. Could not help but sneer. He glanced at Lin Chong behind him, a smirk forming on his lips as he mockingly said, "Brother Chong, did you see? This is merely a waste of space whose spiritual roots have been abolished. What is there to fear?" With a scoff, he continued, "I fear some people are so inept that they will spend their lives trailing behind others, flaunting their bravado. You." Lin Chong, enraged, felt his eye muscles twitching with fury. He glanced at Su Yi, who was still holding his ground, feeling a surge of bitterness and frustration that wasn't he quite formidable when dealing with himself and the young master. Why was he so timid now? Su Yi caught Lin Chong's gaze and suddenly raised an eyebrow, flashing him a smile that was that very smile that momentarily stunned Lin Chong before he realized Su Yi was feigning weakness to lure him in. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had caught wind of the subtle exchange between Su Yi and Lin Chong, furrowing his brow in confusion. That moment, Su Yi seized the opportunity. With one hand propping up his shield, he leapt into the air, executing a swift spinning kick, break step. Lin Yi, distracted, failed to notice until it was too late. He turned just in time to meet Su Yi's foot. Bam! Su Yi's foot struck Lin Yi's face, causing him to twist away sharply. Followed by a crisp crack sound, he fell to the ground, his bones misaligned, sprawling and foaming at the mouth, unresponsive for a long while. With a clean and decisive turn, Su Yi landed, exhaling deeply, having transformed from the underdog to the victor in the blink of an eye. De Jiulan, on the other side, breathed a sigh of relief. She had nearly been frightened to death by this lad. Heaven knows that in that fleeting moment when Su Yi had lifted his hand to support the shield, much of his spiritual energy had dispersed. Had the opponent chosen that moment to launch a strong attack, Su Yi would have had no room to maneuver, likely being sent flying by a single blow. He was indeed quite fortunate, the Jiulan mused, while Gu Yuan inquired lightly, was it merely luck? Without Su Yi's precise judgment and instantaneous burst of strength, this battle would not have been so straightforward. That Su Yi let his actions speak for him. Even with his spiritual roots abolished, he was not someone to be trifled with lightly. The remaining individuals were taken aback by Su Yi's sudden counterattack. They were acutely aware of Su Yi's reputation, and one by one, they hesitated to advance, but Su Yi raised an eyebrow at Lin Chong. "So, do you still wish to inquire about my path?" Lin Chong's expression darkened. He hadn't felt it before, but with Lin Yi turning back to look at him, he understood the implication of Su Yi's gaze that he had unwittingly become the fool. If Lin Yi were to recover, he would surely deduce that there was some collusion between him and Su Yi. Moreover, he could not explain why he had previously shied away from a challenge. He could not simply admit to having a psychological barrier against Su Yi. Nonetheless, the situation had escalated to this point. If he continued to be blind to the truth and oppose Su Yi, his fate would not fare better than that of the fallen Lin Yi. "Humph, you are quite something." Lin Chong's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth. "Lin Yi, we leave." Su Yi watched them depart, his expression shifting slightly from relaxed to serious. That he turned, his brows furrowing, and spoke softly, "Show yourself." Upon this command, the surroundings fell eerily silent, save for the sound of the wind. That Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "Not coming out. Are we?" With a swift motion, he waved his hand, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft cascade of sound. The Jiulan and her companion, concealed nearby, were taken aback. Then, Gu Yuan smiled, shrugging at Gu Lan. "It seems you are not the only one with keen eyesight." As he spoke, the two descended gracefully from their elevated position, landing lightly before Su Yi. "How did you discover us?" Gu Lan questioned Su Yi defiantly as she touched down, her tone inadvertently tinged with a hint of petulance. Facing someone he felt a fondness for, Su Yi maintained his icy demeanor. "I am not fond of being followed. Not even by those I may have feelings for." De Jiulan was momentarily taken aback. Unprepared for Su Yi's brusque attitude, which dismayed her, having been pampered since childhood, De Jiulan, standing nearby, relished the moment. This arrogant young lady was in dire need of a lesson in humility. However, explanations were still necessary. "We merely heard about you from the ancient pawn shop and wish to inquire about the body refining pills that Su Yi raised an eyebrow, showing no surprise upon hearing about the body refining pills. Since he had openly showcased them and even visited the pawn shop, he had not expected to keep it hidden for long. "So, are you here to purchase from me? Or do you have something valuable you wish to exchange for the body refining pills?" Chapter 20. The true stalker. Su Yi's expression turned frosty. "I must warn you, my prices are quite steep. I trust Boss One has mentioned this to you. Su Yi was testing the waters. These individuals belonged to the Gu family, and it was likely they would exchange information that if word got out about his possession of the original stones, it would not bode well for him. A guilty conscience often leads to apprehension. This principle was clear to Su Yi more than anyone else. Jiu Yuan and Gu Lan exchanged glances, both astute enough to grasp Su Ye's underlying meaning. Gu Yuan promptly declared, "Of course not. Uncle Huan is very particular about customer privacy, that we merely happened to come across those body-refining pills." Given this, Su Yi found Gu Yuan's words somewhat credible. Body-refining pills were rare in Lin City, and each alchemist had their distinct characteristics. The quality and hue of every pill produced bore scrutiny. Thus, an observant individual could easily discern whether a single alchemist had created a particular batch. Now assured that his treasured possession had not been leaked, Su Yi relaxed slightly. Nevertheless, he retained a lack of fondness for the two individuals who had trailed him. "That I no longer possess the items you seek. I hope that you will refrain from following me further." Evidently, Su Yi did not trust them to have merely coincidentally encountered him. There were no such coincidences in the world, at least in Su Ye's eyes. Anyone approaching him had ulterior motives. Having learned his lesson from his previous encounter with Duwa, Su Yi had become acutely aware. Ji Yulan's brows knitted tightly together, deeply displeased with Su Ye's manner of speaking. However, before she could voice her frustration, Gu Yuan intervened. That Su Yi, sensing the tension, waved his hand. "You two take care. I shall take my leave." In the blink of an eye, Su Ye's figure had vanished from their sight. Gu Lan shook off Gu Yuan's grip, glaring at him. "Why did you stop me? Even if he is Su Yi, it is still inexcusable for him to be so rude. We did not come here to stalk him." Although this statement feels somewhat disingenuous, their initial intention was indeed not to follow Su Yi or pry into his privacy. It was merely that Su Yi was in the midst of absorbing the primordial stone, making it inconvenient for them to intervene, that if one were to scrutinize the matter closely, they could even be seen as indirectly safeguarding Su Yi, preventing others or the savage beast from disturbing his cultivation. Gu Yuan patiently listened to Gu Lan's complaints before reluctantly reminding her. "Have you forgotten what Uncle Huan said about trying not to offend Su Yi and maintaining a good relationship with him?" Gu Lan remained silent. Though her demeanor clearly indicated that she remembered, she was simply momentarily incensed by Su Ye's attitude. "All right, let this day pass. That it is indeed our fault." Observing Gu Lan's expression, growing despondent, Gu Yuan comforted her. "Next time we encounter Su Yi, let us speak with him amicably, shall we?" Given the situation, pursuing the matter further would only make Su Yi more wary of them. Ji Yulan nodded. "Fine, but if he acts so arrogantly next time, I cannot be blamed for being merciless." Having finally placated this young lady, Gu Yuan readily acquiesced. All right, whatever you wish to do, I shall agree to it." On the outskirts of the Savage Beast mountain range, Su Yi continued to weave through the dense thickets. Each time he passed a location, he invariably left his scent, making it easy for others to track him. It was only when he gradually approached the heart of the Savage Beast mountain range that he finally halted. The surroundings appeared as if they had endured a brutal battle. Everywhere lay in disarray, with tree trunks several meters high cleaved in half, resulting in a barren landscape. Upon stopping, Su Yi stood still, as though awaiting something to ensnare itself. As moments ticked by, Su Yi grew increasingly impatient. He raised his gaze to the sky and suddenly declared, "If you do not reveal yourself soon, when night falls, this place will become the domain of those savage beasts." With his words, Su Yi seemed to extend an invitation. Showing no haste to depart, that A.S. expected, within the span of a tea break after his declaration, a graceful figure stealthily emerged from the bushes behind him. Upon hearing the rustling, Su Yi turned to meet the woman's gaze. She donned a fitted dress, and due to her exertions, her exquisite visage was marred with dirt, her hair disheveled. Yet the most striking feature was the small, entirely crimson savage beast cradled in her arms. No larger than a palm, peering curiously from her embrace with round, ruby-red eyes fixed upon Su Yi. "Are you not afraid that I might harbor ulterior motives towards this Pishio beast, yet you dare to approach me so brazenly?" Su Ye's tone dripped with mockery, seemingly deriding the woman's arrogance and her ignorance. The woman, tall and evidently exhausted, had her eyelids drooping. Nevertheless, her voice remained remarkably steady and cool. "You would not. Otherwise, you would have exposed our whereabouts back then." Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, He was aware that the woman had not fled far, but had instead collapsed in a small earthen alcove to rest due to exhaustion. However, rather than merely resting, it seemed more like she had resigned herself to her fate. If discovered, it would merely be a case of mutual destruction. Yet, the woman had not anticipated the sudden appearance of a knight to protect them, preventing them from falling into the hands of the Lin family. Who knows? Perhaps I merely wish to monopolize this Pi-Xiu beast. Su Yi shrugged, neither confirming nor denying her accusation. The woman did not strike him as particularly naive. After exchanging a few words, the woman suddenly coughed, and soon blood appeared. Even from a distance, Su Yi could sense her internal injuries. You have sustained internal wounds? This posed a significant problem that if internal injuries were not treated promptly and effectively, they could lead to lifelong ramifications. Gazing at the woman, whose lips were red and teeth white, Su Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Since you have followed me all this way, you must have something to discuss. What do you propose? Su Yi was no fool. It was implausible that someone would follow him for such an extended period solely to earn a card of goodwill. The woman bit her lip, causing her already pale lips to flush with a hint of crimson, suggesting she was reluctant to speak. That Su Yi raised an eyebrow. What is it? Do you expect me to take responsibility for saving you? Let me inform you, I am already taken. The mention of his beloved, Guanju, served both as jest and to lighten the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the woman visibly relaxed. No, I merely wish to ask you to help take care of this Pi-Xiu beast for a time. Chapter 21. Azure Radiant Soft Armor. Take care of this little creature. Su Yi regarded her incredulously and countered. Are you aware of what you are asking? Do you not think this request is rather unreasonable? To say nothing of caring for it, the mere act of Su Yi appearing with this Pi-Xiu beast would instantaneously render him a target for everyone. This was not about watching over a savage beast. It was equivalent to courting death. Impossible. Since this Pi-Xiu beast belongs to you, you must protect it yourself. That I have no reason to invite unnecessary trouble upon myself because of you too. Su Yi decisively refused without a second thought. The woman's expression dimmed instantly, but fortunately, she seemed to have mentally prepared for this, thus not appearing too disheartened. That I know you are absorbing primordial stones. I can negotiate with you using them as leverage. Primordial stones? Su Yi scrutinized the disheveled woman, a cold smirk forming on his lips. If you can produce them right now, I might consider your offer. The woman faltered, then bit her lip in embarrassment. Apologies, I cannot produce them at the moment. My Qinquan bag was stolen. That I knew it. Su Yi replied lazily, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. That I end this world, there are no such bargains. If you wish for me to shoulder risks on your behalf, you must present something sufficiently enticing. Su Yi had little patience for those who sought to gain without giving. It mattered not if the other party was a stunning beauty. After a moment of contemplation, the woman suddenly had a thought and unfastened her outer robe. Su Yi immediately turned away. Hey, what are you doing? We are in the wilderness. I am a man of principles and do not indulge in such antics. The woman ignored him, placing the Pi-Xiu beast on the ground and patting its rounded head. Stay here and do not move. With that, she had removed her outer robe, revealing an expanse of pristine skin marred by numerous small wounds, detracting from her otherwise unblemished beauty. Though Su Yi had turned away, he could still hear the rustling sounds behind him, which were even more stimulating than witnessing it firsthand. After a lengthy pause, until the sound of light footsteps reached his ears, he swallowed hard, closed his eyes, and abruptly turned around. That if you insist on this, I am not wholly opposed, but this does not constitute a condition for me to be swayed. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yi felt something forcibly thrust into his embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he found the woman had already donned her attire, and he was holding a piece of sky-blue soft armor. Having evidently been battle-worn, the armor was riddled with gaps, yet faint spiritual energy flowed through the breaches, preventing them from becoming weaknesses. What is this? Su Yi vaguely recognized it, but received a direct answer from the woman. This is the Azure Radiance soft armor, capable of withstanding a lethal blow from those below the 8th realm of the Bitter Sea. This is a treasure. Are you truly willing to part with it? Su Yi weighed the item in his hands. Its cold touch indicated it was of high quality, and it was evident the owner had taken great care of it. This was akin to a pill furnace for an alchemist or a sword for a swordsman. Su Yi found himself at a loss, unsure whether to accept it. Just as he hesitated, the woman suddenly bent down. Wait! Su Yi swiftly caught her. This is trivial. Why must you demean yourself? Based on her generous offer, It was clear she had an impressive background. Even within the city, no family could produce such armor. That I can agree, but I cannot be your lifelong caretaker for this. How about you give me a name? Su Yi had his own motives. This woman possessed formidable strength and an impressive background, so forging a connection with her could potentially spare him from future troubles. After all, while he did not seek trouble, it often found its way to him. Who would have thought? The woman bit her lip and shook her head apologetically. I am sorry, but I truly cannot disclose that. Su Yi sighed. Very well, I have grown accustomed to this. He spread his hands in resignation. You cannot share anything. Apart from this armor, you possess nothing else, correct? The woman was likely feeling a tinge of embarrassment due to Su Ye's words, unsure of how to face him. Nonetheless, the truth remained. Apart from nodding, she was at a loss for a more fitting response to Su Yi, however, was unconcerned. After all, he was merely safeguarding a Pishio beast. Having reaped the benefits, he naturally intended to fulfill his responsibilities diligently. I understand, rest assured. I will ensure that this little one remains unharmed. Sensing that it was about to be passed on to another owner, the small Pishio busied itself with winning over its new master. Nuzzling against Su Ye's ankle, as if it were trying to charm him, Su Ye couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, crouching down to tease it. Little fellow, why are you so joyful when you're about to be abandoned? The creature, still unrefined and unable to comprehend Su Ye's words, merely tilted its head in a foolish manner, gazing at him. The woman knelt beside the Pishio, affectionately stroking its head. Be good, my dear. You must listen to this big brother from now on, understand? The Pishio, of course, had no notion of her words. That it seemed to sense its previous owner's sorrow, attempting to nudge her with its antennae, striving to absorb her unhappiness. Yet, all of this was in vain. The woman squeezed her eyes shut, gathering her resolve before standing up. I will personally return for it in the future. During this period, I entrust it to your care. With that, she bowed deeply to Su Yi, expressing her gratitude. Her seriousness caught Su Yi off guard. All right, enough of these formalities. You should tend to your own matters, he said, waving his hand dismissively, bidding farewell to the Pishio's former owner. As she walked away, glancing back 3 times, filled with reluctance, she ultimately left without casting another look. The small Pishio, oblivious to its abandonment, was rolling about in Su Ye's embrace, seemingly quite content. This little creature is rather adorable. Su Yi mused, softening at the sight. That he lifted his arm to allow the Pishio to roll more freely. After a considerable time, as twilight descended, he draped his outer robe over the small Pishio and set off towards the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range. Just as Su Yi had indicated, when the sun dipped below the horizon, those beasts that had hidden from humans during the day began to stir. Chapter 22. A clash of beasts with each step. Su Yi encountered a brand new species of feral beast. They either strolled leisurely, roared in agitation, or searched for their prey, all appearing formidable and unapproachable. Su Ye's purpose for venturing into the monster beast mountain range was twofold: to rapidly enhance his strength and to hunt feral beasts, acquiring their inner cores to nourish his body and fortify his meridians. Only with a robust physique could he endure more of the world's spiritual energy. As night fell, the roars of feral beasts echoed all around. Alone, Su Yi moved through the dense forest like a specter in the night, cradling a fiery red little creature in his arms. Suddenly, a tremendous crashing sound erupted ahead, causing trees to tremble, leaves to scatter, and even the ground to quake as if a cataclysm were unfolding. Su Yi halted abruptly, furrowing his brow and closing his eyes to sense the commotion ahead. The roar of a beast echoed even more clearly, causing him to freeze in surprise. That sound was strikingly familiar. He had just heard it upon entering the monster beast mountain range. Back then, such a howl was artificially cultivated by Gu Yuan using medicinal pills, far more savage than ordinary wild wolves. The sound he now heard was even more ferocious than the one Gu Yuan had nurtured. Even the howl carried an overwhelming aura of slaughter. What terrible luck! I encounter those 2 siblings again. Su Yi muttered to himself, contemplating a detour through another path. Just as he moved, the Pishio, which had been quietly nestled in his arms, suddenly darted away. Su Yi hissed urgently, "Oh dear, come back quickly." Yet despite its short limbs, the Pishio was surprisingly swift. In the blink of an eye, Su Yi had barely spoken when it had vanished from sight, glancing in the direction it had fled. Su Yi cursed under his breath. This little troublemaker is as restless as its master. Despite his complaints, Su Yi promptly pursued it. The Pishio was documented in the Compendium of Feral Beasts, capable of absorbing toxins and possessing a keen sensitivity to rare treasures. Su Yi couldn't help but speculate, could the conflict between those two beasts be over something valuable? Shh, keep it down, we mustn't be detected. One voice whispered. This heaven spirit mushroom flowers only once every 100 years. Look, there's a small opening in the flower's stamen. Inside lies the fruit that is about to mature. One individual was brimming with excitement, while his companion appeared far more indifferent. And so what? What can a 100-year-old fruit do? Su Yi, lurking behind, overheard their conversation. Though his understanding of rare treasures was limited, as a traveler from another world, he recognized that anything aged a century must be of great worth. Indeed, another voice chimed in. You have already crossed the threshold into the fourth realm of the bitter S. Do you have any idea how anxious those of us left behind feel? Su Yi was taken aback. Among them was actually a master of the fifth realm of the bitter sea. Based on Su Ye's current cultivation, the fifth realm indeed represented an insurmountable challenge. Occasional sneak attacks might yield some success. But in a desperate struggle, his meager spiritual energy would be utterly insufficient to match his opponent. To his surprise, there were indeed many experts on the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range. First, there were the Zhao, Su, and Lin families alongside the Gu and Yuan families, with whom he currently had favorable relations. He had nearly encountered all 5 major families of Lin City. Now another master of the fifth realm had appeared. With the identity and background of this individual still unclear, Su Yi wished to avoid conflict and suppressed his aura to the utmost. Yet, even that momentary lapse was keenly sensed by the other party. Keep it down. It seems we've been discovered, one warned in a hushed tone, laced with frustration toward his companion. If only your mouth could stay quiet for once, it would save me a great deal of trouble. Ah, really? So soon? The other replied, incredulous. Even you nearly missed him. That means he's quite formidable. Definitely stronger than me, as I didn't even sense his presence. Why don't we take the initiative to reveal ourselves and negotiate with him? Waiting for these 2 feral beasts to exhaust themselves isn't a solution. What if we attract more who covet this treasure? Though they endeavored to lower their voices, the proximity allowed Su Yi to hear them clearly. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, prompting both to immediately notice him. Who goes there? They exclaimed in unison, rising to face Su Ye's direction and no longer concealing himself. Su Yi stepped into the moonlight, his tall and handsome figure clad in black, complemented by a cream-colored robe that made him appear radiant and captivating amidst the night. Wow! The loquacious one exclaimed, starry-eyed. Hey there, you look great. Right up my alley. Under the gentle moonlight, Su Yi could clearly see the two before him. The talkative one seemed adept at socializing, his eyes squinting to mere slits when he smiled. The other, equally handsome, regarded Su Yi with a detached gaze, devoid of any emotion. Yet he sighed in apparent exasperation as the chatterbox spoke. Su Yi wasn't sure if it was merely his perception, but the more he observed, the more it seemed true. Not one to shy away, he flashed a grin and waved at them. What a coincidence. I came over after hearing the commotion from those 2 feral beasts. His words implied that he held no interest in the so-called heaven spirit mushroom, which earned him the respect of the talkative one, who immediately introduced himself. Hello, I'm Xiao Bang, and this is Zheng Xiang. Don't be fooled by his silence. He talks more than I do when you're familiar with him, so you shot a knowing glance at Zheng Xiang. Is that so? I get the impression that your words are reserved for specific individuals. Really? Xiao Bang inquired, his curiosity piqued as he turned to Zheng Xiang, as though discovering something new about him. Xiang, do you only speak to certain people? Zheng Xiang sighed, nearly rolling his eyes, his hand poised to pat Xiao Bang's head, but halted by the presence of Su Yi. Don't follow others blindly. You won't even realize when you're being led by the nose. Xiao Bang stared at Zheng Xiang, momentarily stunned, before glancing back at the smiling Su Yi. Chapter 23. The Chatterbox. Oh, I see now that I'll keep my mouth shut then. Haha, Su Yi laughed heartily. Xiao Bang, you're quite amusing. I truly enjoy making friends with someone like you. With a warm and enthusiastic call, he beckoned Su Yi over. Come, come. While he looks down on you, I do not. Shall we act together? Zheng Xiang swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself between Xiao Bang and Su Yi. Casting a cold glance at Su Yi, he warned, You would do well to keep your distance from us. Xiao Bang, noticing the displeasure on Zheng Xiang's face, dared not overstep any further. Gesturing to Su Yi, indeed, you should leave. Our paths diverge, and we are not meant to collaborate. Su Yi grasped the situation. Although Xiaobang was talkative and amiable, his true capacity for handling matters paled in comparison to Zheng Xiang's. He disregarded Xiaobang and instead addressed Zheng Xiang. It is precisely because our paths diverge that we can come together. This way, we can avoid much unnecessary trouble. However, Zheng Xiang had no intention of allowing Su Yi to continue. He coldly rejected, "No need, we require no assistance." His words left no room for negotiation. Su Yi shrugged in resignation, spreading his hands. "Very well. Since you insist, I shall not press further." His lack of persistence took Zheng Xiang by surprise. Zheng's gaze flickered, seemingly pondering Su Yi's motives for such a retreat, yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. Though Su Yi had indeed walked away, he did not venture far, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far from the two. While he had been engaged in conversation, he had also discreetly surveyed the surroundings, attuning himself to any signs of the elusive little Pixiu. The reason for Su Yi's sudden withdrawal stemmed from his awareness of the Pixiu's presence. To his astonishment, two ferocious beasts were engaged in a brutal struggle nearby, and the small creature had boldly approached the vicinity of the rare Tiandi Tongji. Its eager demeanor suggested a keen interest in the soon-to-ripen fruit. This was the first time Su Yi had heard that Pixiu could be so gluttonous. The scent reached him from a considerable distance, and the creature showed no regard for danger in its quest to consume the fruit. Such audacity, coupled with a lack of self-awareness, likely explained the rarity of the Pixiu. Su Yi observed the two savage beasts closely, identifying one as a dual-gilled white tiger and the other as a silver wolf. Both of which belonged to the century class of savage beasts. That it was well known that in the lower realms, savage beasts were categorized by their age. The longer their lifespan, the more ferocious and formidable they became, capable of spiritual awareness. Some beasts aged 10,000 years could even transform into human forms. That a 10-year-old beast corresponded to the human realm of suffering, while a 100-year-old beast equated to the cave heaven realm, and so forth. Each major age milestone represented a qualitative leap for these creatures. Now, Su Yi was faced with two century-class savage beasts, akin to two human beings at the cave heaven level. And this was merely the periphery of the monster beast mountain. Su Yi found it curious that the outskirts typically housed beasts not exceeding 10 years of age. This was precisely why various families felt secure allowing their younger members to venture forth for training. Otherwise, who would wish to send their kin to certain doom? What peculiarities could a mere century-old Tiandi Tongji grass possess? Su Yi pondered aloud, recognizing that medicinal herbs and savage beasts belonged to entirely different realms. Even some millennial-old herbs likely lacked true intelligence, and 10,000-year-old specimens were incapable of transformation. Amidst Su Yi's musings, the battle between the two savage beasts escalated to a fever pitch, from the anguished howls and cries. It became evident that the silver wolf had fallen into a precarious position. The dual-gilled white tiger roared, its claws raking the earth, creating a deep trench before it leaped with ferocity onto the silver wolf's abdomen. With a sickening sound, its sharp claws pierced the wolf's fragile belly, causing its entrails to spill forth. A scene that could only be described as brutal, that Su Yi couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea at the sight of such savagery. The dual-gilled white tiger exhibited a level of ferocity that was truly staggering. The silver wolf emitted a mournful howl, a lingering sound reminiscent of a desperate yearning for life from within a coffin. Su Yi felt a pang of sympathy. It was akin to a being buried alive, longing for survival. With the silver wolf now lifeless, only the dual-gilled white tiger remained. As Su Yi glanced at Zheng Xiang, who was clearly preparing to charge. They now faced a cave heaven-level savage beast, and their only chance of success lay in striking decisively while it was off guard. Savage beasts were notorious for harboring grudges. Failure to eliminate it in one blow would surely invite endless trouble. That Su Yi remained still, surveying the situation. If Zheng Xiang could vanquish the dual-gilled white tiger, he would seize the Tiandi Tongji, and he would also have the opportunity to capture the little creature. However, whether the two would suddenly decide to contend with him for the Pixiu was uncertain. "Brother Qing, look! That is the Tiandi Tongji fruit," exclaimed a voice. "Miss Shuang is on the verge of breaking through to the fourth realm. This Tiandi Tongji fruit will surely aid her." Just as Zheng Xiang was about to act, a loud exclamation interrupted. It was evident that others had also set their sights on the Tiandi Tongji fruit. Su Ye's expression darkened. Zhao Qing, it was him again. That same troublesome figure had appeared once more. He glanced at Zheng Xiang, whose movements had faltered, and felt a sense of foreboding. Setting aside the other man's decision-making, this moment of hesitation had already cost them the chance to claim the Tiandi Tongji fruit. Su Yi sighed when suddenly a crisp sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Hidden task activated. Does the host wish to accept? Su Yi licked his lips. He could guess the task's relation to the current situation. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he looked toward Zhao Qing and the others, eagerly responding, yes, ding. Host has confirmed acceptance of the task. Task is loading. Ding. Task prompt. Seize the Tiandi Tongji fruit. Task reward. Successfully obtaining the Tiandi Tongji fruit grants 30 experience points. Earn 10 reward points. Su Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement, but he glanced at the severely injured dual guild white tiger, which was gasping for breath and exhaling white mist, and then at the approaching Zhao Qing, realizing that the situation was unavoidable. Yet, Su Yi felt no inclination to retreat. Their previous grievances had made him view Zhao Qing with disdain. If I can snatch away what he desires right before his eyes, it would surely infuriate him. With this thought, Su Yi cast a glance at the troubled Xiaobang and the still aloof Zheng Xiang. The task was enticing, yet it came at the expense of their efforts. Having waited in vain for so long. With that in mind, Su Yi charged forward, not toward the dual guild white tiger, but with a straightforward aim, to seize the Tiandi Tongji fruit and the little Pixiu. Then make his escape. With so many individuals present, it was uncertain whom the already injured dual guild white tiger might attack, that Su Yi moved with lightning speed, enhanced by his swift strides, resembling a shooting star. However, he was still somewhat outpaced by the silver wolf that had previously dashed through the forest. Under normal circumstances, the dual guild white tiger would have been able to react in time and swat Su Yi down with a single paw. Yet, having sustained injuries from its earlier battle with the silver wolf, the tiger lacked the strength to fend off any intruders. Su Yi seized the fleeting moment. While everyone else remained oblivious, he became a streak of brilliance. Snatching the desired items and fleeing, that he grasped the little Pixiu, which was sniffing around the Tiandi Tongji fruit, and simultaneously uprooted the fruit itself. However, during his hasty retreat, he was obstructed by a thick tree trunk that Zhao Qing had felled in his path. The trunk crashed down with a thud, sending a cloud of dust into the air and causing Su Yi to cough uncontrollably. Quickly regaining his composure, Su Yi realized that if this path was blocked, he would have to find another route. However, this brief delay allowed Zhao Qing to close in on him. Facing that detestable visage, Zhao Qing's face quivered with rage as he spat. Ah, Su Yi, it's you again. Are you intent on ruining my plans once more, with no way to evade? Su Yi opted to confront the situation head-on. He stepped back, widening the gap between himself and Zhao Qing, while tucking the little Pixiu into the ample folds of his sleeve. You are misjudging me. When have I ever thwarted your endeavors? Zhao Qing opened his mouth to retort, but upon recalling Su Ye's cunning nature and his connection to the Su family, he begrudgingly swallowed his words. What good is your silver tongue? You are but a solitary figure now. Do you truly believe that as a mere practitioner in the realm of suffering, you can defeat me, a practitioner of the sixth realm? Of course not, Su Yi replied with a nonchalant tone, glancing over Zhao Qing's shoulder. However, I do have companions. Kindly turn around. Zhao Qing smirked, his expression insincere to a faint. You think to deceive me, his tone dripped with mockery. Su Yi, have you truly fallen so low as to resort to such petty tricks? As Zhao Qing's voice faded, something struck fiercely against his back, causing him to stagger forward, that Su Yi sidestepped to avoid him. Expressing gratitude to Zheng Xiang, who was brandishing a stone. Thank you. I always believed we could collaborate. Zheng Xiang's expression turned icy as he manipulated the stone hovering in the air, his gaze chilling enough to instill fear. Hand over the item, he commanded. Just then, Su Yi received a notification from the system. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the task and successfully seized the Tiandi Tongji. Rewards, 30 experience points, 10 reward points. All right, no problem. Su Yi responded, reaching into his sleeve and forcefully extracting the Tiandi Tongji from the mouth of the little Pixiu, which still lacked its baby teeth. However, he might have pulled too hard, leaving only a solitary fruit while the remaining leaves and stems had been reduced to tatters by the Pixiu's antics. Well, it's a bit damaged, but I assure you, the fruit is perfectly fine. Su Yi smiled at Zheng Xiang, offering him the Tianyi Tong Jiguo. Here you go. Did I wish Xiao Bang a smooth breakthrough? That you're just giving it to me? Su Ye's straightforwardness caught Zheng Xiang off guard. He instinctively regarded Su Yi with suspicion, scanning him from head to toe. What do you want? He inquired, then glanced at the ever-watchful Zhao Qing. Do you want us to help you deal with the young master of the Zhao family? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Zheng Xiang's implication. It wasn't until someone nearby moved, attempting a sneak attack, that he realized what was happening. That he swiftly sidestepped, thwarting Zhao Qing's ploy, and while countering the attacks. He called out to Zheng Xiang, "You don't need to worry about me. I'll find a way to extricate myself soon." Did I end truth? Su Yi was uncertain if he had a plan, but he couldn't afford to be distracted at this moment. Zhao Qing seemingly had no intention of revealing his full strength in this location, and thus was not engaging him seriously. Nevertheless, Su Yi found it challenging to fend off Zhao Qing's relentless assault. With his insufficient spiritual energy, he was already at a disadvantage. Being the favored scion of the Zhao family, Zhao Qing undoubtedly possessed superior techniques and skills, his moves as numerous as the stars in the sky. Su Yi could only rely on a handful of techniques, making it exceedingly difficult for him to cope. That in the blink of an eye, he had shifted from dodging to being forced into a defensive stance. Yet, each counterattack drained more of his spiritual energy, worsening his predicament. To make matters worse, several of Zhao Qing's henchmen were lurking nearby, eagerly waiting for an opportunity to demonstrate their prowess, which naturally hinged on subduing Su Yi. Zheng Xiang, observing Su Yi's perilous situation, glanced at the Tianyi Tong Jiguo in his hand. He now understood that Su Yi had a pre-existing grudge with these individuals. Otherwise, if they were after the Tianyi Tong Jiguo, they would have attacked him by now. Zheng Xiang realized he couldn't leave Su Yi to face this alone, but considering Zhao Qing's identity, he ultimately decided to take the Tianyi Tong Jiguo to find Xiao Bang, whom he had concealed nearby. Why have you returned alone? Where's brother Su? Xiao Bang, unable to contain himself, had eagerly awaited Zheng Xiang's return, only to find him alone. Immediately, he darkened his expression. The more cheerful someone usually appeared, the more fearsome they looked when angered. Despite his habitual jovial demeanor, Xiao Bang exuded an innate nobility that signified he was no ordinary individual. Seeing his serious face, even the typically stoic Zheng Xiang felt a twinge of anxiety. At this juncture, considering his sensitive identity and esteemed status, we should avoid making enemies, Zheng Xiang cautioned Xiao Bang, recalling Su Yi's words and conveying them verbatim. Su Yi is capable of handling his own affairs. He knows how to escape, and our involvement would only hinder him. Chapter 25. United against the enemy, however, the usually easygoing Xiao Bang suddenly grew exceptionally obstinate. His double eyelids drooping, he remained silent yet emanated an unyielding authority. Zheng Xiang, why are you following me? Zheng Xiang was taken aback, then lowered his head. It was when I was a child that a gang of beggars surrounded me. You saved me and granted me a life. Though his words were brief, Zheng Xiang grasped the essence of Xiao Bang's sentiment, but he immediately turned and stepped into the fray between Su Yi and Zhao Qing. That Su Yi was taken aback at Zheng Xiang's return. Raising an eyebrow in surprise while Zheng Xiang maintained a stony silence, that Su Yi discerned that Zheng Xiang was not acting of his own volition, and he subtly signaled his thanks to Xiao Bang. Yet he turned to Zheng Xiang and whispered, "You should leave. Su Yi will remember this kindness, but now is not the time for you to be involved." Su Yi spoke earnestly, his tone grave, devoid of any hint of jest. Zheng Xiang paused, then furrowed his brow in refusal. That I made a promise to him. I will not leave. With that, he drew the long sword from his back and lunged fiercely at Zhao Qing. The dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. With Su Yi now excluded from the confrontation, that he felt a sense of helplessness. Zheng Xiang's stubbornness was, at times, quite troublesome. Faced with a formidable opponent like Zhao Qing, who thrived in numbers, Su Yi understood that engaging them head-on would only lead to his own ruin. Thus, he had never considered a direct confrontation. His previous actions were merely a fade to incite their fury and elicit a mistake. Zhao Qing, while somewhat intelligent, had a volatile temperament. With a little provocation, he would quickly reveal his true nature. Su Yi's audacity in provoking him stemmed from this very factor. The angrier Zhao Qing became, the more opportunities Su Yi would have to exploit his weaknesses and face him alone amidst the chaos of his wrath. Dealing with an irrational individual was, indeed, quite simple. Yet, regardless of how well Su Yi had plotted, Zheng Xiang's interference disrupted his plans. Upon witnessing Zheng Xiang quickly falling into a disadvantage, struggling against Zhao Qing with nothing but a long sword, Su Yi sighed and stepped forward. "Disarm," he shouted, unleashing a powerful gust of wind aimed at Zhao Qing's vulnerable back. Although Su Yi was merely at the third level of the Bittersea realm, Zhao Qing had previously witnessed his prowess and dared not underestimate him. In a swift maneuver, Zhao Qing spun midair, catching Zheng Xiang's blade between his fingers while simultaneously countering Su Ye's attack with a gust of wind. Under normal circumstances, his skill level would have sufficed. However, an unexpected twist occurred. Just as he thought victory was within his grasp, he flashed Su Yi a derisive smirk that, "Is this all you've got? Is this the extent of your skills?" Unfazed by his two basic techniques, Su Yi wore a smile, adopting an expectant demeanor. Zhao Qing frowned, sensing something amiss, yet unable to discern what hidden trump cards Su Yi might possess. Just then, Su Yi made his move. Crossing his arms, two circular objects with a fiery red aura shot forth from his wrists. The rings intertwined in midair, producing a faint sound of slicing through the air. Zhao Qing's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily attempted to withdraw his hand. But it was too late. Sensing Zhao Qing's intention to flee, Zheng Xiang swiftly altered his technique, slicing through Zhao Qing's fingers with his sword. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as two severed fingers flew through the air, landing amidst the carpet of fallen leaves. Yet that was not the end of it. The Golden Scales Mother Ring, having unleashed its incredible speed, reached Zhao Qing in an instant. The two forces collided with a resounding crash. Boom! Pft! Crack! Various sounds mingled in an instant, as a powerful gust of wind sent leaves swirling around them. Brother Zhao, young master. Su Yi and Zheng Xiang retreated simultaneously, melding into the chaos of the leaves as Zhao Qing's followers panicked. Once the dust settled, a figure lay sprawled on the ground, mouth agape, tongue lolling, surrounded by a pool of blood, his chest visibly caved in. Though the Golden Scales Mother Ring was not lethal, the explosive force it unleashed was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. Even Zhao Qing, at the 6th level of the Bittersea realm, was severely affected. What are you waiting for? Hurry and carry young Master Zhao back to the Zhao residence. This matter must be reported to the Zhao family patriarch. It has nothing to do with us. Amidst the startled exclamations of their companions, Su Yi and Xiao Bang had already ventured far away. The trio traveled together, oblivious to their destination, and before they knew it, they had exited the Beast Mountain range that Su Yi was the first to halt, not due to fatigue, but because a small creature had unexpectedly tumbled out of his Qianquan sleeve that it rolled like a little ball, curling itself into a tight bundle, with only a single antenna swaying above to absorb toxins. Eek! Perhaps it had hurt itself in the fall, for the little creature let out a pitiful cry, successfully capturing Su Ye's attention. Xiao Bang and Zheng Xiang also stopped immediately, astonished as they gazed at the small being that Su Yi had drawn into his embrace. Could it be the legendary Pixiu beast? Xiao Bang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the rotund creature, admiration and affection nearly spilling over. "We should leave this place for now," Zheng Xiang interjected, interrupting Su Yi, who had just opened his mouth. "That dual-gilled white tiger may very well track us down by the scent of the heaven and earth tongji fruit." Su Yi gave Zheng Xiang a meaningful glance before responding to Xiao Bang. "Indeed, we are not yet entirely safe." That he scanned their surroundings and suggested, "How about we split up? It would make us less conspicuous. Otherwise, if that large group comes after us, we three will be utterly defenseless." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bang looked at Su Yi with a quizzical expression, prompting Su Yi to sheepishly touch his nose. "Young Master Su, do you think I am so easily deceived? Splitting up merely indicates that you fear they may covet this Pixiu beast and wish to flee." Su Yi forced an awkward smile. "What are you saying? I believe you are simply fatigued and confused. You are astute. After all, a young master of the Xiao family. How could you be so easily fooled?" Chapter 26. A stroke of bad luck at home. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Zheng Xiang instinctively pulled Xiao Bang behind him, one hand already resting on the hilt of his sword, revealing a glint of the blade. "Hey, what are you doing? We are all friends here. Treating friends this way is rather impolite." Xiao Bang chuckled from behind, his tone betraying no emotion that he pushed Zheng Xiang's hand away. closing the sword sheath while maintaining a friendly demeanor, his smile directed at Su Yi. How did young Master Su deduce my identity? The Shao family had once been one of the 5 prominent families of Lin City, and at one point, they even had the potential to claim the title of the foremost family, seizing control of the city lord's mansion. However, it was said that they inadvertently provoked a powerful figure, leading to a night of slaughter that left their lineage nearly extinguished, with reports claiming nothing escaped the carnage. The scene was so gruesome that the stench of blood lingered for days. Yet these events transpired many years ago, before Su Yi could even form memories. Thus, when he recognized the individual before him, he felt a twinge of surprise. However, upon reflection, he deemed such an occurrence entirely plausible. A family as vast as theirs could not be entirely oblivious to danger, nor could they fail to protect even one descendant, that if that were the case, their existence would indeed be rendered unnecessary. Observing Su Ye's expression, Xiao Bang appeared unconcerned, which eased his own mind. Despite his earlier demeanor, the revelation of his identity had left him with some trepidation. His enemies still lingered, and his vengeance remained unfulfilled. If he were to be exposed now, it would leave a bitter taste in his heart. Moreover, to safeguard his secret, he might have to resort to the unthinkable, eliminating Su Yi. Zheng Xiang, standing nearby, kept his sharp gaze fixed on Su Yi. Su Yi, undaunted, met his gaze with an air of openness. To be honest, you have not gone to great lengths to conceal anything. Even your names remain unchanged. It would be quite the challenge not to deduce your identities. Su Yi ignored Zheng Xiang and focused on Xiao Bang, who had not anticipated such a response. He raised an eyebrow. If you prefer not to divulge, then so be it. With a resigned shrug, he beckoned Zheng Xiang. All right, let us be on our way. Not going to kill him. Zheng Xiang's eyes still radiated malice. His hand never straying far from his sword, he spoke without any attempt to obscure his intentions in front of Su Yi. Xiao Bang's expression turned cold at Zheng Xiang's lack of action. Are you disregarding my words? The statement felt somewhat awkward, as Xiao Bang appeared significantly younger than Zheng Xiang. His assertion felt out of place. Sensing the tension between the two, Su Yi quickly interjected. I shall take my leave then. Rest assured, I will not divulge anything regarding the Shao family, but he certainly would not mention the return of the Shao family's heir seeking vengeance after many years. This was a secret he would keep to himself, the AS for the Shao family's enemies. He could surmise who they might be. The events from that time were somewhat known among the prominent families. When the position of city lord was first established, it came with a plethora of interests. Countless individuals vied for the position, employing every means at their disposal. It could be said that the current city lord is likely the true culprit behind the Shao family's downfall. Yet, none of this concerned Su Yi. He had no interest in the position of city lord. Su Yi had always considered himself fortunate. Even in death, he could resurrect, but today, that notion was utterly shattered. No way, brother. You still remember me after all this time. Su Yi gazed at the towering beast before him, feeling the weight of bad luck pressing down. The dual-gilled white tiger, dragging its severely injured body, had already exhausted itself that a cloud of white mist mixed with heat rushed towards Su Yi, and he disdainfully tilted his head back. Brother, let us make a deal. I don't possess what you seek. Would you consider pursuing another? If the item were still on him, that would be one thing, but the fact that the creature had pursued him after Xiao Bang and the others had already moved on felt like a blatant targeting of him. Though he did indeed take the heaven and earth Tongji fruit, that detail didn't matter to Su Yi. As he slowly retreated, the golden-scaled mother ring on his hand began to shimmer with an otherworldly light. Should the dual-gilled white tiger show any signs of aggression, he would not hesitate to retaliate. The dual-gilled white tiger seemed to be discerning whether this person was indeed the one who had taken its belongings. Lowering its head slightly, its black nose nearly matching Su Ye's face. The hot breath it exhaled struck Su Ye's face, carrying with it a faint scent of blood and decay. Its nostrils flared. As if it were assessing Su Ye's scent, Su Yi dared not move. After all, this was a cave-level beast, and even injured, it was not something he could easily confront. However, the more he wished to avoid a confrontation, the more likely it was to occur. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Eliminate the dual-gilled white tiger. Will you accept this mission upon hearing this outrageous task? Su Yi was nearly driven to curse. You try it. Can you kill it? If you want to swap hosts, just say so. Decline. I refuse. Su Yi raged inwardly. He was out of his mind to accept such a mission. Yet, shortly after, something transpired that made him not only want to curse but also contemplate annihilating the entire system. Ding! Warning! Should the host refuse to execute the mission, mandatory execution will commence. Please consider carefully. Ding! Execution protocol is now in progress. Soon, Su Yi felt as if the oxygen in his body was being gradually siphoned away, a powerful sense of suffocation compelling him to extend his neck in search of a breath of fresh air. Yet, even that proved futile. His neck was unbound by anything. Rather, it felt as if the very air of the world had been depleted. Damn it, I accept. Is that satisfactory? Su Yi quickly realized this was the system's execution protocol. He was on the brink of suffocating to death. He gasped violently, his body in scathe. Yet the lethal sensation lingered ominously that he yearned to seize this formless system and let it experience firsthand what the execution protocol entailed. Chapter 27. Execution Protocol Ding. The mission has been successfully loaded. Please complete it promptly. Su Yi rolled his eyes, showing no emotional fluctuation in response to the system's disconcertingly affectionate tone that you're counting on my inability to resist. Aren't you? Su Yi felt a sense of helplessness within. Yet there was nothing he could do, for his life was presently in the hands of this enigmatic system that he rubbed his nose. His gaze fixed firmly upon the colossal creature before him, a fierce battle spirit igniting within him. Very well. Brother White Tiger, I am also left with no choice, that as you can see, if I do not eliminate you. I will not survive. The double-gilled White Tiger, a mere beast of a century's worth, could not comprehend the meaning behind Su Ye's words. Yet this ignorance did not diminish its profound hatred for Su Yi. The audacity of this shameless human, who dared to seize its spoils while it lay gravely injured, fueled an unquenchable rage within it. It roared, a thunderous cry that reverberated through the heavens, sending waves of sound crashing towards Su Yi. Frowning, he staggered back several paces, the force of the roar compelling him to retreat. His eyes reflected the weight of the situation. Even wounded, the double-gilled White Tiger was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the frantic duo of Xiao Bang and Zheng Xiang, who had just parted ways, clearly heard the ferocious roar, for the distance between them was not vast. Xiao Bang halted abruptly, prompting Zheng Xiang to stop as well, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Bang. He discerned the struggle and hesitation within Xiao Bang, but wisely refrained from offering any counsel. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Bang sighed in resignation. Let us proceed. This is Su's command. Whether we can survive the claws of the double-gilled White Tiger now rests upon his prowess. The implication was clear. There would be no retreat, even though the items he possessed were gifts from Su Yi. Such was the nature of this indifferent, harsh world, where goodwill did not guarantee reciprocation. The roars continued one after another, their wildness unmistakable even from a distance that at this moment, the beast had succumbed to a state of frenzied desperation, its strength and speed magnified beyond its previous limits. This was akin to the proverbial death throes of an animal, willing to pay any price to deliver a fatal blow to its adversary. Unfortunately, Su Yi found himself the unfortunate recipient of this impending lethal assault. He emerged from a heap of dry leaves, expelling the remnants of foliage from his mouth, his expression cold and wary. The double-gilled White Tiger had surpassed the threshold of his defenses. Merely the sound of its roars had rendered him unable to withstand, let alone defeat it. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi lowered his body, adopting a stance indicative of an imminent charge. That moment, the golden-scaled mother ring upon his wrist activated, shimmering with light, resonating with the spiritual energy erupting from his being. The double-gilled White Tiger, however, appeared utterly at ease, its nostrils flaring with increasing frequency, clearly preparing to pounce upon its foe. With a snap, a nearby branch broke, and simultaneously, both Su Yi and the double-gilled White Tiger surged forward. One charged fiercely, claws raking the ground, while the other, more calculated, darted swiftly, gliding past the tigeress back. With a pained roar, Su Yi glanced at his fingernails, now filled with the beast's flesh and blood. A grotesque sight that even he found hard to bear. The excruciating pain radiating from his back did not diminish the tiger's ferocity. Rather, it solidified its resolve. This human before was undoubtedly the one who had taken its treasure. The singular thought consuming its mind was not merely to reclaim what was lost, but to eliminate this human, ensuring that its possessions would never again be threatened from the depths of the beast's dull gray eyes. Suyi suddenly perceived a tide of murderous intent, which ignited a fleeting thought of retreat within him. Yet, this thought was swiftly extinguished, for the system residing in his mind would interpret such a notion as a desire to abandon the mission. A suffocating realization he could not afford, that Suyi kept his gaze low, studying the chaotic array of leaves beneath him as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Engaging head-on was not an option. He was no match for this beast, and his surroundings offered scant resources for assistance. Was there truly no alternative to fulfill this task? Just as Suyi grappled with despair, a colossal figure collapsed before him. Shaking the ground with its fall, that a spark of hope ignited within him. Perhaps the tiger's injuries had finally resurfaced. Such a horrifying wound, a long gash in its abdomen, nearly exposing its bones and entrails, was a testament to the miracle of its survival thus far. Quickly die, your demise will grant me relief, Suyi muttered under his breath. This was uncharacteristic of him. Usually he would not entertain such dark thoughts. But the gravity of the situation warranted it. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable, and he could only hope that fate would favor him this time, sparing him undue hardship. Yet, reality proved Su Ye's concerns to be excessive. In a heartbeat, a flurry of arrows descended from above, targeting him with deadly precision. Su Yi shielded his eyes, gazing into the distance, astonished that if he was not mistaken, these arrows seemed to originate from below. He and the double-gilled white tiger were situated atop a small hillock. While not particularly elevated, hitting a target with such accuracy from below was no simple feat. A dark realization dawned upon him. If this was not mere happenstance, it indicated an intention to eliminate both him and the beast. He raised an eyebrow, rendered speechless for the first time since his rebirth. Did this archer truly believe that the entire Beast Mountain range belonged to him? Such reckless disregard for consequence could only belong to a scion of one of the 5 great families. Suyi was perplexed by the timing of his encounter. It was precisely 1 month before the great trials of the families, a period when all clans sought to enhance their cultivation and combat skills through rigorous training in the wilderness. Had it not been for this, his chances of encountering an acquaintance would not have been so extraordinarily high. Standing at the edge of the hill, just as he prepared to identify the archer, an arrow streaked toward him with alarming speed. The arrow whistled through the air, accompanied by explosive sounds, its tail feathers glimmering with faint spiritual energy. The archer wielded their power masterfully, indicating proficiency in long-range combat techniques. Moreover, the bow and arrows were no ordinary implements. They were likely crafted by a skilled artisan in the lower realms. Weapons were categorized into 4 grades according to their materials and forging techniques. Similar to spiritual roots, weapons also fell into the realms of heaven, earth, and yellow, but their classification was more nuanced, subdivided into 3 tiers. Based on the explosive force and injury potential exhibited, this bow and arrow appeared to belong to the middle tier of the yellow grade, a rare treasure in the resource-scarce Lin City. However, as Suyi racked his brain for information, nothing relevant surfaced. Even Zhao Qing possessed only a low-grade yellow weapon, which was tightly controlled by the Zhao family head and seldom wielded. After all, damage to such a weapon could bankrupt the Zhao family through repair costs alone. Suyi deftly evaded the arrow. He glanced at the injured double-gilled white tiger, which was now struggling for survival. It was indeed unfortunate. After a fierce battle against its kin, it had its hard-won prize snatched away, only to be ambushed now. Alas, you truly have poor luck. Why not remain in your realm without seeking trouble? He thought, though he felt some sympathy for the tiger. Yet, such crude empathy was of little use in the merciless world of cultivation. Tio's spare would be to condemn himself. Fortunate for Suyi. Had this archer not appeared, he would have been utterly unable to deal with the double-gilled white tiger. Tio avoided unforeseen complications. He swiftly brandished a compact, sharp dagger and thrust it into the tiger's belly with precision. With a sickening squelch, the blade sank deep into the beast's vital area, where its inner core was stored. Suyi pressed down on the tiger's abdomen, forcefully withdrawing the dagger. In an instant, a torrent of hot blood erupted forth. With a roar of defiance, the double-gilled white tiger writhed violently on the ground, its massive form thrashing in agony. Yet with its belly pierced and blood gushing uncontrollably, survival was no longer an option. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 50 experience points, 20 reward points. Ding! System upgrade initiated, followed by a delightful surprise package. Obtained 1 volume of Profound Grade Technique. In the fleeting moment when the double-gilled white tiger descended, a jubilant sound resonated from the system, as if its upgrade were a monumental occasion. However, Suyi found himself too preoccupied to take notice. Before him lay a pearl, exuding a milky white radiance that had detached from the tiger's bloodied abdomen. His astonishment only deepened. This was the beast core, an inner essence of a savage beast, a rarity possessed only by creatures of 100 years or older. Yet, knowing that the core encapsulated the very essence of the beast's being, it would instinctively be destroyed upon sensing imminent death, ensuring it would not fall into enemy hands. Only through a swift and decisive kill could one hope to obtain the core before the beast could react. Clearly, the conditions were exceedingly stringent, and Suyi had not anticipated that after such a struggle, the double-gilled white tiger would leave behind its core. That it is well understood that the core possesses remarkable properties. Even without absorbing its vast energy, merely having it nearby can provide a nurturing and restorative effect. That Suyi glanced around, noting that the group with bows and arrows had yet to arrive, and quickly extended his hand. Although he was not the primary contributor to the tiger's demise, he had delivered the final strike. After all, the first to lay eyes on it would claim it. However, just as he reached out, a figure moved faster than he could react. Before Suyi could comprehend what had zipped past him, the beast core had vanished, replaced by a Pishio beast that emerged from the orb. Wide-eyed and innocently gazing at him, Suyi shut his eyes, inhaling deeply, his outstretched hand clenched into a fist. Calm down. I must remain composed. That it is but a juvenile. There is no need to argue with a mere cub. Yet the feeling of having a prize slip through his fingers was too much to bear. That Suyi sprang forward, capturing the little Pishio still flailing its short limbs in the air. That he grasped its vital point, causing its sensitive antennae to tremble violently, nearly prompting it to regurgitate the core it had just swallowed. That in a rush, it covered its mouth with its tiny paws, looking at Suyi with a pitiful expression, seemingly confused as to why he was shaking it so. Upon seeing the innocent gaze of the creature, all of Suyi's ire dissipated. That he released the Pishio with a sigh, muttering to himself. To bicker with an uncultured beast would be folly. Instead of wasting time here, it would be wiser to depart quickly. Who could say when the others would arrive, if they were also after the double-gilled white tiger's core? He would find himself in grave trouble. Those possessing mid-tier yellow-grade weapons were certainly not from the small families of Ling City. Regardless of their origin, Suyi was acutely aware that he could not provoke them. Avoidance was preferable, especially considering the multitude of enemies he already faced. Realizing this, Suyi promptly withdrew, and no sooner had he left than others arrived at the scene of the slaughter. At the forefront was a petite girl, appearing no older than 15 or 16, her delicate frame betraying her youth. That person is still alive. Upon witnessing the chaotic aftermath, she stamped her foot in frustration, her face a mask of regret. We were so close to completing our task and returning to the sect with that core. What a pity. Nioneo, do not fret. The double-gilled white tiger is cold in nature, detrimental to our fire control techniques. If it is gone, so be it. My senior will take you to find something even more formidable. Shall we? Indeed, indeed. This double-gilled white tiger was rather ordinary, and having been injured, its core is likely damaged and no longer exquisite enough to match your beauty. Chimed in several men surrounding Nioneo, showering her with flattery and affection. With that, Nioneo relented, her expression brightening instantly, much to the relief of those nearby. However, unbeknownst to them, her gaze lingered on the direction Suyi had departed. Having slain the savage beast and enhanced his cultivation, Suyi had no intention of lingering in this perilous place, but he sought a secluded cave, far removed from the demon beast mountain range, to rest with the little Pishio, who had eaten to its fill and succumbed to slumber. Under the current circumstances, with enemies lurking everywhere, Suyi ought to have returned to the Su residence long ago. Even if those there wished to settle scores with him, the family could hardly be considered welcoming. Yet, the family name held enough weight that no one would allow their own to be accosted without intervention. Even if it were merely for appearances, the Su residence would stand by him. However, Suyi suddenly felt a surge of energy within him, as if his spiritual power were rebelling against his command, rising rapidly and then dissipating. This sensation was all too familiar. It heralded a breakthrough in his cultivation. Under such circumstances, he could not afford to attempt this breakthrough within the Su residence, where he might fall victim to underhanded schemes once more. Thus, seeking a remote, safe place to quietly advance his realm became the most prudent course of action. The small cave was devoid of daylight, its entrance shrouded by overgrown foliage, effectively concealing his presence. Suyi gently placed the sleeping Pishio beside him, poking its antennae lightly. "Ungrateful little creature, I provided you with the finest morsels, and yet you offer no protection. Were it not for your generous master, I would have long since turned you over." Murmuring in mild frustration, he nevertheless enveloped the little beast within his protective barrier. Having accepted benefits from another, it was only right to uphold his end of the bargain by caring for it. Suyi, ever the cautious type, double-checked that no creatures were approaching before allowing himself to enter a deep meditative state. His internal energy surged, expressing its discontent with the confines of his small territory. As he focused on his spiritual core, he beheld his burgeoning energy, transforming from a slender stream into tumultuous waves. Although somewhat overwhelming, this was indeed a promising sign. Once I break through to the fourth realm of the Bitter Sea, I shall no longer find myself at a disadvantage against Zhao Qing. Reflecting on past encounters with Zhao Qing, Suyi recognized that he had only been on the receiving end of the punishment. Despite having previously held the upper hand, the reality was that luck alone had favored him. It was improbable that he would always be so fortunate. Should he lose that advantage, the consequences would be far worse than anything he had previously endured at Zhao Qing's hands. With a focused mind, Suyi channeled his energy throughout his body, guiding the surging spiritual power into a calmer state. The energy flowed in an orderly fashion within him, ultimately merging with his veins and blood, thereby becoming truly his own. Unbeknownst to Suyi, as he diligently trained, the little Pishio beside him continued to emit a faint, golden glow. This golden light seemed to be drawn towards Suyi, swirling around him as it harmonized with the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. Before long, Suyi's energy began to transform, shifting from its original dull hue to a shimmering golden tint. Achieving a breakthrough was no trivial task. Suyi had suspected it would demand considerable time. Yet he had not anticipated that when he finally opened his eyes, an entire week had elapsed, that a fierce hunger roused him from his deep meditation, reminding him that although cultivators could fast, he had yet to reach that level and could not bear to forsake the myriad delights of the world. Upon awakening, Suyi clasped his stomach with both hands. "Damn it, why did this take so long? I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation." As he struggled to rise, his legs trembling against the stone wall, he muttered to himself. Last time, the transition from the second to the third realm took no more than a blink of an eye, and oh wonder they require spiritual herbs to cross this threshold. It's exceedingly difficult. It seems I must prepare in advance next time. With this in mind, Suyi unleashed a powerful punch into the open space beside him. The force generated a gust of wind, and the golden spiritual energy surged forth. Collapsing the stone wall, Suyi's expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly dodged outside the cave, realizing that both he and the little creature would have been buried alive had he lingered. Once outside, he surveyed the completely collapsed cave and the trees that had toppled under the violent tremors. His countenance grew stiff. The power of a single realm shift truly this formidable? In the past, I would have deemed it necessary to exert all my strength, supplemented by the golden scale's mother ring, to bring down this cave. Yet now, a mere punch suffices. Suyi gazed incredulously at his clenched fist, repeatedly opening and closing it, yet perceiving no discernible difference. It was only when the little furnace nestled within his embrace stirred, seemingly sated, that it leapt up with a soft plop, though it remained cradled in Suyi's arms. Observing the faint golden glow emanating from the tiny antennae atop its head, alongside the uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy manifesting on his fist, Suyi understood. So it was you little rascal, who orchestrated this, wasn't it? Suyi realized that this Pishio beast had long been an enigma. Although classified as a feral creature, its kind possessed varied abilities due to their distinct environments and innate talents. Undoubtedly, This petite Pichio before him could enhance its own cultivation by devouring rare celestial treasures, simultaneously bestowing benefits upon those nearby. That you're quite impressive, Suyi remarked, cradling the little creature and leaning closer, inspecting it thoroughly. However, he found nothing further to discern and could only sigh in resignation. It seems your master has quite the discerning eye, and I am fortunate as well. Alas, it is a pity you won't be able to accompany me for long. Chapter 30. A joyous occasion. Although the mysterious woman had left no name or identity, Suyi instinctively felt that she would soon reappear. Let us depart and see what mischief has transpired at the Su residence during our absence. With a sigh, Suyi disregarded the uncertainties ahead, embracing the small Pichio as he made his way toward Lin City. Along the journey, he distinctly felt that with each elevation in his realm, not only had his strength increased, but his speed had also markedly improved. The return journey would take at least half the time it took to arrive. If he pushed himself to the limit, he could reach Lin City in less than half a day. Upon his return, the Su residence was abuzz with activity, festooned with colorful decorations, and adorned with 2 large red lanterns emblazoned with auspicious characters. Suyi raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sight, pondering who might possess the leisure to host a wedding at such a time. This display was clearly a privilege reserved for Su Nian and Su Nu, the 2 young men who had benefited most from the family's resources following Su Yi. Holding a wedding at this juncture seemed to boldly disregard the ambitions of other family members. Contemplating this, Su Yi strode through the gates. After his last encounter where he had defeated Su Nian, the entire Su residence was now aware that Su Yi had not perished but had escaped from the depths of a coffin buried underground, a tale that seemed utterly unimaginable. Whispers of the extraordinary spread throughout the household, with many believing that Su Yi was no longer human, but rather a spirit condemned to linger due to deep-seated grievances. Yet, they failed to consider that a spirit could not so brazenly manifest itself. As Su Yi approached, the guards at the entrance averted their gazes, pretending not to see him, despite the head of the Su household having issued a decree for his expulsion upon sighting him. Who would dare to act against the one-time foremost youth of Lin City? Thus, no one obstructed his passage as he traversed the hall and made his way to where the family members congregated. Even in the training arena, an atmosphere of festivity permeated the air. Young Master Su Nian had finally seen his long-held desires come to fruition. That it was unclear how the girl Guanju had managed to captivate him so thoroughly. Where did she acquire such charm? Perhaps from the years spent in Su Ye's company, serving him. That if you ask me, young Master Su Nian has drawn the short straw by marrying such a woman. A few individuals murmured among themselves that Su Yi, his ears perked at the mention of Guanju's name, felt his expression shift abruptly. Who is the person Su Nian intends to marry? His voice sliced through the chatter, startling those nearby. They regarded Su Yi with a blend of respect and envy, and one individual, emboldened, replied with a sarcastic tone, "Who else but Guanju, the one you kept inside?" Meanwhile, they couldn't help but scrutinize Su Yi, perhaps realizing something. Yet even though they feared him, their demeanor remained audacious. That you're fortunate. Today is young Master Su Nian's wedding. Shut your mouth. If you dare speak another filthy word, I shall knock your teeth out. Su Yi shot back, already anticipating the derogatory remarks that would follow. In his eyes, the very notion of Su Nian's name being associated with Guanju was an affront. The man, Su Huan, prepared to retort but hesitated, recalling that his father indeed lacked the authority to act against Su Yi. Although the Su residence operated on a might-is-right principle with the strongest wielded power, family honor and future prospects still held sway. Su Yi, despite his ruined spiritual roots, had clawed his way back from a coffin and restored his cultivation to the 3rd realm of the Bitter Sea. The family intended to capitalize on his resurgence to elevate their standing. Su Huan found himself at a loss for words, his frustration palpable as he glared at Su Yi, as if wishing to devour him whole. That Su Yi easily discerned his animosity, but at that moment, he had no time to spare. Get out of my way. He pushed past those obstructing his path, and after taking a few steps, turned back suddenly. That I warn you all, should anyone dare to speak ill of my name again, you will find your tongues rendered useless. The ferocity in Su Ye's gaze sent several individuals scurrying to cover their mouths, shaking their heads in fear, signaling their intent to refrain from further provocation. Though a few remained defiant, deep down they too understood the futility of challenging him. Su Yi had always been a man of his word, just as he had demonstrated with Su Nian. In the once desolate courtyard of the western wing, now bustling with activity, a multitude of maids and servants had been summoned by Sun Yin to ensure Guanju was properly prepared for her wedding. These individuals were acutely aware of Guanju's lack of familial support within the expansive estate, and thus their treatment of her was anything but gentle, that a few burly maidservants held her arms, while others pressed down on her head, attempting to crown her with a bridal headdress. "Let go of me, you old hags. I've told you I won't marry," Guanju struggled, yearning to unleash her spiritual energy. But each time she attempted to do so, a golden bracelet on her wrist emitted a blinding light, causing her immense pain and rendering her unable to harness her abilities. This was a precaution Sun Yin had taken to prevent her from fleeing, a device that proved ineffective unless commanded by its wearer. Just as the commotion escalated, the door was forcefully kicked open. "Stop this at once," Su Yi stormed in, his eyes catching sight of numerous boxes adorned with red ribbons, supposedly filled with wedding gifts. Chapter 31. Young Master Yi. Su Yi found the scene comical. Guanju had neither parents nor brothers to oversee her, and she was clearly not participating willingly. How could such gifts be presented? As he strode through the chaos, he upended every gift box in his path, only to overhear the harsh words of the older women. Without hesitation, he seized one of the older women by her collar and lifted her off the ground. "What did you just say? If this is such a wonderful fate, why don't you marry him yourself?" With that, he hurled her aside. With a thud, she crashed against the wall, groaning as she attempted to rally support from the others. But her efforts fell flat. The remaining women, far from siding with her, found themselves equally distressed by the unfolding chaos. Young Master Guanju, having just endured torment, looked at Su Yi as though he were her last hope. Her expression pleading, Su Yi's heart tightened as he stepped over the groaning elder. "I've returned late, and they've bullied you again." He gently enveloped her in his embrace, soothing her with tender words. "Fear not, for I have returned, and I shall protect you." Guanju leaned into him, finally finding solace, as her emotions erupted forth. "Woo, young master, I nearly lost my life just now. Why did you take so long to return?" Her status should have prevented such impudence, but having just escaped from peril, she no longer cared for decorum. Su Yi paid no heed to her anger and complaints, gently reassuring her, "Rest assured, young master is back to protect you. Whoever has caused our dear Ju distress will soon regret their actions." Guanju felt a surge of emotion, gripping Su Yi's collar tightly, tears streaming down her face that Su Yi's heart ached profoundly. Had he known this ordeal would occur, he would never have left Guanju alone at home. "Young Master, do you intend to defy even the master's orders? Do not make it difficult for us servants." An elderly woman struggled to rise from the ground, supporting her aching back while issuing a sinister warning to Su Yi, showing no respect for him as a young master. That Su Yi smirked, silently patting Guanju's shoulder. "Watch how young master avenges you." Without uttering a word or acknowledging the old woman's threats, he approached her, seizing her hair and pulling it down forcefully. "Was it you who insisted on dressing up, Guanju? If so, let me assist you in a little makeover before I send you off to the bridal chamber." Su Yi's words were not mere threats. He truly yanked the old woman's hair, transforming her elegant coiffure into a disheveled mess. Those nearby recoiled, wary of becoming his next target. "I am Sun Yin's servant. If you dare touch me, the master will not let you off lightly." The old woman continued to resist, her words filled with references to her powerful backing. Yet, unfortunately for her, even if the Lord of Lin City himself were to arrive, Su Yi would ensure she paid for her humiliation of Guanju. With swift movements, Su Yi disheveled her hair and clothing, making her appear like a beggar on the street. Satisfied with her pitiful state, he finally levitated her with his power. "Now that you've been suitably disheveled, I shall escort you out." He then turned back to Guanju, extending his hand with a softened tone. "Xiaoju, come here, and I will take you to witness a true spectacle." At this moment, Guanju was still sobbing. Yet she felt no thrill of impending revenge, only concern for Su Yi. "Perhaps it would be best to let this go, young master." Her brows furrowed and worried that if the master were to learn of this and cast blame upon us, our future days may become even more arduous. Guanju had yet to fully comprehend Su Yi's transformation and still envisioned him as the one who had once been powerless against bullying. She did not wish to see her young master offend someone powerful within the family because of her. If they persist in their actions, I would rather die than bring any trouble upon you, Guanju declared, her resolve suddenly strengthening. Just as she finished speaking, a small object hit her forehead. It was a peanut Suyi had casually tossed from the table. Stop overthinking, as long as young master draws breath. I will ensure you do not suffer such a disgrace, he assured her. Though his expression remained unchanged, Guanju sensed a profound transformation in her young master. Still not moving, Suyi took a couple of steps away, then turned to look at Guanju, his tone still gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Startled, Guanju nodded vigorously. All right, Xiaoju will follow the young master. No matter the challenges ahead, she would not abandon him. As they exited the courtyard, a grand procession followed, led by Su Yi and Guanju, with the old woman still levitated by Su Ye's power. She was subjected to many curious gazes, a fate most mortifying for someone so concerned with appearances. The old woman struggled fiercely, cursing Su Yi under her breath, but her efforts were in vain. The louder she screamed, the more spectators gathered, which only pleased Su Yi, who relished the drama in the Zhuxin courtyard. Much like Su Ye's residence, red lanterns hung everywhere, filling the air with an atmosphere of celebration. Sun Yan had already donned his red robe, appearing particularly spirited as he eagerly awaited the entrance of Guanju, adorned in bridal attire. Despite not harboring deep feelings for her, her beauty notwithstanding, Sun Yan, as the young master of the Su family, had encountered countless beautiful women. The thought of marrying the woman who belonged to Su Yi, a mere servant, filled him with an uncontainable excitement that as the auspicious hour approached and Guanju had yet to appear, Sun Yan grew impatient. What is taking so long? Does it truly take this long to prepare a maid? His personal attendant, Xiao Zhuang, quickly bowed in deference. Young master, please be patient that a young lady must take care in her appearance, especially when marrying a person as formidable as yourself. She cannot afford to lose face. Xiao Zhuang was careful with his words, each one flattering Sun Yan, which instantly uplifted his spirits. Gradually, his anxiety subsided, and he regarded Xiao Zhuang with appreciation. You have a way with words. Reward. Xiao Zhuang's face lit up with joy as he bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Wishing you 100 years of happiness and early offspring. Sun Yan reveled in the praise, nodding in approval, and decided against sending anyone to hurry Guanju. If she had come to this realization, letting her take a little extra time to prepare was of no consequence. If they missed the auspicious hour, it was not as if she were the primary wife. Indeed, while Sun Yan made a grand show within the family, few outsiders knew the details, as Guanju was not marrying him as the main wife, but rather as a secondary concubine. Never mind. We have brought her here. Su Ye's voice rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention that a considerable gathering had assembled, consisting of both direct and collateral descendants of the Su family, eager for the spectacle. Upon seeing Su Yi, they were taken aback. This young man had returned, and he dared to show his face again. Was he truly so reckless as to believe he could escape unscathed again after his last brush with death? Had it been me, I would have long since set aside my pride. Survival is paramount, murmured a voice among the crowd. Opinions varied as they observed Su Ye's audacious return, openly challenging Sun Yan. Many recalled the previous events, wherein Su Yi, a non-direct descendant, had monopolized resources, inciting dissatisfaction among many that Sun Yan, emboldened by his status, had felt entitled to target Su Yi without restraint. Although some chose to remain neutral, deep down, they were secretly pleased to see Su Yi return safely, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Genius is indeed genius. Such setbacks cannot break him, they thought, anticipating Sun Yan's wrath as he would likely retaliate against this former prodigy. However, as they looked upon Sun Yan, they were taken aback that he no longer exuded the same arrogant confidence. His face had turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost, and more prominently, he was filled with fear as Su Yi approached him step by step. Sun Yan instinctively recoiled. What do you intend to do? Glancing around, he seemed to grasp his surroundings, weakly threatening Su Yi. This is Zhuxin courtyard. This is my territory. Su Yi released his hold, letting the old woman fall to the ground. I am well aware this is your territory. Look, I have simply come to deliver someone to you. That as Guanju traversed the path, the fire-red wedding attire she had donned was already discarded, now draped upon the corpulent figure of a middle-aged maid. The garment constricted her ample form into grotesque segments, rendering her a most distressing sight. The maid's mouth was stuffed with a piece of cotton cloth by Su Yi, rendering her voiceless, reduced to pitiful whimpers to express her indignation. Sun Yin, however, was far too preoccupied with his own terror to concern himself with her plight. Although he was aware that they were in Juanxin courtyard, surrounded by his kin, the sheer madness of Su Yi had long since convinced him that nothing was secure. Observing Sun Yin's state of alarm, Su Yi found amusement in the spectacle that if you truly become the master of Su Manor, I fear it shall be doomed, he quipped, raising his hand to hurl the maid towards Sun Yin. With a resounding thud, the two collided, resembling a precarious stack of blocks that Sun Yin, repulsed by the hideous visage now so close to him, instinctively shoved her away. "Get away from me, you old hag," he spat, delivering a merciless kick that sent her flying. Her insides ruptured, and she lay dead, bloodied and lifeless on what should have been a day of joyous celebration. The sudden appearance of a corpse in the courtyard cast a pall over the festivities, leaving Sun Yin's countenance dark as he glared at Guanju, who hid behind Su Yi, his eyes brimming with unquenchable resentment. The other onlookers, relatives of the same lineage, began to discern the underlying tensions. It seemed Sun Yin was not taken aback by Su Ye's presence. Rather, his demeanor was markedly more composed than theirs. From the fleeting terror that had crossed Sun Yin's face, they inferred that he not only anticipated Su Ye's return, but had also come into conflict with him. It was known that Sun Yin had reached the third realm of the Bitter Sea and had trained in the family's martial technique, rock explosion, that if he still harbored such fear of Su Yi, it spoke volumes of his crushing defeat at the latter's hands. Consequently, the collective gaze shifted from Sun Yin to Su Yi, who exuded an aura of intimidation, his presence alone stifling any thoughts of rebellion among the gathered crowd. Enough of this ruckus. We are all of the same family. What grievances cannot be resolved peacefully? Must we resort to bloodshed and create a spectacle for all to witness? A hoarse voice emerged from behind Su Yi, followed by a gust of wind that stirred the air. Su Ye's expression shifted instantly. He clutched the oblivious Guanju and, with a deft motion, evaded to another location. Moments later, where they had just stood, a tree trunk the thickness of an arm shattered into countless splinters. Guanju gasped in horror, her complexion paling as Su Yi, with a stern expression, covered her eyes to shield her from the gruesome sight. His gaze fixed coldly on the newcomer. Chapter 33. Su Qingyin. This individual was gaunt, with little flesh on his face, resembling a mere skeleton draped in skin, a sight most terrifying in his 40s. He was the current patriarch of the Su family, named Su Qingyin, a master of the 8th realm of the Bitter Sea, Yi. It seems your reflexes have sharpened in my absence of merely half a year, Su Qingyin remarked, his tone chilling, his eyes barely open, sending shivers down the spine. Su Yi regarded the emaciated man before him, the one who had indirectly caused the demise of his parents. The thirst for vengeance compelled him to contemplate ending Su Qingyin's life, to dismantle his very bones. Yet reason prevailed, reminding him of the chasm in their powers. Even if he harbored a multitude of emotions, he must restrain himself. Taking a deep breath, he addressed him, Patriarch, though there was a semblance of familial connection. Capable of addressing him as an uncle, Su Yi felt that uttering such a title would be a betrayal to his parents who lay in the grave. And no matter the circumstances, he could not bring himself to be cordial with one who bore the weight of his family's blood feud. Seeing Su Ye's resolute demeanor, Su Qingyin sighed, as if burdened like a concerned elder. You remain as obstinate as ever. What purpose does it serve other than to torment yourself? Upon hearing this, Su Ye's expression shifted slightly. A sardonic smile crept across his face, almost stretching to his eyelids. What purpose? I would ask the patriarch the same. What use is it to come to me now, when all is lost? To speak of letting go after the loss was nothing short of mockery. Su Yi did not wish to dwell on the matter further. He turned to Guanju and gestured toward the stunned Sun Yin. Patriarch, when did my people become fair game for Sun Yin? His public challenge to Su Qingyin was a clear demand for a stance. Otherwise, the patriarch's family would dominate, treating Su Manor as their personal fiefdom. Initially, the others had not considered this angle, but Su Ye's words prompted many to ponder. Indeed, if Sun Yin could act against Su Ye's household today for his own selfish reasons, what would prevent him from doing so against theirs tomorrow, under various pretenses? As men, there were certain things they could not tolerate, regardless of the other's status. The crowd began to murmur, their gazes towards Su Qingyan and Sun Yin growing increasingly hostile. They were astute. While they could not openly express their discontent, the envy and malice in their eyes were unmistakable. Much like their jealousy of Su Ye's talents, they held little affection for the privileged Yin that Sun Yin, aware of their whispers, found his countenance darkening. Fathered, he approached Su Qingyan, about to speak when a resounding slap echoed through the courtyard. With a sharp crack, the sound silenced the gathering, their expressions frozen in shock as they exchanged bewildered glances. They had all witnessed how much Su Qingyan dotes on his son. "Father," Sun Yin began. But Su Qingyan, after delivering the blow, turned expressionless towards Su Yi. "Are you satisfied now?" Su Yi crossed his arms, observing the scene with a cold gaze, directing a smirk towards the disgruntled Sun Yin. "Is this enough to conclude matters? What more do you want? Do you wish for me to kill you?" Sun Yin shouted, clutching his now swollen and burning cheek. Yet spoken without intent, the words struck a chord with Su Yi, who raised an eyebrow, finding the suggestion quite agreeable. He gestured towards Su Qingyan. "Patriarch, you heard him. Sun Yin is urging me to take his life. Should I act, you would not intervene, would you?" Sun Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Yi. Then at Su Qingyan, who had remained ominously silent. "Father." Su Qingyan cast a cold glance at Sun Yin, a look that sent chills down his spine, as if warning him that another word could cost him dearly. In the face of his father's mercurial and bloodthirsty nature, Sun Yin dared not provoke further. Only glaring resentfully at Su Yi, Su Qingyan spoke, his tone nonchalant, yet laden with an invisible pressure that bore down on Su Yi. "Young man, sometimes it is wise to show mercy. After all, we will see each other often." This statement unmistakably conveyed his stance that Su Yi shrugged dismissively. "Very well. If you wish it so, I shall not press the matter." Initially, Su Yi had not expected to easily compel Su Qingyan to punish Sun Yin. After all, they were father and son. However, some matters required urgent warning that a deep, ominous aura enveloped Su Yi, as if he had just emerged from a graveyard. His eyes glowed crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Sun Yin. "Should you dare to target my people again, the consequences will not be as lenient as this time. Consider yourself warned." With that, Su Yi took Guanju by the hand and departed, never once removing his hand from her sight. Guanju, in turn, showed no resistance, placing her complete trust in him that as Su Yi exited, the courtyard fell eerily silent. The tension palpable, the gathered individuals exchanged glances, eager to escape this quagmire of conflict. Yet an invisible pressure held them in place, rendering them immobile. Finally, the weakest among them faltered, collapsing to the ground in despair. Gazing up at Su Qingyan, "Patriarch, I know nothing. Today, I have seen nothing." With that, he seemed to deflate, his complexion returning to normal. To Su Qingyan, seemingly indifferent, adjusted his collar and remarked, "You are clever and discerning. You may leave." As others witnessed the scene, it became abundantly clear to them. They immediately pledged their loyalty to Su Qingyan, vowing that the events they had observed at the Xuanxing courtyard would remain confidential. Su Qingyan, not wishing to impose upon them, allowed them to depart before slowly turning his gaze toward his unworthy son. Even Sun Yin, who was typically arrogant and domineering, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation in the presence of his father, who exuded an air of decay and elusiveness. As Su Qingyan approached, Sun Yin instinctively took a step back, raising his hand to shield himself. "Father, wait a moment." Sun Yin licked his lips, his eyes darting about in search of a scapegoat. After a fruitless search, he hastily seized a small wooden post nearby. "This matter has nothing to do with me. I had no intention of offending Su Yi. It was he who persistently urged me on." As he spoke, he twisted the wooden post vigorously. "Speak up, wooden post. Explain to father." Faced with such an inscrutable and ominous head of the family, the usually loquacious wooden post could only retreat in fear. Unable to utter a single word, Su Qingyan regarded Sun Yin with cold indifference. "That I am unconcerned with your usual conduct, but bear in mind that the selection event for the Xia Jianfeng is approaching. You would do well to discern what is of true significance." With that, Su Qingyan departed, unwilling to utter another word to Sun Yin, as if he were merely an inconsequential subordinate rather than his own son. Su Qingyan hastened away. As though pressed by urgent matters, Su Yi returned to his own courtyard, which still bore the remnants of the earlier commotion, but he had already released Guanju on the way back. And upon seeing the disarray, Guanju quickly exclaimed, "I shall tidy this up at once. I will ensure that the young master does not have to see anything displeasing." Su Yi stopped her, his tone laden with significance. "You are my personal maid, assigned to care for me, not just a common servant to perform menial tasks. Such matters shall be handled by those specifically appointed." Guanju, momentarily dazed by the affection in Su Ye's words, failed to grasp the latter part of his statement. After a day filled with noise, it was now midday, and Su Yi took Guanju out to a fine establishment for a meal. Typically, Su Yi would scorn such indulgence. Having devoted himself to cultivation, he rarely ventured out and preferred simplicity in food. However, after experiencing life and death, Su Yi realized that the pleasures of this world, particularly exquisite cuisine, were not to be taken for granted. "Young master, you have changed so much since your return. Even Xiaoju can hardly recognize you," Guanju remarked, her eyes sparkling with desire as she surveyed the sumptuous spread before them. Yet her expression was tinged with worry. "Young master, are you truly all right?" Su Yi felt a warmth in his eyes. In this world, perhaps only this girl remembered him and understood his preferences. Under her earnest gaze, he momentarily considered revealing everything to her. Just then, an abrupt alarm rang in his mind. "Ding! Alert! Alert! The system has detected the host's intention to expose their identity and is about to initiate self-destruction protocols." In an instant, Su Yi felt stripped of all emotions. The system's self-destruction meant that the hard-won life he had fought to preserve could be obliterated, but he hastily argued within his mind, "Stop. I have not exposed anything yet. I was merely contemplating. Is that so wrong?" The system hesitated, seemingly waiting to see if this host, who appeared to be lacking in common sense, would indeed manage to avoid exposure. After a brief moment, the alarm was lifted. Ding! The system has confirmed that the host has not exposed their identity. Self-destruction protocols terminated. That Su Yi felt as though he had just emerged from a grueling battle for survival. Utterly drained, upon hearing the system's reassuring response, he let out a long sigh of relief. Young master, what is the matter with you?" Guanju, having been alarmed by Su Ye's sudden change in demeanor, was visibly distressed. Just a moment ago, he had been speaking with her, and now his complexion had drastically altered, sweat pouring from him. Guanju nearly cried out in terror, but fortunately, Su Yi soon regained his composure. He gestured to the flustered Guanju, reassuring her, "It's nothing, I merely felt a sudden wave of heat." This excuse was unlikely to convince even the gatekeepers of Su Manor, but understanding the toll Su Yi had recently endured, Guanju tactfully refrained from pressing for details. "Since you are tired, let us return home to rest. These dishes can easily be sent back by the waiter." With her young master's well-being at the forefront of her thoughts, Guanju's appetite had vanished entirely. She wished to sprout wings and fly back to the manor immediately. To Su Yi, contemplating his own discomfort, agreed it was time to change into fresh garments, as he was still damp with sweat and felt quite uncomfortable. However, just as they were about to rise and summon the waiter to request the untouched dishes be taken back, they were met with the waiter's sarcastic voice. "Sir, are you jesting?" Adding Feng Tower. "We do not offer takeout, ditto. Is that so?" Su Yi had initially intended to leave, but upon hearing this, settled back into his seat. He reclined leisurely against the chair's back. "To go. Summon your manager. I would indeed like to inquire whether he is aware of how you treat your esteemed guests." Upon hearing this, the waiter's face flashed a moment of panic, but recalling his backing, he quickly regained his composure. "Young Master Su, do you still consider yourself the once noble scion, expecting privileges? Open your eyes. Times have changed." The waiter's tone dripped with sarcasm, even regarding Su Yi with a dismissive glance. "How dare you speak like that? We are patrons. You would do well to show some respect," Guanju interjected before Su Yi could respond. Nearly ready to hurl the nearby jade ornament at him, "Do you not realize your own status? You are merely a servant, unqualified to speak such words." Xiaoju, no need to stoop to his level. Su Yi waved his hand, guiding Guanju back to her seat and pouring her a cup of tea. "Your temper seems to be flaring lately. Drink some tea to cool down." Guanju, still seething, was about to retort when she noticed Su Yi lean closer, whispering in her ear with a teasing tone, "Be good. Heed your young master's advice. Such a person is hardly worth your ire. Anger harms the body. He is nothing but a mere clown, easily dealt with." The waiter, observing Su Ye's demeanor, assumed he was merely putting on a show. He had received orders from above to ensure Su Ye's disgrace was made public. to humiliate him thoroughly, thereby earning a substantial reward. With this in mind, the waiter's attitude grew increasingly arrogant. "Come, everyone look. This once renowned young master of the Su family has now fallen to the depths of dining and dashing. Come one, come all, witness how he uses his status to bully the likes of me, a nameless commoner. No need for truth or reason. Merely the name of the Su family was enough to draw the curious gazes of those nearby. Many had come merely to dine, yet found themselves spectators of a spectacle, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Su Yi remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping his tea, offering no defense. This only served to agitate the waiter further, who was desperate for Su Yi to make a fool of himself. However, the longer he observed, the more he felt like a petty troublemaker, while Su Yi appeared to be the one enjoying a performance. In a fit of frustration, the waiter resolved to confront Su Yi physically. Yet, just as he reached for him, Su Yi abruptly set down his teacup, casting a piercing glance that sent the waiter sprawling backward. With a crash, he toppled several tables before finally coming to a halt, his entire demeanor in disarray. Su Yi then rose, facing the second-floor private room, addressing the unseen instigator. "My dear friend, do you not feel a sense of disgrace employing such underhanded tactics? Or do you possess no other means to contend with me?" Su Yi, from the very outset, Su Yi had keenly observed that the waiter, upon emerging from that private room, was frequently casting glances in their direction. Su Yi firmly believed that in this world, no fortunate circumstances would simply fall into one's lap, which is why he had been on guard from the very beginning, that he had anticipated some underhanded tactics that would catch him off guard, only to find that the reality was nothing more than a public slandering akin to a scolding woman in the streets, an utterly lowly and disgraceful maneuver. Indeed, as Su Ye's words resonated through the air, more individuals turned their attention towards the southwestern private room, that a few regular patrons immediately recognized the owner of that room, that it was the exclusive chamber of the young master of the Zhao family, a space that was not to be occupied by anyone else. Could it be that the mastermind behind the schemes against Su Yi, as he had mentioned, was none other than this young master Zhao? If what you say is true, and the occupant of that room is indeed a member of the Zhao family, everything suddenly appears to make sense. He was not one to engage in such disgraceful antics frequently. In an instant, the focus of discussion shifted, and the center of attention became Zhao Qing, the young master of the Zhao estate, who had previously harbored grievances against Su Yi during their encounters in the Beast Mountain Range. At that moment, Su Yi understood that upon returning to Lin City, Zhao Qing would likely pursue him relentlessly. However, due to the relationship between their two families, openly retaliating was not an option. Yet, the means available in the shadows were plentiful. And today seemed to be Zhao Qing's misfortune, as he had unwittingly walked into this situation. Were he to have the chance to do it all over again, Su Yi would still choose to participate in this encounter. He had never been one to shy away from confrontation. Some matters must be resolved promptly to thwart any ill intentions, ensuring a peaceful existence in the days to come. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd and Su Ye's audacious declarations, Zhao Qing, despite his fury, found himself compelled to open the door to the private room. Yet perhaps due to the feigning waiter, he stubbornly refused to acknowledge the situation. "Su Yi, do not shift the blame onto others for your own actions. If you possess the ability, then produce the spirit stones you have consumed today." At this juncture, many eager to curry favor with Zhao Qing chimed in. "Indeed, young Master Su, you have said so much. Yet where are your spirit stones to settle the bill? You aren't truly thinking of dining and dashing, are you?" "Precisely. This matter clearly stems from your actions, young Master Su. You cannot implicate young Master Zhao in this. The tide has turned, and you are no longer the sole authority here." Several voices joined in, their gazes fixated eagerly on the second floor. However, Zhao Qing disregarded their attempts to ingratiate themselves and even frowned in disdain. "Silence. You are no paragons yourselves." With those words, he effectively alienated all those who had spoken moments before. Several individuals flushed with anger, yet given Zhao Qing's status and background, they were compelled to endure their indignation. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, amused by the plight of those who had just attempted to vilify him. The swift retribution was almost comical. "Everyone, since you were so concerned, it is no trouble for me to present the spirit stones," Su Yi proclaimed, retrieving his Qingkuan bag and casually pulling out several high-grade spirit stones, placing them on the table. "Everyone, please take a look at these spirit stones and determine their quality. Are they sufficient to cover this meal? As he spoke, Su Yi waved his hand, sending the shimmering high-grade spirit stones swirling before the crowd. However, whenever someone greedily attempted to reach for them, he would swiftly withdraw them. Look, it's a Qinkuan bag. Suddenly, someone cried out. Having noticed the bag in Su Ye's possession at once, the allure of the high-grade spirit stones was overshadowed by the sight of the Qinkuan bag. Everyone craned their necks, desperate for a glimpse. This was truly a treasure, and it was doubtful that even young Master Zhao possessed such an item. After all, a Qinkuan bag could carry thousands of pounds and was incredibly convenient, capable of storing items in the spirit sea. Only a handful of family heads might possess one, however. Where had Su Yi acquired such a treasure? He had become a cripple. It was inconceivable that the Su family head would be foolish enough to bestow such a precious item upon him. That was absurd. The Su family, a den of tigers, would rather Su Yi perish sooner than later, so how could they possibly grant him such a treasure? There had been rumors not long ago of someone pawning off a great treasure at the ancient pawn shop, exchanging it for several high-grade raw stones, and receiving a Qinkuan bag as a gift from Boss Huan. Could this person be Su Yi? Once such speculation arose, others began to rationalize the situation, even providing Su Yi with excuses that it must be something he brought back from the Tai Su sect. After losing his spiritual root there, he must have received some form of compensation that, if one were to say, Su Yi was simply fortunate, having been favored by the Tai Su sect, and now that he had been expelled, he received ample compensation. If it were me, I would be overjoyed beyond measure, listening to their half-baked theories. Su Yi could only chuckle inwardly. Chapter 36. Spreading Rumors Compensation. The Tai Su sect had not sought to eradicate him entirely. That was already a display of considerable mercy. What more could he expect from them? As public opinion began to shift, Zhao Qing's expression darkened. Today, he had truly suffered a loss, intending to humiliate Su Yi only to find himself the one embarrassed. Zhao Qing's gaze remained fixed on Su Ye's Qinkuan bag. Unable to tear his eyes away, subconsciously, he touched his own empty waist. He had once possessed a Qinkuan bag as well. However, a while ago, some idle gossip reached his father's ears, believing Zhao Qing to be too reckless and unworthy of such a responsibility. His father had reclaimed the Qinkuan bag that had been bestowed upon him. Unavoidably, Zhao Qing's eyes burned with desire that if he could seize Su Ye's Qinkuan bag. Yet, the very thought was quickly dismissed. Not only was such an item rare and valuable, but acquiring one without a clear explanation would certainly invite suspicion and scrutiny. Moreover, though Su Ye's cultivation had diminished, he had become even more formidable. Attempting to snatch something from him would be akin to climbing a mountain. Zhao Qing had more pressing matters to attend to and did not wish to squander time on Su Yi. Su Yi could sense the burning, malicious gazes directed at him. Most notably from Zhao Qing, he raised his head, tilting his chin slightly toward Zhao Qing, while waving the Qinkuan bag in his hand. What is this? Young Master Zhao also has an interest in my Qinkuan bag and wishes to borrow it for a while. As these words escaped his lips, the crowd turned their attention to Zhao Qing. Their eyes filled with derision and mockery. Zhao Qing's brow furrowed as he glared at Su Yi. When have I ever made such a suggestion? Su Yi, do not attempt to sow discord. Su Yi raised his hands innocently. I haven't said anything at all. I merely suggested that if you had such an inclination, you could inform me. After all, it's just a Qinkuan bag. I wouldn't mind lending it to you for a couple of days. Su Ye's expression was one of delightful mischief, his demeanor impeccable, leaving no room for reproach. Many around them began to understand the underlying meaning, stifling their laughter, that Su Yi was clearly toying with Zhao Qing, likely seeking revenge for the earlier humiliation inflicted by the waiter. It was simply a case of karma in action. Zhao Qing, realizing the situation, shot a cold glare at Su Yi, the icy chill in his gaze nearly freezing the air around them. Su Yi, you better remain this proud forever. With that, Zhao Qing could no longer tolerate the scene and stormed away to Su Yi, relishing the chaos, called out cheerfully, "Farewell, young Master Zhao. Until we meet again." Today's events undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to Zhao Qing. Su Yi was well aware of the rigid and reputation-conscious nature of the Zhao family patriarch. They had crossed paths frequently in their youth, that it was likely that upon returning home, Zhao Qing's actions would be revealed, leading to his usual punishment, confinement. Though such measures were not particularly painful, they would at least ensure that Zhao Qing would be too preoccupied to seek trouble with him in the near future. Having dealt with those seeking conflict, Su Yi then raised his hand, summoning another waiter to pack up the food on the table. However, the lingering, scrutinizing gazes surrounding him left Su Yi feeling dissatisfied. He coldly inquired, "Have you all not seen enough? If anyone has something to say, feel free to share it with me directly." Upon hearing this, no one dared to look any longer. They either feigned ignorance or wished to bury their heads in their dishes. As they exited the windward pavilion, Guanju felt as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Young master, you were truly magnificent just now," with a single sentence. You rendered that Zhao family young master speechless, forcing him to leave in disgrace. "That I had no idea you had such plans. I was just passionately trying to reason with that waiter. Did I embarrass you?" Upon concluding her words, Guanju gazed at Su Yi with a demeanor of utmost caution. She had observed that since the young master's return, he seemed to have transformed entirely, rendering him somewhat unfamiliar to her. Faced with this enigmatic version of the young master, she found herself apprehensive that even the slightest inadvertent gesture could displease him. Su Yi, attuned to the emotions of others, noticed the despondency reflected in Guanju's expression and immediately sought to reassure her, saying, "Not at all. Your intentions are rooted in kindness, and I am touched rather than embarrassed by your concern." That as he spoke, Su Yi affectionately draped his arm around Guanju, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder, his hand gently caressing her hair. "Xiaoju, you need never worry about my affections for you. In this world, you are my sole kin." Upon hearing this, Guanju felt a lump rise in her throat and instinctively buried herself in Su Ye's embrace. "Xiaoju has only you as family, so let us promise never to part again, shall we?" Her earnest gaze lifted to Su Yi, her crystalline eyes glistening with unshed tears. Such a heart-wrenching sight rendered Su Yi incapable of uttering any words of refusal. "Rest assured, young master will always take you along, no matter where he goes." As Su Yi had anticipated, this little drama soon spread throughout the streets and alleys of Lin City. After all, so many had witnessed the event, and being inherently amusing, it was only natural that they shared it with their companions. What transpired with Zhao Qing thereafter remained a mystery to Su Yi. He merely caught wind of the news that Zhao Qing had once again been confined. However, this time, the duration of his confinement would likely be protracted. Su Yi found great satisfaction in this revelation. Simultaneously, another piece of news began to circulate. Su Yi had once again regained his innate abilities, his cultivation nearing that of the young masters carefully nurtured by the prominent families. Upon the emergence of this news, nearly everyone in Lin City was keenly attentive. Even when Su Yi ventured outside, he could sense several pairs of eyes closely following him. Their intentions were not malicious. They merely sought to ascertain the veracity of the rumors. Yet, this scrutiny had begun to exert a significant impact on Su Ye's life. Thus, he discreetly conducted an investigation and uncovered that the individual orchestrating the dissemination of these rumors was, in fact, Su knew. Upon my return, I did not seek retribution against him, yet he has taken the initiative to strike first. Once back in his courtyard, Su Yi shared this information with Guanju, not wishing for her to remain oblivious to the goings-on, that he felt it imperative for her to grasp the gravity of their situation. Especially since he had already offended numerous individuals, they were unlikely to remain in Su Manor for long. Once the time came for the selection of new disciples by Xiao Jianfeng, it would serve as a stepping stone to his ascent to another pinnacle. This novel can be downloaded using the open-source, Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through an agent download, and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email: xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ: 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group: 149050832. Official TG Group: https t.me/fqtool Chapter 37. Intrigues and Machinations. Of course, this is contingent upon his survival until that time. Guanju, unaware of the complexities, felt a surge of joy upon discovering that many had begun to take an interest in Su Yi. Believing that his recovery would shield him from further slander, Su Nu was doing a good deed. With everyone aware of your restoration, they shall no longer conspire against you. Since Su Yi's return, he had forbidden Guanju from addressing Su Nian or Su Nu as young master, insisting instead that she call them by their names, as they were undeserving of such honorifics. But Su Yi merely shook his head at her words and gently flicked her smooth forehead. saying, "If you think that way, my dear, you are sorely mistaken, Dada. Is that not the case?" Guanju inquired, tilting her head in confusion. "Then please enlighten Xiao Ju on your intentions, so that I may discern whom to regard with gratitude and whom to remain wary of." Given the multitude of events that had transpired recently, Guanju had grown more perceptive. She had even begun to train diligently, channeling all her thoughts into supporting Su Yi and striving to elevate her own abilities swiftly. Su Yi chuckled, stroking Guanju's hair as he meticulously elucidated the underlying darkness and treachery of their circumstances. "Consider this. Although I have regained my strength, my cultivation level remains relatively low. With the family competition approaching, would not those with ulterior motives perceive my gradual recovery as a potential threat to their standings?" Su Yi patiently articulated his inner thoughts concerning Su Nu's designs. If it were merely a family contest, that would be one matter. After all, we are all part of the same family, and they are aware of my identity, thus hesitant to act against me. However, what of the Xiao Jianfeng competition? The 5 sects of Beijing conduct an enrollment trial every 3 years across various towns, with the victors granted entry into the sects for cultivation. Yet as resources have grown increasingly scarce and exceptional talents have dwindled, the other 4 sects have abandoned this ruthless selection process. Thus, for the youth of Lin City, this upcoming enrollment trial is their only hope for distinction. The DOU truly believe they would permit someone who poses a potential threat to their prospects to grow unchecked. Guanju, though sometimes less contemplative, was far from foolish. Upon hearing this, her complexion paled as she extricated herself from Su Yi's embrace. Her eyes filled with concern. "Young master, should we not flee? They certainly will not let you off easily." She genuinely wished to shield Su Yi from further harm, knowing he had committed no wrong and that the matter of qualifications had always been a fair competition. That Su Yi smiled at her. Such naive measures he might have considered in the past, but now, with the system in play, certain matters were no longer within his control. Moreover, Su Yi had never entertained the notion of retreat. Having been granted a second chance, standing in Su Yi's stead, he was resolute in seeking justice for the wrongs endured, whether it be the humiliation from Su Manor or the exploitation by the Tai Su sect. These grievances must be repaid in full. Very well, if the young master insists on staying, then we shall confront them head-on. Guanju unwaveringly pledged her support for every decision Su Yi made. From that day forth, just as Su Yi had predicted, whenever he ventured outside, he invariably sensed numerous gazes lingering upon him, some scrutinizing, some inquisitive, and even a few laced with malice, that Su Yi meticulously committed each one to memory. He was not one to show kindness when others plotted against him. He could not permit them to achieve their aims unchallenged. With a deft maneuver, Su Yi slipped into a narrow alleyway. The alley was cloaked in shadows and dampness, the towering edifices on either side nearly obscuring the sunlight. Odd. Where have they gone? I distinctly saw him enter. Split up and search. The enrollment trial for Xiao Jianfeng is fast approaching. We must not allow Su Yi to continue recovering his strength, or we shall have no chance of even entering the preliminary rounds. Amidst their exchanges, a figure silently descended behind them. "Hey," Su Yi called out nonchalantly. "Are you looking for me?" As they turned around, barely registering the figure, a sudden gust of force met them head-on. The powerful punches landed with relentless fury, leaving them dazed and disoriented, struggling to comprehend their assailant. It was not until they lay on the ground, gasping for breath, that they finally recognized the towering figure looming over them, that Su Yi. They had never imagined that the very person they had been tracking had long been aware of their presence and had even turned the tables on them. Leaning against the wall, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, peering down at the battered individual sprawled at his feet. "Indeed, I am Su Yi. What seems to be the problem? Does the outcome differ from what you had anticipated?" As he spoke, Su Yi bent slightly, exuding an aura that seemed to elevate him above them. An overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over them, and they hastily shook their heads, their faces flushed. No, not at all. Initially, they had known that confronting Su Yi would not end well for them. "Patio attempt to lay hands on me, with a motley crew like you. Have you even looked in the mirror to see if you are worthy?" For his adversaries, Su Yi shows no mercy. Not only does he intend to deliver them a thorough beating and humiliate them, but he also plans to display their shame at the entrance of their own family, allowing all passersby to witness just how unsightly their unscrupulous methods are in pursuit of their goals. Su Yi acts swiftly, orchestrating these plans with remarkable efficiency, all while maintaining an air of secrecy that leaves no one alerted. The individuals involved are coerced by Su Yi's threats. Any utterance of his name would result in their sleepless nights. Terrified by Su Yi's previous assaults, they readily comply, nodding in agreement. Even when pressed by their elders later, they remain tight-lipped, too fearful to risk his wrath. However, a few astute minds begin to piece together the unfolding events, particularly Su Nu, who connects the dots to Su Yi upon hearing of the rumors. To his astonishment, Su Ye's cultivation has remarkably advanced in such a short span, reaching the fourth realm of the Bitter Sea. Opposite Su Nu sits Sun Yen, bearing the bruises of Su Yi's earlier confrontation. His face a portrait of resentment, wounds inflicted by Su Yi himself. Chapter 38. Family competition. Since Su Ye's return, an inexplicable wind of discontent has swept through as he declares his intention to avenge that lowly girl. Every encounter with Sun Yen ends in violence, and soon, the entirety of the Su residence is aware of Sun Yen's plight, completely subjugated under Su Ye's dominance, with not a shred of resistance left. "Brother, I suggest you simply eliminate Su Yi tonight. It would be the end of the matter," Sun Yen declares, his expression chillingly cold, as if a mere life meant nothing to him. Su Nu shoots him a frosty glance. "Kill him. You make it sound facile. Do you think I am omnipotent? Even if Su Yi were to die in his own chamber, what would others think of the Su family? Do you want them to believe we cannot fend off a mere thief, allowing them to waltz in and commit murder at will? What then of our standing in Ling City?" Sun Yen, unfazed by the gravity of the situation, interprets Su Nu's reluctance as fear, scoffing. "Su Nu, you put on a brave face here, but everyone knows you were once Su Yi's defeated foe. It is only natural for you to be afraid." Su Nu narrows his eyes, malicious intent flaring as he regards Sun Yen. "You truly are more of a liability than an asset. Besides your sharp tongue, what else can you offer?" Sun Yen retorts nonchalantly. "Will it provoke you enough to aid me in eliminating Su Yi?" His disregard for others' opinions is palpable. His singular desire is to witness Su Yi's downfall. "Very well, I shall indulge you," Su Nu concedes, "but we must devise a meticulous plan to ensure Su Yi's demise is not too conspicuous." As those upside-down figures emerge, the number of individuals tailing Su Yi diminishes significantly. Inside the room, candle flames flicker as Guanju, draped in an outer robe, extinguishes the candles for Su Yi. "Young master, you ought to retire early. Tomorrow is the family competition, and those who place in the top 3 will qualify for the recruitment examination of Xiao Jianfeng, though we cannot afford to miss this opportunity." Su Yi glances at Guanju. "You seem more concerned for my well-being than your own. Do you have confidence in yourself?" His inquiry pertains to the preliminary exam for Xiao Jianfeng's recruitment. The family competition is exclusive to direct and collateral descendants of the Su clan, leaving Guanju without a chance to participate. To become a disciple of Xiao Jianfeng, she must first pass the initial exam like everyone else. However, Su Ye's situation is different. A commendable performance in the family competition guarantees him entry into the next round. Yet, to Su Yi, it bears little distinction. Engaging with external competitors merely wastes time, while facing off against family members could prove perilous. One misstep could cost him his life. With Su Nu's previous schemes thwarted, it is likely that retaliation will come during the family competition. Although there are regulations against lethal force in the competition, advocating for restraint is merely a suggestion. Should one wish to engage in murder, it is not impossible. After all, this is a ruthlessly unforgiving world of cultivation. Nevertheless, there is no need to burden Guanju with such worries. The following day arrives, bustling with energy as the Su residence fills with clusters of clan members. Upon Su Yi and Guanju's arrival, conversations cease, and all eyes are drawn to Su Yi. After several days apart, a palpable shift in his demeanor is evident. As Su Yi makes his entrance, Su Nu and Sun Yen also arrive in succession. When their paths cross, Su Yi distinctly hears Sun Yen's disdainful snort, his face bearing the marks of Su Ye's recent assault. A sight both pitiful and grotesque. That Su Nu, meanwhile, maintains an icy demeanor, his aura chillingly formidable. The only individual capable of instilling genuine dread in Su Yi is Su Nu, cunning, brooding, and vengeful. Having lost face in front of others during the incident at the Demon Beast Mountains, it is unlikely Su Nu will let that grievance go easily. Should he seek vengeance, Su Yi is confident he can withstand it. Do you not perceive the striking similarity between Su Yi and Su Nu? One voice inquires. Surely not. Are you mistaken? Su Nu is a master of the fifth realm of the Bitter Sea, while Su Yi has only recently stepped into the fourth realm. How can they possibly be compared? The disparity in their levels is substantial. A single miscalculation could lead to Su Ye's demise at Su Nu's hands. The greater the difference in cultivation, the more pronounced the perception of spiritual energy becomes. Without formidable spiritual power to back him, Su Ye's fate is all but sealed. The family competition is straightforward. All esteemed elders of the clan will be present and will bestow clan secrets upon the top 3 contestants. However, at this moment, a number of seats are already occupied, yet the position at the center, designated for the clan leader, remains conspicuously vacant. What is going on? Is the clan leader not attending? Murmurs ripple through the crowd. It seems we've seen less and less of the clan leader lately. What could he possibly be preoccupied with? Didn't TU hear? The clan leader is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the Dantian realm. It is only natural that he is seldom seen. Various discussions drift into Su Ye's ears. Reflecting on his encounter with Su Qingyan, the intense aura of decay surrounding him suggests he is hardly on the verge of a breakthrough, to Tio speak bluntly. His condition resembles that of a man nearing his end. It seems that in due time, Su Yi ought to familiarize himself with the circumstances surrounding his clan leader. Everyone, I trust you understand the significance of this family competition. I urge you to bring forth your utmost strength, proclaims a burly middle-aged man, flanked by Su Huan, who glares at Su Yi with venomous eyes. In that moment, Su Yi recalls that this man is Su Huan's father. Su Wang, the second in command of the Su residence, albeit only at the 5th realm of the Bitter Sea. It appears Su Huan has whispered something. For a fleeting moment, Su Wang's gaze flickers towards Su Yi. Though it is quickly averted, Su Yi, ever perceptive, senses the scrutiny. He raises an eyebrow, pondering what scheme Su Huan is concocting. Enough chatter. Su Wang's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonates like thunder, successfully silencing the murmurs that he surveys the assembly. His gaze ultimately landing on 3 individuals, Su Nu, Su Nian, and Su Yi. Chapter 39. New Rules. We'll battle. This year's competition will follow new rules. We shall employ a wheel battle format. Is there anyone eager to be the first to challenge? The announcement sends a wave of astonishment through the crowd. A wheel battle. Has the elder lost his mind? Or have I? This is clearly a setup to take advantage of someone. The first to step up will undoubtedly suffer. Of course, who would be foolish enough to take the lead? Such cacophonous sentiments reach Su Ye's ears, and he raises an eyebrow, swiftly grasping the elder's intentions. Clearly, they aim to exhaust his spiritual energy through a series of challenges before delivering a fatal blow. It is indeed a clever strategy. However, to lure him into their trap, they must demonstrate some sincerity. Since no one dares to step forward, I shall name names, whether you like it or not. This is the clan's arrangement. Su Wang, seemingly short on patience, proceeds without delay. Many astute observers, upon hearing this proclamation, shift their gazes towards Su Yi, as if already anticipating the outcome. Guanju's heart tightens as she clings to Su Ye's arm, an ominous premonition intensifying within her. Young master, do you think they are plotting against you? Su Yi raised an eyebrow and affectionately tapped Guanju's nose, teasing, you usually seem rather foolish. How come you're so astute this time? However, Guanju was not in the mood for banter, her grip on Su Ye's arm tightening. How about we refrain from fighting? In a war of attrition, they will exhaust you. This was clearly directed at Su Yi. She could not bear to watch him plunge into danger. You must trust your young master. I never engage in ventures devoid of confidence. Su Yi pushed Guanju away, moving his arms to loosen up. His gaze, sharp as twilight, pierced through the crowd to fixate on Su Wang, even raising an eyebrow in provocation, as if daring him to send his men forward. Su Wang, perceiving Su Ye's brazen demeanor, let out a cold snort. Well then, since Su Yi has begun to warm up, let it be you who initiates. This outcome was anticipated by all. Su Yi strode through the throngs and directly approached the expansive contest platform. His eyes, keen and discerning, swept over the spectators before finally landing on Su Nu. I have ascended the stage. I wonder who among you wishes to challenge me. The palpable tension between the two was unmistakable, and onlookers quickly grasped the situation. It seemed to be a celestial duel. With them as mere spectators, Su Ye's audacity exceeded Su Nu's expectations. He glared at Su Yi with venomous eyes, but had no intention of making a move. At this moment, stepping forth would mean confronting a fully capable Su Yi, and he was entirely unaware of the opponent's hidden cards that in such circumstances, the outcome was bound to be indeterminate, which was not the effect he desired. What? Is there not a single soul brave enough to step up and challenge me? Su Nu remained still, and Su Yi's lack of surprise at this was precisely the correct response. Such a selfish individual would only reserve himself for the final act. That Su Yi raised an eyebrow, a victorious smile creeping onto his face. Since no one is willing to step forward, does that mean I am declared the victor? To win, one must also consider whether my blade consents. Just as Su Yi's words fell, a rugged voice boomed from below the stage. Shortly after, a tall, slender figure emerged, bearing a long sword taller than himself. The hilt was embedded with several beast cores, and the individual's cultivation level. Su Yi squinted at a master of the fifth realm of the Bitter Sea. He had not paid much attention before, but he was surprised to discover that the Su residents had a second master of the fifth realm. He had assumed Su Nu was the only one to attain this realization. Su Yi cast a scornful glance at Su Nu, as if to say, "So you are not the sole one after all." This insinuation caused Su Nu's complexion to change dramatically, the hatred in his eyes almost solidifying. Were it not for the fear of disrupting the plan, he would have rushed forward to rip Su Yi's face apart. The spectators remained oblivious to the underlying tensions. Who is this person? He looks so unfamiliar. He seems somewhat familiar, yet I cannot quite place him. Is he truly from the Su residence? Surely he hasn't sneaked in from elsewhere. The youth, expressionless, bore a long sword, but when his gaze fell upon Su Yi, it ignited with a fierce battle spirit. Suddenly, he turned the sword toward Su Yi. "I have heard that you are the most formidable individual of the Su residence." This was an assertion from long ago, but uttering it at this moment and place felt like a blatant disregard for Su Nu. This only intensified Su Nu's sense of humiliation. Su Yi caught a glimpse of Su Nu's shifting expression and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, if you're stating it thus, then it is indeed correct." Seeing Su Yi's lack of denial, the youth seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and introduced himself. "I am Su Huai, a master of the fifth realm of the Bitter Sea. I seek your guidance." He then performed a cupped fist salute, exuding a sense of formality that Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. He returned the gesture, but could not recall any impression of the name Su Huai. However, Su Wang sitting nearby had a faint recollection. Su Huai, the boy who lost both parents and subsequently vanished. I never anticipated he survived all these years. To Su Huan, overhearing his father's musing, eagerly pressed for more details. "What do you mean he hasn't died? Did something happen to him after his parents passed?" Su Wang shot him a glare. "Why are you prying into matters that do not concern you? Instead of indulging in such gossip, you would do better to focus on your own training. Look at Su Yi. Enough, enough. You keep repeating the same few lines. I am utterly fatigued that if you admire Su Yi so much, why would you collude with Su Nu and the others to endanger his life?" This was said in a hushed tone, yet Su Wang was still taken aback, frowning as he admonished. "Nonsense. Such words should not be casually spoken. There is no truth to it." Su Huan, having been chastised, took it as a refusal to bear false accusations, pouting in disdain. The contest had already commenced. The initial exchanges were merely tests of each other's capabilities. That Su Yi's expression was solemn. This individual, be it in physical strength or spiritual energy, was remarkably restrained and pure, reminiscent of a seasoned fighter, akin to those who live on the edge. That if one were to describe him precisely, the sensation he evoked was similar to that of the ancient pawn shop master from his past. Brutal, domineering, and steeped in bloodshed. Who exactly is this person? As Su Yi pondered, the opponent's strikes drew near. The pressure and power of the fifth realm of the Bitter Sea descended like a cataclysm, precisely sealing off Su Yi's avenues of escape. "Damn it, I can't move." Su Yi's heart surged with alarm as he gritted his teeth, forcing a thread of spiritual energy to shatter the invisible cage before him. Yet in an instant, a colossal hand descended upon him. The Annihilation Palm, 5 fingers, resembling 5 mountains, bore down with overwhelming force. Even the spaces between the fingers radiated an indomitable battle intent. This fluctuation, it was a profound tier battle technique. Those below recognized the palm technique and began to sympathize with Su Yi that a profound tier battle technique was a rarity even in the entire Lin City, comparable in preciousness to Su Yi's Qingquan bag. It seemed that Su Huai had indeed gained considerable skill during his years away. Whispers of speculation reached Su Ye's ears, and he understood why such overwhelming pressure existed. Only a profound tier battle technique could possess such formidable dominance. He glanced down at his own hands and the golden scaled rings on his wrist that it appeared he truly needed to enhance his abilities and seek out more battle techniques for training. Strengthening oneself was paramount. But for now, the most critical task was to endure this immediate challenge. Standing firm, Su Ye's robes billowed in the tempest generated by the Annihilation Palm, yet he remained remarkably composed. Though your profound tier battle technique is formidable, the synergy of my Disruption Palm and the golden scaled rings should not be underestimated. Su Ye discerned that his opponent bore no ill intent. It was merely a clash of strength between equals. Thus, he resolved to approach this contest with utmost seriousness. You ought to watch closely. Taking a step back, Su Ye flipped his palm downward, channeling spiritual energy from his shoulder down to his palm, forming a spherical light. The fluctuations within the sphere belonged to the fourth realm of the bitter sea's spiritual energy. That Su Huai frowned. Is that all you can muster with your fourth realm cultivation? He believed in Su Ye's words but derided the display of power. However, as the circular ring on Su Ye's wrist emitted a brilliant glow, the sphere visibly shrank at an observable rate. Despite its diminutive size, the spiritual energy within was being compressed. Even gaining momentum, it was subtly beginning to rival the Annihilation Palm overhead in intensity. This sudden transformation caused Su Huai to retract his previous disdain, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Indeed, the rumors were not unfounded. You truly possess the ability to surprise others. That Su Huai acknowledged Su Ye's prowess and strength, yet the absolute disparity in their abilities would not be easily bridged. To counter my Annihilation Palm with such a sphere still falls short. Just as his words fell, Su Ye's figure suddenly vanished. Su Huai immediately heightened his vigilance, conjuring a milky white shield around him, scanning his surroundings in search of Su Ye's location. However, Su Ye had not ceased his movements. His body was in constant motion, while Su Huai's attention was fixated on the sphere in his hand. He simultaneously gathered spiritual energy in his feet. The disruption step was not merely a means to enhance his footwork. It enabled him to unleash an astonishing burst of speed in an instant. From the very beginning, Su Ye had noted that, while Su Huai possessed commendable cultivation and combat prowess, his speed was somewhat lacking. Humph, you indeed have a keen eye. After a brief moment of panic, Su Huai evidently came to a realization. The more he recognized Su Ye's exceptional qualities, the stronger his desire grew to witness how, under such absolute conditions, Su Ye would dare to confront him. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, yet it was sufficient for the individuals on stage to engage in countless exchanges. That Su Ye's figure flickered in and out, and each time he manifested, Su Huai would strike forcefully towards his reappearance. However, the outcome was invariably the same. Each attempt met with emptiness. Were he an ordinary person, he would have long since succumbed to impatience with Su Ye's evasive maneuvers. Yet Su Huai appeared remarkably composed, seemingly intent on observing how long Su Ye's spiritual energy could sustain such rapid movement. That as Su Huai had anticipated, Su Ye indeed could not maintain this for much longer. The spiritual power within him was swiftly depleting, yet upon seeing the various luminous orbs materializing around him, Su Ye smirked. Consider this my gift to you, be sure to receive it well. Though his presence remained unseen, his words compelled Su Huai to heighten his vigilance. That Su Huai fixed his gaze on a specific point in the air, his instinct suggesting that Su Ye was positioned there. But just as Su Huai prepared to manipulate the colossal hand hovering in mid-air towards the direction indicated by his intuition, luminous orbs began to appear one after another. The orbs were uniform in color and size, and even the overwhelming sense of danger they exuded felt strikingly similar. Impossible! How could you possibly condense such intense spiritual orbs simultaneously? Su Huai's complexion shifted dramatically, and his first instinct was to shield his vital areas. However, compared to the simultaneously launched spiritual orbs, his defenses appeared woefully sluggish. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions ensued, the spiritual orbs accompanied by faint golden light, nearly reducing the entire arena to rubble. The floor tiles seemed as if they had been violently uprooted, scattering chaotically. That Su Ye did not merely stand by as a spectator. The might of the heavenly destruction palm was formidable, and even though its power had been significantly mitigated by the luminous orbs, it still proved to be quite taxing for Su Ye, whose body was on the verge of being drained. With a grunt, Su Yi was propelled backwards, while Su Huai's position was directly impacted, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring visibility for a moment. The spectators craned their necks in anticipation, curiosity piqued regarding the outcome. Cough, cough, accompanied by a familiar coughing sound. Su Yi emerged from the haze at the same time. He bore a person on his shoulder, tattered clothing, flesh exposed, none other than the already unconscious Su Huai. Heavens, he actually defeated Su Huai of the fifth realm of the Sea of Suffering. And with such overwhelming victory. Chapter 41. This is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. When did Su Yi become so formidable? He appeared even more powerful than before. It seemed as though something within him had changed, yet it was difficult to pinpoint. The various gasps of astonishment served only to fuel Su Nu's ire, and Su Nian gritted his teeth, wishing to eliminate all those who engaged in idle gossip. Had they forgotten that not long ago, they were the very ones disparaging Su Yi? Elder Su Wang, can you now announce the result? Su Yi shifted his arm, handing the unconscious Su Huai to the designated medical team. For this competition, the family had taken great care to prepare a medical team that Su Huai was swiftly taken away for treatment. While Su Yi, appearing feeble, stood on the stage as though a mere gust of wind could topple him. Very well, I declare that in the first match, Su Yi is the victor. Su Wang, upon being called, hastily came back to his senses from the shock, but he glanced at Su Nu, who bore an impassive expression before announcing the outcome. However, he continued, since Su Yi has triumphed, is there anyone who wishes to challenge him again? If not, I shall declare Su Yi the recipient of a place among the top 3. Su Wang's latter statement undoubtedly ignited the competitive spirit among the crowd. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, expressing no objection to this differential treatment. At this moment, even the dullest individual could discern that the new rules of this competition were likely crafted specifically to target Su Yi.as for those behind this scheme to undermine Su Yi. It was evident to all. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to step forward as the next challenger. Though Su Yi appeared utterly exhausted, who could say whether he still had hidden reserves? Unfair. This is utterly unjust. Why must there be a series of consecutive battles this year? You're clearly targeting our young master. At this juncture, Guanju could no longer contain her indignation and rushed forward toward Su Wang, only to be swiftly restrained by those beside her. Stay put. How dare a mere servant speak so brazenly? Su Wang glared at Guanju with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for refuse. He flicked his garment, a look of utter contempt etched on his face that Su Yi discerned this scene, his eyes darkening, and his voice resonated with authority. I dare anyone to lay a finger on her. With that declaration, accompanied by a suppression of spiritual power, the guards, merely at the first realm of the Sea of Suffering, instinctively released their grip, kneeling on the ground, clutching their heads in agony. In an instant, Su Yi descended from the stage with steady, agile strides, showing no signs of the earlier weakness. Several individuals who had been poised to capitalize on his apparent vulnerability breathed a sigh of relief, expressing gratitude towards Guanju for her unexpected disruption. Had it not been for her interference, they might have ended up like the earlier individual, being carried off the stage. Xiaoju, step back, Su Yi gently urged, guiding her aside. He then positioned himself opposite Su Wang. Elder Su Wang, is it not unseemly for a gentleman to treat a lady with such harshness? A gentleman. Su Wang scrutinized Su Yi, incredulous in this world where the weak are devoured by the strong. You speak to me of courtesy. Su Yi paused momentarily, then revealed a wicked grin. Indeed, it seems I have been naively optimistic in that regard. Yet, Su Yi nonchalantly shrugged, since Elder Su Wang has said so. I believe it is time to vividly demonstrate what this world of the strong devouring the weak truly entails. With that, Su Yi abruptly raised his arm, the golden-scaled ring on his wrist radiating a brilliant light. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the unfolding events, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Then they beheld Su Huan, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly propelled backwards, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Unconscious Huaner. Su Wang turned, shouting, while instructing others to carry Su Huan away for treatment, but he then glared at Su Yi with fury. How dare you lay a hand on a fellow clansman? Elder Su Wang. You may have forgotten, but on the day of the family competition, striking a fellow clansman is not a grave offense. That Su Yi feigned indifference, his demeanor irreverent, evoking a desire among spectators to strike him. Yet Su Ye's words awakened Su Wang to the reality of the situation. This was a family competition, and countless eyes were scrutinizing him, though he had risen to become the second in command of the Su household. Such a position was not guaranteed to be secure indefinitely. The other elders were perpetually on the lookout for any misstep he might make, and he could not afford to falter at this critical juncture. Very well. You are indeed quite bold. Su Wang glared venomously at Su Yi, noting the striking resemblance between father and son in both demeanor and vehemence that Su Yi had grown weary of such ambiguous threats. He impatiently cleared his ears. Thank you, Elder Su Wang, for your kind words that I am well aware of my own merits, yet I believe everyone is quite cognizant of your son's character. That a ripple of laughter arose from the crowd. But upon Su Wang's fierce glare, they promptly stifled their mirth. However, the mere presence of one such individual was enough to reveal their deep understanding of Su Huan's nature and proclivities, that Su Wang had always been a man concerned with appearances. And now Su Yi had ripped away his veil of shame, exposing his most embarrassing secrets to the public eye. The intensity of his gaze was as though he wished to consume Su Yi whole. Yet, Su Yi merely turned and brushed past Su Nu, ascending the competition stage once more to Su Nu. What are you waiting for? He called out from atop the stage, towering with an imposing presence. You meticulously orchestrated these new rules. Did you not, to diminish my combat capabilities and reclaim your lost honor? What are you still waiting for? Su Nu's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly shocked that Su Yi dared to bring such a sordid matter into the open. Regardless of their prior grievances, it was assumed that both parties tacitly agreed to uphold a facade of peace. Little did they know, Su Yi was audacious enough to tear apart this veil of pretense. However, the audience, already perceptive to the tension, merely turned their heads towards Su Nu without displaying any overt reaction. That Su Yi was known for his unconventional methods. His blatant provocation of Su Nu seemed perfectly ordinary to them. Brother, go on. He is being so arrogant. You must not let him get away with it. Sun Yin urged from the sidelines that it would be best if you defeat him thoroughly, so everyone knows you are the strongest in this family. Chapter 42. The clever outwitted by their own, wit Su Nu remained unmoved by the encouragement beside him, feigning ignorance towards the probing gazes around him. He scanned the crowd, focusing on Su Yi, pondering the intentions behind his current actions. Could it be that after his earlier encounter with Su Huai, he had exhausted his strength and could no longer sustain further challenges? Or was it that his previous demeanor was merely a ruse to deliver a crushing blow and utterly disgrace him? With Su Huai's prior performance, it was well known that Su Yi had the prowess to challenge the fifth realm of the abyss. Even the most confident Su Nu dared not take such a risk. Should his family's reputation suffer another blow, he would find it difficult to explain himself to his father. It seemed that our young master Su lacked the courage to accept the challenge. Seeing Su Nu hesitate, Su Yi's languid tone echoed once more. From the contest platform, he observed the subtle changes in the expressions of those below, that if anyone possesses the confidence to challenge me, do step forward, he declared these words. The onlookers exchanged glances, and it became evident that the cunning old fox had played his cards wisely, that it was no wonder he brought everything into the light. Who would dare to do what even the eldest son of the Su family would not? To step forward would imply one believed themselves superior to the eldest son, an audacious claim that could hardly be viewed favorably. Su Nu belatedly realized that he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Su Yi. His expression darkened ominously, as if a storm was brewing. I will count to 3, that if no one steps up to challenge me, then I shall be regarded as one of the top 3, Su Yi proclaimed, casting a glance at Su Wang beside him, and spontaneously establishing the rules. Point 1. Su Ye's voice boomed, sounding nothing like that of someone injured. 2. He glanced, already assured of the forthcoming outcome, his gaze finally resting on Su Nu, raising an eyebrow to further provoke him, who was still weighing his options. Just as Su Yi was about to utter 3, Su Nu finally sprang into action, that he leaped onto the contest platform. Facing Su Yi, his expression as dark as the depths of a stormy sea, it was evident that had Su Yi not been so aggressive, he would never have made an appearance. That Su Yi fell silent, leaning languidly, a smirk playing upon his lips. How does it feel to be pushed forward, without any choice in the matter, dear young Master Su? Upon hearing this, Su Nu felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. It dawned on him that Su Ye's maneuver was nothing more than an act of revenge. employing the same tactics to make him experience genuine empathy for his situation. Su Yi chuckled, mocking Su Nu's self-assuredness, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Yet Su Nu could not find humor in his predicament. He was ensnared in Su Yi's scheme, and his simmering rage felt like molten lava. Was it too early to rejoice? After a long pause, Su Nu gritted his teeth and forced each word out with difficulty. Clearly agitated, Su Yi, undeterred, fanned the flames of his ire. Of course. Would you prefer I wait until you're on the ground begging for mercy before I laugh? I could do that too. Su Yi, Su Nu barked, cutting off Su Yi's nonsensical banter. Video not celebrate too soon. That Su Huai has already drained everyone's spiritual energy, that you're merely provoking me in hopes of finding an opportune moment to strike. I will not let you succeed. Finding solace in his reasoning, Su Nu began to regain his composure and even returned the taunt with a challenging gaze at Su Yi. You are merely at the fourth realm of the abyss. How much spiritual energy could you possibly possess? The exchange between the two was subtle. Onlookers could only see their lips moving, unable to discern their words. Guanju below was in a state of agitation, wishing to implore Elder Su Wang to halt this absurd contest. However, Elder Su Wang would not alter the rules he had set simply because of a mere maid. As he raised his hand to silence Guanju, he recalled Su Yi's protective nature and reluctantly lowered it. Someone, take this girl back to her quarters. Do not let her disturb the contest. No. Do not move me. Guanju protested, but ultimately, her feeble resistance was no match for the strength of many, and she was escorted away from the contest venue. Upon the elevated contest platform, Su Nu and Su Yi stood facing each other, both remaining still, their mouths now completely closed. Yet the atmosphere around them was so charged that no one dared to approach. It was as if a vortex was forming around them, tempestuous winds swirling, whipping their robes with ferocity, creating an illusion that they might be lifted into the sky. Was this the battle of the strong? Our presence here felt like a mere jest. If I, too, cannot win, standing firm is a challenge in itself. How could they be so extraordinary at such a young age? Whispers of astonishment filled the air, their gazes a mixture of envy and jealousy, lamenting the absence of such gifted abilities in their own lives. Though neither moved, the spiritual energies of the two began to intertwine, probing each other's strength. Su Yi had previously faced a formidable opponent at the fifth realm of the abyss, and thus felt little pressure when confronting Su Nu. Conversely, upon sensing Su Yi's spiritual power, Su Nu furrowed his brows deeply. How strange. Though Su Yi was merely at the fourth realm of the abyss, why did his energy feel even more refined than my own? The degree of accumulation mattered not. It was the essence of spiritual energy that counted. It was as if a pile of sand could scatter without the wind, whereas Su Yi's spiritual energy was akin to clay. Once bound together, it was challenging to separate and significantly stronger. Recognizing this, Su Nu finally understood why Su Yi, despite not surpassing Su Huai, could conjure so many spheres of spiritual energy and turn the tide in his favor. Yet he had one advantage. Su Yi had already been substantially drained by Su Huai. Though the nature of Su Yi's energy was a mystery, its remarkable refinement was not crucial. You have certainly surprised me, but your astonishment will end here. Chapter 43. Sparks of fire. As his words fell, a fierce wind suddenly swept through, mingling with flickering sparks of fire. The Starfire Blaze, a technique only accessible to direct descendants of the family, had emerged. Would Su Yi be able to withstand it? The Starfire Blaze was no trivial matter. While it was not an advanced technique, it was nearly on par. I am now more eager than ever to see Su Yi triumph, to witness him create one astonishing miracle after another. Many shared this sentiment, having been resigned to lives of mediocrity due to their unremarkable talents since birth. Yet at this moment, one who was equally unremarkable dared to challenge someone of extraordinary talent. If he succeeded, it would be as though they, too, had emerged victorious, a means to vent their frustrations at the eye of the storm. Su Yi felt a surge of intense danger as he watched the sparks of fire beginning to form under Su Nu's manipulation. A profound sense of pressure washed over him, eerily reminiscent of the earlier confrontation with Su Huai. Unease gripped Su Yi as he observed his trembling arms. He was uncertain whether he could even match Su Nu's strength. Ding! A hidden task was triggered. Defeat Su Nu within 3 moves. Would the host accept the task? In a moment of crisis, the familiar voice of the system rang in his mind. 3 moves? You truly think highly of me, Su Yi murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth twitching. Having learned from past experiences, he was disinclined to inquire about the consequences of refusing the task. With gritted teeth, he resolved, all right, since the system has spoken, I shall see this through to the end. As he spoke, he skillfully retrieved a porcelain vial from the mystical bag at his waist, pouring out the pills contained within. An intense aroma of medicinal fragrance suddenly permeated the air, filling the vast arena. Body refinement pill. Su Nu's expression changed dramatically upon detecting the familiar scent. You actually possess a body refinement pill. Who gave it to you? The moment those words escaped his lips, the onlookers below were equally astounded, eyeing the Su residence. Such a pill was a rare treasure. Only the victor of the family tournament would receive 3 each year. And yet here was Su Yi, a mere disciple with no notable background, casually producing one. It was difficult not to raise suspicions that Su Wang narrowed his eyes slightly, exhibiting an intense curiosity regarding the origins of this body refinement pill. However, as his gaze swept past Su Ye's mystical bag, that curiosity was forcibly suppressed. The ancient pawnshop, after all, was backed by a powerful family, so possessing a body refinement pill was not surprising that Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This is my personal possession. You seem rather interested. Su Nu's earlier demeanor had been overly conspicuous, as if he were eager to snatch it away from Su Yi. Unfortunately, in the presence of so many witnesses, he could do nothing. Su Nu smirked, his arms glowing a bright red like heated iron. Interested? I merely realized why your cultivation has progressed so rapidly. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Su Yi. Su Yi, who would have thought that a person as clever as you would make such a foolish mistake in this regard? Su Yi did not fully grasp his implication, but it did not hinder him from unleashing his full potential with the severed palm technique. In an instant, palm imprints surged forth from his palm, akin to the spirit energy orbs he had used against Su Huai, though these severed palms contained true combat techniques, rendering them even more formidable. The two stood opposed, each unleashing their entire strength. The flickering sparks were blown toward Su Yi, and upon contact, they embedded themselves into his skin like seeds taking root. Not good. This is a targeting source. Su Ye's expression shifted drastically as a milky white aura erupted from within him, forcefully annihilating the sparks that had clung to his skin. Yet a few remnants managed to escape. Su Yi sensed the impending danger, but maintained an air of indifference. The faint golden palm imprints multiplied around him. As their numbers increased, the overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy became increasingly palpable. The two sides appeared evenly matched, which was undoubtedly a significant blow to Su Nu. Yet at that moment, he paid no heed to the gasps of those around him. His eyes fixated on the golden ring on Su Ye's wrist that up until now, Su Yi had not yet activated the power of these 2 rings. He recalled that it was only with the enhancement of these rings that Su Yi would unleash his final trump card. Are you eager to experience the might of the golden ring? Su Yi caught sight of that burning gaze and smirked. Since you desire it so much, I shall oblige. With that, he licked his lips, and the golden ring expanded, radiating an even more potent golden light that illuminated his palm with vibrant hues. Under my advanced severed palm technique, 3 moves are unnecessary. With a single strike, I can bring you to your knees. Su Ye's thoughts swelled with arrogance, and the crimson glow in his eyes intensified. He had long harbored a disdain for the 2 brothers of the Su family. Regardless of whether it was his own grievances or those of his former self, all the humiliation and suffering would be repaid today. Brace yourself, Su Nu, he roared, severed palm. Simultaneously, the sparks ignited by Su Nu erupted into a furious blaze. Above, a crimson sun hung low, and countless fiery meteors fell from the sky, landing precisely where the sparks had previously struck Su Yi. The precise targeting ensured that no matter where Su Yi attempted to evade, he could not escape the pursuit of these fiery meteors. Not a bad combat technique, Su Yi mused, licking his lips as a faint golden glow enveloped his body. This was his last remaining reserve of spiritual energy. Whether he could withstand the meteor's onslaught was uncertain. Bang! The sounds of explosions and searing flames intertwined, creating a harmonious symphony as the arena was engulfed in golden and red light, dividing it into 2 distinct realms. The spectators below could not help but feel anxious for Su Yi. Could his nearly depleted reserves of spiritual energy withstand such a relentless barrage of meteor attacks? As time passed, the arena fell into a tense silence, the only sounds being the faintest of breaths. It was not until the brilliant light of the sun began to dim, and the palm imprints floating around Su Nu vanished one by one, that two figures emerged almost simultaneously in the crowd's view. Chapter 44. Who else remains? Who is victorious? In the midst of the audience's tension, Su Yi suddenly staggered, appearing as though he might topple over. It's over. I've backed the wrong horse. Su Yi seems unable to continue. Wait, look at Su Nu. His eyes appear to be closed. Before the despondent murmurs could fully spread, someone noted the critical detail that Su Nu's eyes were indeed shut, and even his breath had grown faint to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Su Wang sensed something amiss and quickly ascended the arena, lightly touching Su Nu with a resounding thud. Su Nu's body fell to the ground. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of breathing ceased. It was not until a suppressed cough erupted from Su Yi, accompanied by a faint trace of blood from his lips, that the spectators returned to their senses. That he actually succeeded? They could scarcely believe their eyes. In this world, indeed, other miracles can occur apart from one's own. That Su Yi was extraordinary. I declare that from this day forth, Su Yi shall be my idol. The crowd erupted into cheers, a mix of astonishment and shock, but more so, a profound admiration for Su Yi. Initially, some had perceived Su Yi as overreaching, but now that notion had been utterly dispelled. Su Yi had proven to everyone, through his strength and willpower, that sometimes awareness of one's cultivation level was not absolute. Elder Su Wang, the opponent has fallen. Will you not announce the results of the match? Su Ye's voice was hoarse, as though he had swallowed sand. Yet no one dared to overlook Su Ye's tenacity and strength any longer. That Su Wang's gaze was inscrutable as he fixed his eyes on Su Yi. Then reluctantly declared, in this contest, Su Yi emerges victorious. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge him? Su Wang understood that first it was Su Huai, and now Su Nu. Both were among the top contenders in the Su residence, both in cultivation and combat skills. That they had consecutively fallen to Su Yi underscored the authenticity of his power. Even if he had temporarily harnessed the effects of the body refinement pill to rapidly replenish his spiritual energy. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances with one another. The answer was abundantly clear at that moment. Anyone who dared to challenge Su Yi would be seen as lacking in discernment. Setting aside the question of whether they could defeat him, merely attempting to take advantage of the situation would forever tarnish their standing within the family. Just like Su Nu, whose actions had been too blatant in targeting his kin, and whose less-than-noble tactics had irreparably damaged his long-standing reputation. At that moment, a frustrated voice rang out from the crowd. Sun Yan's face was flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear. I challenge you. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Sun Yan had not anticipated that Su Yi could stand defiantly after enduring the relentless onslaught of two formidable opponents from the Bittersea realm. Yet even with his reputation in tatters, he could not bear to see Su Yi stand atop the arena, potentially claiming a spot in the family's top 3, or even securing a place in the recruitment selection for the Xiao Jianfeng. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Sun Yan. Su Yi dismissively scanned Sun Yan from head to toe, shaking his head. You are incapable. Even when I was in the Bittersea Third Realm, you were already my defeated opponent. Now that my cultivation has progressed while yours has stagnated, it is clear you stand no chance. This statement struck like a heavy blow, crushing Sun Yan's dignity and pride before the gathered crowd. Su Yi, you should consider your own current state before making such claims. Sun Yan fixed his gaze and swiftly scanned the crowd below, indeed catching sight of several disdainful glances. Instantly, the flames of fury within him blazed even brighter. Ever since this individual had returned, not a single matter had gone smoothly for him. He was determined to eliminate Su Yi right here. Otherwise, he would find no peace. Sun Yan's murderous intent was glaringly apparent. Yet Su Yi remained unfazed. However, his physical condition was far from optimistic. He lacked even a shred of strength, and his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. If this state persisted, his defeat was inevitable. Yet Su Yi harbored no fear. Having just completed his task, he had dispatched Su Nu in 3 moves, and the system would not feign inactivity at such a crucial moment. Sure enough, moments later, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. earning 50 experience points and 20 reward points. Ding, a surprise gift package has dropped. Does the host wish to open it? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This surprise gift was indeed unexpected. Without hesitation, he declared, "Open it." He was eager to discover what treasures could possibly merit the title of a surprise gift. Ding. The surprise gift package has been opened, yielding 1 turning pill and the Cyclone 13 blades. Turning pill instantly restores peak spiritual energy for 1 hour. Side effect: after its effect wears off, it will inflict a double backlash for 3 hours. Cyclone 13 blades, a profound level combat technique, primarily utilizing spiritual energy, with killing intent as a supplement, condensing 13 broken blades, the power stacking. Those who master it to perfection can instantly cleave an opponent in half. The turning pill arrived at a most opportune moment that Su Yi gazed at the 2 newly acquired items on his panel. Either one was precisely what he lacked at present. However, whether or not to use the turning pill warranted careful consideration, for it was a life-saving measure at a critical juncture, and its side effects were not to be underestimated. Su Yi pondered, lifting his gaze to behold the flushed Su Nian across from him. This fellow appeared quite imposing, yet in truth, he was merely a paper tiger. A little intimidation should suffice to make him relent, shouldn't it? Su Yi truly lacked the strength for another fierce battle. With this thought, he stepped forward, and in an instant, a powerful energy enveloped Su Nian completely. This was merely an empty show of pressure from Su Yi, yet it caused Su Nian's expression to change drastically. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead, and even one of his knees buckled involuntarily in Su Ye's direction. Damn it. My body seems beyond my control, Su Nian cursed under his breath, his face a picture of distress. His subtle movements did not escape the keen eyes of the onlookers. They observed Su Yi, standing still, yet exuding an innate aura of authority and admiration, and awe were all that remained in their hearts. With a cultivation level in the 4th realm of the Bitter Sea, he had effortlessly contended with 2 experts from the 5th realm, still leaving room to spare. Such a person was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. How about it? Do you wish to continue? I wouldn't mind collecting another pair of knees, Su Yi remarked, his expression as frigid as frost. Su Nian desperately channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to counter Su Ye's overwhelming might. But all was in vain. Su Yi was like an immovable mountain pressing down upon him, utterly unshakable. That Su Wang. Why are you still dawdling? Are you going to let this brat humiliate me? Su Nian cried out in frustration. Directing his fury at Su Wang, he had always relied on his status as the chieftain's son, looking down upon everyone else that in front of so many witnesses. Being called out by a junior like this made Su Wang's eyes flash with a momentary shadow, quickly concealed. Just as he was about to intervene, Su Ye's cold voice rang out. Su Nian, consider your options carefully. If you ask Su Wang for assistance, it would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Su Ye's gaze darkened, carrying a hint of warning. This contest is not a mere game where you can whimsically alter the rules. Otherwise, what would others think? With this statement, Su Yi undeniably represented the countless family members below, demanding justice. The invocation of fairness struck precisely at their collective sentiments. Su Wang's expression darkened as he regarded Su Nian. He, too, believed that it would be best for someone as half-hearted as Su Nian to refrain from embarrassing the family. Su Nian glared at Su Yi, clearly unwilling to submit easily to such an outcome. Yet as Su Ye's gaze deepened, it felt as though another mountain had been added to his burden, and his legs were on the verge of collapsing beneath him. To kneel before Su Yi in front of everyone was a humiliation far worse than losing the opportunity to be selected by the Xia Jianfeng. Su Wang, act now, Su Nian roared in fury. Su Wang, with a surge of his 5th realm cultivation, effortlessly shattered Su Ye's spiritual pressure. Su Wang glanced at Su Yi in astonishment, only to meet his playful gaze. To Su Wang, I would appreciate it if you could announce the result again. This nonchalant demeanor and careless attitude made it difficult for others to discern that Su Yi was currently in a state of utter exhaustion. However, as a competent referee, Su Wang found no grounds for criticism against Su Ye's conduct. He had indeed employed all his resources to secure victory in this contest. Su Nian, having surrendered without a fight, was filled with such humiliation that he wished to vanish into the earth. He snorted coldly, flinging his sleeve as he departed from this suffocating space. Next, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Su Yi? Su Wang snapped back to reality, surveying the crowd below. He already had a sense of the answer. Su Yi, from his elevated position, looked down upon the assembly. Anyone who met his gaze promptly lowered their heads. Very well. Since there are none, I hereby declare Su Yi the outright victor, claiming first place in the family competition. This result was met with unanimous agreement from all present. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Su Yi held no interest in the ensuing matches, although the final result had yet to be declared. He was already acutely aware that among the 3 participants vying for a spot at Zhai Jianfeng, he was one, and one of the Su brothers, Su Nu or Su Nian, would undoubtedly be the second. The third would most likely be Su Huai, as his methods and resolve were the most exceptional among all, making him the most likely candidate for success. Having one more person become an honorary disciple of Zhai Jianfeng would provide the family with additional security and prestige, a prospect they welcomed. Thus, regardless of how many remained in the contest, none would have the opportunity to participate in the Zhai Jianfeng selection, that Su Yi struggled back to the courtyard alone. The thoughts of the entire Su clan were varied and self-serving. He harbored no trust for anyone. Only upon seeing Guanju, who had been kept in the courtyard, did he finally allow himself to succumb to unconsciousness. Young master, please wake up." The last thing Su Yi heard before losing consciousness was Guanju's heart-wrenching cries. He thought to himself that he had frightened the young girl once again. Exhausted, he felt a profound weakness pervading his being, and deep sleep was the best remedy, that Su Yi slept soundly until the following evening. Before he even opened his eyes, he felt a gentle, tender breath brushing over the back of his hand. Inch by inch, without needing to think, he knew the owner of that breath. Turning his head, he beheld Guanju, who had fallen asleep beside his bed, knowing she must have kept vigil over him all night. The scene before him was oddly familiar, and gradually, Su Yi recalled it must have been how Guanju had once cared for the original body, with meticulous attention and protection. Unfortunately, in the end, she remained unaware that the original body had long ceased to exist. Xiaojut Su Ye's throat was parched, his voice raspy. His call came out sounding like a copper gong. Yet it was enough to rouse the alert Guanju from her slumber. "Young master, you're awake. Well, you nearly scared me to death when you suddenly fainted." Guanju seemed genuinely frightened, burying her face in Su Ye's chest and weeping uncontrollably. For Su Yi, who had just regained consciousness and was still a bit weak, it was quite overwhelming that he helplessly patted her back, attempting to soothe her while forcing a wry smile, that "if you keep crying, I might faint again." That Su Ye's jest, however, startled Guanju into promptly silencing her cries. "That do you feel any discomfort? Should I fetch a doctor?" She was concerned that the people outside might be untrustworthy, and if she couldn't protect Su Yi, she had refrained from seeking a physician. But now that Su Yi had awakened, finding a doctor seemed reasonable. "And no need. I've just exhausted myself too much. I'll be fine after a bit of rest." That Su Yi was well aware of his own condition. That by the way, has the selection for Zhai Jianfeng been finalized? Su Yi cast a glance at the sky outside. Realizing that a day had nearly passed, he was eager to learn about the quota, as it represented a significant piece of news for him. Upon hearing this, Guanju immediately replied, "I knew you would ask about this. Rest assured, I've already inquired." As she spoke, a hint of righteous indignation appeared on Guanju's face. Without needing to look, it was evident that the Su family's 2 brothers were involved, Su Huai and Su Nu. Indeed, the outcome was precisely as Su Yi had suspected. That it's truly outrageous. These 2 are clearly your defeated subordinates. On what grounds do they claim this? Chapter 46. Selection postponed. Guanju stamped her foot. Cursing, "I suspect Su Wang has accepted their bribes. The candidates behind them have worked much harder." Su Yi sighed in resignation. All right. No need to be angry. Moreover, in this world, effort alone does not suffice. There are countless diligent individuals. Yet heaven prioritizes talent above all. Without talent, no amount of hard work over decades can compare to the achievements of others in a single year. For a family, the choice will inevitably favor the side with greater benefits. Have you managed to find out when the selection by Zhai Jianfeng will commence? Noticing Guanju's escalating indignation, Su Yi hurriedly shifted the topic. That in Su Ye's presence, Guanju was always the easiest to persuade. "Not yet. That I heard that Zhai Jianfeng encountered some issues recently, and the selection may be delayed by a month." That a month's delay. It had been a mere casual inquiry, yet it yielded an unexpectedly significant revelation. Su Ye's mind raced, pondering what could prompt such a major sect to postpone a long-established plan. It is well known that larger sects adhere to stricter protocols, with many matters requiring layers of scrutiny and discussion. And the conclusion of any decision is invariably the result of countless deliberations behind the scenes that a mere postponement of the selection implies that subsequent internal competitions will also be delayed. One delay leads to another, causing numerous plans to be held up. Suyi murmured to himself, while Guanju shook her head in response. Currently, none of the major families have received relevant information and are seeking inquiries from the Shao Jianfeng side. Suddenly, Guanju expressed her sentiments. Waiting for others to arrange things is truly a difficult experience. Suyi, hearing this, could only smile wryly. Who could disagree? Thus, we must strengthen ourselves swiftly to take charge of our own destinies. Following that day, the internal selections of Su Manor and other major families were thoroughly concluded. The results closely mirrored those of Su Manor, with most emerging as the backbone of the younger generation. Each one a pillar in the sea of suffering. Only Su Yi stood as an exception, bringing considerable embarrassment to Su Manor. However, Su Yi remained oblivious to these matters. After fully recovering, he began secluding himself, diligently studying the 13 blades of whirlwind as a profound-level combat technique. Su Yi distinctly felt that the training involved a multitude of obscure and intricate concepts, demanding extraordinary comprehension to grasp its subtleties. Even with the system's assistance, he had only barely scratched the surface, unable to condense even a single broken blade. Yet, with his current spiritual power, even exhausting all his energy would yield only a fleeting phantom of a broken blade. Its damage, though minimal, could still inflict significant harm. During this period, not just Su Yi, but nearly everyone was engrossed in their intensive training. The postponement of the Shao Jianfeng selection hung over them like a sword. Yet it also presented an opportunity for self-improvement. Only by becoming stronger and possessing more trump cards could they significantly increase their chances of being selected. Young master, perhaps you should take a break. You haven't eaten all day. Guanju called out anxiously from the doorway, holding a tray. Typically, Su Yi would emerge for a meal at least once a day, but today he had not appeared at all. Guanju worried he had become too engrossed in his training and might have inadvertently fallen too deep. Take your time, don't rush. There is still over half a month until the selection. She continued, her voice wavering. Inside, Su Yi sat with his eyes closed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Before him, a crescent-shaped blade slowly began to manifest, fueled by his spiritual energy. This time, the shape was far more solid than before. And even Su Yi couldn't help but feel a wave of anticipation that he was eager to witness the true power of a fully condensed broken blade. However, at the last moment, due to insufficient spiritual energy and distracted focus, the blade dissipated with a loud pop, resembling a firework bursting in the sky. Alas, still not enough. My spiritual energy remains too feeble. Su Yi gazed at his empty hands and sighed in resignation. He understood that the path of cultivation was long and tedious, and one could not rush the process. Well then, I should head out. That girl is likely worried sick at the entrance. Guanju had been on the verge of kicking the door down when she saw Su Yi suddenly appear and immediately leaped forward. Young master, you've finally responded. I thought you had fainted. In her excitement, she nearly forgot she was still holding the tray. Su Yi, quick to react, caught Guanju with one hand while steadying the tray with the other, breathing a sigh of relief at having averted disaster. Rest assured, training inevitably consumes time. The family head often retreats for 10 days to half a month without a word. I have barely started. As he spoke, a delicious aroma wafted into his senses. The it smells divine. Having not eaten for an entire day and night, I was nearly starving. Your cooking is truly exceptional, Xiaoju. This scent is simply marvelous. Returning to the room, Su Yi invited Guanju to join him for the meal. These moments were rare, as their intense training often left them with little time to meet. Guanju watched Su Yi intently, as if fearing that missing even a moment would be a loss. Fortunately, Su Yi had grown accustomed to her gaze, and he unwittingly devoured every morsel laid before him. All right, I'm full. How about we take a walk? Su Yi glanced at the sky, noting that it was still early. Returning to rest now seemed unrealistic for diligent cultivators like them. Most importantly, Su Yi felt that after such a lengthy period of training, it was time to step out and make an appearance. Otherwise, those unaware might think he had fallen into a state of obsession. Great. I just heard that a pawn shop is open on the main street, and it's quite famous. Let us go check it out. Guanju had more freedom than Su Yi, frequently venturing out to procure various items and encountering numerous new experiences. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's interest was piqued. He recalled that during his first visit to a pawn shop, he had exchanged body refining pills for quite a few valuable items. Coincidentally, he still had a few body refining pills left, which he no longer needed. It would be prudent to trade them for something useful. The pawn shop was situated at the crossroads of the main street, occupying a substantial section of it, and standing out prominently. However, upon seeing the familiar gilded characters of Qiangu, Su Yi couldn't help but reflect on the capriciousness of fate, lamenting the profound connection he shared with this ancient figure, Gu Huan. Chapter 47. All is fate. A crowd had gathered before the pawn shop, each person meticulously examining their treasures, wary of attracting unwanted attention. Yet Su Yi could easily discern that the items they concealed held little value and lacked even the slightest hint of spiritual energy. Such items would not tempt Gu Huan's desire for exchange, as expected. As Su Yi and Guanju stood outside, much of the lengthy queue was swiftly eliminated. What is going on? Why is the owner being so picky? Those items are all top-notch, Guanju pouted, peering inside to catch a glimpse of this elusive owner. Su Yi chuckled lightly. Some individuals have different standards that I cannot speak for others, but the owner of this Qiangu pawn shop will not spare a glance at anything lacking spiritual value. Intrigued by his words, Guanju inquired, "Oh, so young master has some past dealings with this owner?" Su Yi pondered for a moment before nodding. "I suppose there is a bit of history that I once conducted business here, albeit back when I was on the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountains." Gazing upon the opulently adorned pawn shop before him, Su Yi found himself perplexed, unable to fathom how he, once so resolute in establishing a shop beyond the beastly mountain range, had suddenly relocated to this city. Before long, under stringent conditions, many individuals were eliminated from consideration. It wasn't long before it was Su Yi's turn. He regarded the unfamiliar faces before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation, and subsequently decided to significantly reduce the number of body refinement pills he intended to pawn. Engaging in trade with strangers necessitated retaining some leverage for oneself. Unbeknownst to him, the young attendant before him, upon seeing Su Yi's offering, brightened with enthusiasm and promptly stated, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. This item is exceedingly precious, and I must seek the approval of my superior." With that, he vanished in a flash. "My superior?" Su Yi mused. "Is he not the owner?" Guanju, overhearing, curiously scanned the surroundings. That Su Yi chuckled softly. This individual, possessing mediocre cultivation and dressed quite ordinarily, could hardly be the proprietor. Shortly thereafter, the gentle sound of footsteps emerged from within, accompanied by a familiar fragrance. Just as Su Yi pondered the source of this scent, a graceful figure approached him, moving with an elegant demeanor. "What a coincidence to meet again. It seems our fates are intertwined," he remarked. The woman before him, clad in a sleek, dark outfit, was none other than Gu Lan, the object of Su Yi's admiration. Upon seeing her, Su Yi's gaze flickered with momentary astonishment. "What a surprise. I assumed this was Boss Huan's branch. Yet here you are managing it that I in the past." Su Yi had harbored an infatuation for Gu Lan, secretly nurturing a silent love for such a uniquely charming and poised woman, a rarity in the world, evoking a compelling desire to conquer her heart. "Indeed, this is my uncle's branch. I am merely overseeing it for a time," Gu Lan replied, leading Su Yi to a private booth. "This is not a suitable place for conversation. We have a dedicated room for esteemed guests. Young Master Su, please follow me." That Su Yi's eyes remained fixed on Gu Lan, and he waved his hands dismissively. "I am unworthy of such honor." That he then beckoned the perplexed Guanju. "Come along, Xiaoju, stay close to me." Guanju complied silently, her gaze lingering on Guel An, that is a woman. Sometimes intuition can be remarkably profound. This woman was undeniably exceptional, despite her clear gaze and poised demeanor. A sense of destiny stirred a sense of unease within Guanju, prompting her to worry how she might ever compete with such an individual in the future. The private booth was elegantly spacious, seemingly designed with Su Yi's refined taste in mind. "This room was specifically arranged based on your preferences. It shall henceforth be considered your private chamber," Gu Lan explained, as Su Yi surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. Just as someone brought in tea, she extended her hand. "Please have a seat. Do we have significant matters to discuss?" To her invitation, Su Yi recalled the purpose of his visit, that he composed himself, sitting upright across from Gu Lan. What significant matter do you wish to discuss, Miss Gu? Gu Lan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the spatial pouch at Su Ye's waist. It pertains to the body refinement pills. You must understand how precious these are to a family. She continued, body refinement pills can forge the foundational strength of an individual, enabling disciples who are otherwise stuck at the lowest threshold to become genuine cultivators through their enhancement. However, the supply of these pills is exceedingly scarce. Acquiring even a single one is a challenge, and they dare not entertain other thoughts. Yet now, you casually produce a considerable quantity, offering them newfound hope. That Su Yi raised an eyebrow, since Miss Gu is already aware of the value of these body refinement pills. You must also understand that I belong to a family myself, that it would hardly be appropriate for me to withhold such a valuable resource from those close to me. Would it? Gu Lan smiled knowingly, recognizing Su Ye's attempt at probing. She spoke candidly, let us not dance around the matter. I have indeed conducted an investigation into you, utilizing my family's resources to uncover both what is known and what is not. As Gu Lan stood, she bowed deeply to Su Yi. For this intrusion into your privacy, I sincerely apologize. However, for the revitalization of our family and to assist others in crossing that threshold, I deem this necessary. Even Boss Wan, in establishing this ancient pawnshop branch, aimed to reel Su Yi in. Initially, they approached this endeavor with cautious optimism, never expecting to catch such a prize fish. So you have calculated everything. Presuming I have nowhere else to place these body refinement pills, Su Yi replied with a smile, his tone slightly sardonic, though he refrained from expressing any further discontent. The truth of the matter was plain. Anyone with a mind to know could easily ascertain the awkward position Su Yi currently occupied within the Su residence. Guanju sat quietly beside him, though she felt a twinge of jealousy at Su Ye's attention on another woman. She understood that they were discussing serious matters and refrained from interjecting. By the way, how many body refinement pills do you wish to pawn this time? Seeing Su Ye's lack of anger or pursuit of further inquiry, Gu Lan exhaled in relief. This decision had been made independently, and if she had truly offended Su Yi, she would have struggled to explain herself to her family. Fortunately, Su Yi did not disappoint her. The quantity may not be as abundant as last time, but the quality remains assured. Su Yi extended his hand. Gesturing a number, Ji Yulan had already surmised a figure in her mind. That was indeed the right approach. If Su Yi had an endless supply of body refinement pills, it would indeed raise suspicions. May I inquire what you intend to exchange for them? Still spirit stones or raw ores? This was no secret between them, and there was no need for concealment. That Su Yi pondered briefly before shaking his head. Not this time. I've just broken through, and there should be no immediate progress. The Ji Yulan nodded in understanding. She had already noted Su Ye's recent advancement, but he was still merely at the fourth realm of the Bitter Sea, which was hardly noteworthy. Then it must be either spirit stones or combat techniques. Su Yi did not deny this. The Ji Yulan contemplated for a moment before retrieving an ancient leather scroll from her garments, unfurling it to present to Su Yi. The 3-star curse? Su Yi frowned at the obscure script. A curse technique? Gu Lan did not elaborate, simply gesturing for him to continue reading. Reluctantly, Su Yi perused the scroll in its entirety. The contents were indeed esoteric and difficult to comprehend, but the general meaning became clear. The pawnshop truly possessed extraordinary items. This scroll contained an ancient curse technique known as the 3-star curse, and as the name suggested, it comprised 3 levels. The first curse induces wounds, the second seals the 7 orifices, and the third extinguishes the soul. A malevolent yet formidable spell. However, Su Yi closed the scroll and pushed it back towards her. For these few body refinement pills, to exchange for such a precious curse technique seems a significant loss for you. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, Su Yi remarked, not believing they would make such an unwise trade. Surely, there were other conditions lurking beneath the surface. You are indeed a perceptive young master. Gu Lan acknowledged, her demeanor unfazed by the directness of Su Ye's words, that we are very interested in the origin of the body refinement pills you possess. Should you wish to collaborate, we could offer you much more than just this minor curse technique. Furthermore, with the recruitment selection of the Sword Edge Academy approaching, I must speak frankly. While you are formidable, your cultivation still lags a bit. As soon as these words left her lips, Guanju seized the opportunity to interject. Who are you calling lacking in cultivation? Gu Lan turned her attention to Guanju, studying the two of them before teasingly remarking, "Little girl, are you so eager to defend him?" Guanju's cheeks flushed, a hint of frustration bubbling within her. Despite her intention to confront Gulan, she found herself feeling almost as if she were being teased. "All right, Miss Gu, let's not torment her further. She is rather bashful." Seeing Guanju nearly ablaze with embarrassment, Su Yi swiftly intervened, that he then turned serious, stating, "However, I cannot agree to the condition proposed by Miss Gu." Quickly, Su Yi shifted his stance, "But I can assure you that every so often, I shall provide a certain quantity of body refinement pills to the Gu family." Ji Yulan furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. "Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? We mean no harm. We merely seek to stabilize matters, that if you believe the terms insufficient, feel free to propose other demands, and I will do my utmost to accommodate them." Ji Yulan's sincerity was palpable, and her attitude remained commendable. Yet Su Yi could hardly disclose matters relating to the system to others. Could he? Let us not dwell on whether others might deem him a madman. The self-destruct sequence of this system has indeed reached its critical threshold. So be it. If you remain unable to accept my proposed approach, then our collaboration shall cease here. With that, Su Yi rose from his seat, that it is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Although he harbored great hopes for the three-star curse, it remains an object unattainable to him, rendering any affection for it ultimately futile. Wait. As Su Yi was truly about to depart, Gulan, fearing that such a favorable opportunity might not present itself again, called out to him and hurried after him. Gritting her teeth, she conceded, "Fine, we shall proceed as you suggest for the time being, but should you attempt any tricks, the Gu family will not let you off easily." Gulan did not forget to issue a stern warning to Su Yi. Upon receiving the three-star curse tucked into his embrace, a radiant smile graced Su Ye's face. Rest assured, Su Yi operates on a principle of reciprocity. Fair and square, he exchanged the entirety of his body-refining pills for the curse and subsequently departed with Guanju. Had I known better, I would not have allowed the young master to come. It was foolish to endure such scolding. It is all my fault. Guanju still lingered on Gu Lan's earlier careless remarks. Yet Su Yi had long since dismissed them from his mind, in comparison to the humiliation he had previously endured. Those words bore no weight whatsoever. Let us return swiftly. I am positively eager to test the power of this three-star curse. That Su Ye's focus was solely on the scroll, yearning to experiment with it immediately. Despite not having commenced his studies, once he unfurled the scroll, an ancient and formidable aura enveloped him, evoking a sense of mutual attraction among the powerful, as if the three-star curse were preordained for his possession. Observing Su Ye's singular obsession with the three-star curse, Guanju refrained from further comment. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard, she merely advised Su Yi to be mindful of time and to ensure adequate rest while practicing. However, after that single admonition, she did not see Su Yi for nearly an entire week. That Su Ye's chamber was permeated by a stench of decay, reminiscent of rotting leaves. Yet, regardless of how pungent the odor within might be, it was imperceptible outside. Seated like a meditative monk, Su Yi remained utterly still, his legs crossed upon the bed, that a closer inspection would reveal tiny particles floating around him, arranged in intricate formations that resembled profound and esoteric symbols. Within him, a colossal energy surged, relentlessly battering his meridians. The Su Yi clenched his teeth, striving to maintain a moment of clarity in his mind's sanctuary, pushing his limits further and further. Damn it, why is this so difficult to control? Su Yi muttered in frustration, feeling as if the very air around him resisted being drawn into his lungs. Since he began cultivating the three-star curse, his insides felt as if they had been swept by molten lava. His meridians suffused with a charred odor, as though he were being roasted alive. Chapter 49. The Challenge of Soothing Souls. Whenever the intensity of this sensation reached its peak, and Su Yi felt compelled to plunge into icy waters, the searing heat would recede like the tide, leaving no trace of its prior existence. This cyclical process bewildered Su Yi, yet he sensed subtle changes occurring within his body. Notably, his spiritual energy carried a burning essence. Though it appeared to be nothing, wherever it passed, flames would suddenly ignite. This revelation was undoubtedly good news for Su Yi, as it implied that even without employing combat techniques, his spiritual energy could inflict considerable damage. However, a significant challenge remained. Su Yi currently lacked the ability to control this sensation, resulting in his room being left in utter disarray. My apologies. I do not wish for this to happen. But I cannot seem to rein it in. Leaning against the doorframe, Su Yi observed Guanju cleaning up the mess he had made, feeling somewhat guilty as he absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. Guanju, however, was unconcerned. After all, as the young master's devoted maid, it was her duty to manage all matters pertaining to him. Yet, at that moment, her usually cheerful demeanor had vanished, replaced by a casual shake of her head, indicating her indifference. What troubles you? Are you displeased to be tidying up for the young master? Su Yi detected her discontent and approached, eager to take on the burden himself if it brings you joy. Do not feel obligated to do it. The young master has hands and feet and can clean up himself. To his surprise, Guanju sidestepped, remaining silent, her expression even more forlorn than before. Realizing her discontent was deeper than the mere act of cleaning, Su Yi pressed further. Is it that the young master has been neglecting you during his training? Despite his prowess on the arena, he was utterly clueless when it came to matters of the heart. Or perhaps it is that the young master has not spoken to you lately, causing you to feel unhappy. After much contemplation, Su Yi was oblivious to the fact that both of his speculations stemmed from the same root. Guanju meticulously organized the room, creating a comfortable environment for Su Yi, then carried a basin out, but he was unwilling to let her go. He blocked her path, adopting a playful demeanor, and teasingly lifted her chin with a finger. Little girl, tell me, how have I offended you to warrant such reluctance in speaking with me? Guanju turned her head away, unable to contain her tears any longer. Su Yi suddenly realized that his demeanor had been too casual and disrespectful. He quickly adopted a serious tone, reaching out to console her. Do not be sad. Tell the young master what troubles you, that if anyone has wronged you, I shall seek retribution on your behalf. Yet, Guanju ignored him, continuing to weep silently, her pitiful expression tugging at Su Ye's heartstrings. That he spoke gently, but Guanju's stubbornness rendered his words ineffective. Would you like me to summon Gulan to speak with you? Being women, you might find it easier to express what you cannot say to the young master. At his wit's end, Su Yi resorted to this tactic, desperately seeking a solution. Little did he know, for someone as sensitive as Guanju, his decision would only serve to push her further toward the brink of despair. Previously able to suppress her tears, Guanju began to sob openly upon hearing Su Ye's words, her quiet whimpers growing increasingly heart-wrenching. Su Yi now recognized where he had erred. Is it that you dislike Gulan? Or perhaps you feel discontented seeing the young master growing closer to her? Guanju remained silent, but a soft huff escaped her lips. Su Yi let out a sigh of relief, sensing that he was on the right track. Heaven knows, soothing a heart is far more challenging than battling Su Huai on the arena. Fear not. In the young master's heart, you are irreplaceable. Consider this. You have grown up alongside me since childhood. Can the outside world's fleeting figures take your place? Absolutely not. Su Yi reassured her, his self-dialogue vividly illustrating the depth of his affection. Upon hearing this, Guanju could not help but let out a small laugh amidst her tears. Seeing her smile, Su Yi felt a weight lift from his heart, but he pulled her into his embrace. Speaking softly, in a while, the recruitment selection for the Xia Giant Fang will take place. This opportunity represents our chance to break free from the Su household, so I may have been somewhat preoccupied, that I hope you can understand. He first clarified his own struggles, then reassured her. And rest assured, while I admire Gulan, my intentions are purely platonic, a lie, of course. However, Su Yi recognized that Guanju's feelings were of utmost importance, and everything else could be addressed in due course, that he was acutely aware that his fondness for Gulan stemmed primarily from the influence of his predecessor. With time and distance, such sentiments would fade. Therefore, he deemed Guanju, unwavering in her loyalty, to be infinitely more significant than any fleeting infatuation with an outsider. Leaning against Su Yi, Guanju understood that the young master was likely deceiving her. What man was not of a fickle heart? However, despite this, she willingly accepted it, for as long as the young master held her in his thoughts, that was far more valuable than anything else. From that moment on, whenever Su Yi met with Gulan, he would make a point to inform Guanju, fearing she might overthink the situation. Sometimes he even brought Guanju along, for Gulan had also cultivated the 3-star spell and made significant progress. Thus, Su Yi could not avoid consulting her for discussion and sparring, which was precisely why his mastery of the 3-star spell advanced rapidly, yielding noticeable improvements in no time. On this particular day, Su Yi and Gulan were practicing alone in a secluded grove. The surrounding bamboo, bent and broken, bore witness to the fierce battle that had once transpired here. In truth, these were merely the remnants left behind by the flames of Su Ye's 3-star spell. Indeed, you have made considerable strides since our last encounter. It won't be long before even I must concede defeat, Gulan remarked, applauding Su Yi with unabashed admiration. She had always been forthright and sincere. Wearing her thoughts openly on her sleeve, did you not jest with me that if one could truly surpass years of effort with merely a few days of practice, then there would be nothing in this world I could not achieve? Su Yi retorted, waving away her flattery. After exchanging a few more words about their training, they parted ways. However, after their departure, a shadowy figure emerged from behind a nearby tree. It was Su Huan, the one who had previously provoked Su Yi. Who would have thought? Though you appear so earnest, Su Yi, you have secretly entangled yourself with the young lady of the Gu family. And no wonder you possess the Chinquan bag, Su Huan muttered to himself. A flicker of jealousy gleaming in his eyes, his mind wandered back to the recent family competition, where Su Yi had knocked him out with a single blow due to a girl. Many in the clan still mocked him for that incident, making him feel utterly humiliated within the family. This grievance, he vowed, must be avenged. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Yi eagerly made his way back to his courtyard, where Guanju had already prepared a meal. Spotting him, she waved enthusiastically. Young master has impeccable timing. Just as the meal is ready, you return. Of course, I am quite the sage. Such trivial matters are child's play for me. Su Yi replied, taking a seat and inhaling the delightful aroma wafting from the table, exaggerating his appreciation with a deep breath. Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are remarkable in all aspects that do not flatter me too much. Young master should finish eating and rest early. You have been working too hard lately, Guanju said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Attempting to feign disinterest, Su Yi chose not to press the matter further and, heeding her advice, finished his meal and retired for the night, acknowledging that he had indeed been pushing himself to the limits. However, there was no alternative. This world was inherently one of survival of the fittest. Just like navigating treacherous currents, one must either advance or retreat. To gain acceptance in this world, he had to exert countless efforts to grow stronger, ensuring he could protect those he cherished in the days that followed. Su Yi hardly ventured outside, dedicating himself to the study of the 3-star spell, hoping to master at least a technique before the selection for the Zaijian Feng began. Yet, unexpectedly, trouble found him at home. What do you want? Why are you here? Su Yi shouted as he heard Guanju's frantic voice, filled with anger and urgency, that he furrowed his brow, rising from his bed, suppressing the tumultuous feeling in his stomach as he stepped outside. What he saw was a mass of people surrounding Guanju, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing a lone lamb, discussing their next move. Stand aside, Su Yi roared, his voice imbued with a piercing energy that forced the leading figures to stagger back in shock. They were taken aback by Su Ye's formidable strength, but more so by the fear of his blatant disregard for their authority. You dare to defy the family's authority and rules, one man, clad in a long blue robe and bearing a sharp, piercing expression, exclaimed. He produced a document bearing the red seal of Su Qingyan, the head of the Su family. Look closely. This is the head of the family's personal seal, ordering the capture of you, the thieving house traitor. A house traitor? Su Yi scoffed, scrutinizing the man before him. You belong to the enforcement hall, do you not? Surely you are aware that falsely accusing someone comes with its own consequences. Su Yi stood tall and unwavering, never denying his actions. That as for the man's claims, they seemed fabricated, an attempt to impose guilt upon him. Su Ye's mind raced, quickly piecing together the situation. It seemed someone had caught wind of his dealings at the Qinggu antique shop. They likely assumed that anything of value he possessed must belong to the family, making their suspicion not entirely unfounded. Yet, capturing a thief requires evidence. Su Yi was a man of integrity, and it was impossible for him to be wrongfully accused without proof. Where is your evidence? You claim I am a house traitor. Produce your proof. Su Ye's gaze was icy as he surveyed the man before him, who stood tall and unyielding. Of course we have evidence. If we may search your room, we are sure to find plenty of valuable items. Wait, are you implying that the treasures in my room belong to the family? Su Yi grasped their intent. They were ready to accuse him with baseless claims, disregarding the family's reputation to smear his name. They had to commend the deviousness of this plan, so blatant in its malice, to go back and tell your superiors that should they wish to enter my room, they must bring a head to guarantee their search. If no family belongings are found, I shall take their head. With that, Suyi gave them no chance to retort, sweeping his arm to send them flying backward. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, a faint golden seal shimmering into existence. With Suye's barrier in place, no one would be able to breach it, unless they were willing to lose their legs. What shall we do, young master? They will surely not relent, Guanju said anxiously after the intruders had departed. Suyi reached out, ruffling her hair. Do you trust me? Guanju nodded vigorously. Of course I do. Although I don't know where your belongings came from, they certainly can't belong to the family, for we are quite impoverished. Suyi couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. Indeed, their family was rather destitute. Previously, due to his spiritual root, the family had shown him some favor, providing resources for cultivation and even a body-tempering pill, generous by any other family standards. However, since his spiritual root was taken, it seemed that the body-tempering pill had vanished into thin air, with no news of it finding a new owner. But what if they go out and spread rumors? I heard that Xia Jianfeng places great importance on the character of its disciples. What if they believe the slander and turn against you? Guanju expressed her genuine concern, contemplating every angle. Suyi had not anticipated this aspect. Her reminder made him realize it was indeed a possibility. Yet, he reassured her, do not fret. Their petty tricks pose no threat to me. This incident quickly faded from Su Ye's mind. Meanwhile, the disciples of the enforcement hall approached, seething with indignation, upon encountering Su Nu and Su Huan. Their brashness evaporated, replaced by a palpable fear. To My lords, Su Yi is utterly ungrateful. He actually forced us out, one disciple exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. The two young masters exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing understanding. Let it be. If he is unwilling, then this matter ends here. Do not spread rumors, lest you disturb the harmony within our family. Not long ago, a fierce dispute arose between Su Nu and Su Yi, a matter too delicate for him to address openly. However, Su Huan is a different case. He has always been rather straightforward. Yet a thoughtful mind would discern that, although Su Huan's words ostensibly support Su Yi, they subtly provide a pathway for others below. Sometimes, a mere rumor can ruin a person's life. Watching the enforcers depart, Su Huan finally revealed a triumphant smile. Just wait and see. The people from Shao Jianfeng have always been upright and hold character in high esteem. With these rumors circulating about Su Yi, he certainly stands no chance of participating in the selection for Shao Jianfeng. In due time, we will deal with him as we see fit. Su Huan wore a mischievous expression, while Su Nu remained mostly silent, only nodding in agreement occasionally. The plan was executed with remarkable efficiency. Almost overnight, the streets were abuzz with allegations that Su Yi had engaged in unscrupulous dealings with the ancient pawn shop, reaping considerable illicit profits. The narratives varied. Some claimed he had stolen family treasures, while others suggested he had caught the eye of the ancient family's young lady and had taken to serving her in private. Regardless of the version, such tales would severely tarnish one's character and public perception. It's utterly ludicrous that anyone would believe such nonsense. Zhao Chong, confined in his home for introspection, could not quell his yearning for the outside world. Each day, he had his servant relay the hottest topics that Su Yi had become a source of amusement, recounted to Zhao Chong. Yet upon hearing the tales, Zhao Chong could not reconcile them with his impression of Su Yi as someone capable of such deeds. If he were truly so despicable, he would not have endured years of being oppressed by the Su brothers. Though Zhao Chong harbored deep disdain for Su Yi, even to the point of wanting to beat him to a pulp, he found himself more repulsed by those who wielded knives in the shadows. That was the work of Su Nu, the true orchestrator of such deeds. However, Zhao Chong's thoughts were confined to his own mind. The discussion surrounding Su Yi grew ever louder, and at this moment, Sun Yan, the son of the family head and a figure of considerable influence, stepped forward to offer a clarification. Yet his attempts to dispel the rumors seemed ambiguous at best. Failing to clear Su Yi's name and instead splattering him with further mud, deepening his tarnished reputation, Su Yi remained sequestered, wholly dedicated to his cultivation, while Guanju could not afford such luxury. Since the incident, she had been acutely aware of every whisper of change outside that A.S. anticipated. She had not been mistaken. These people would resort to any means necessary to ruin the young master's reputation. I truly cannot fathom why they always resort to such tactics. She lamented quietly to Su Yi during a meal that Su Yi, having heard about the situation from Guanju, brushed it off. Rumors have a shelf life. And they were simply too impatient. The examiners from Shao Jianfeng would not arrive for over a month. These ambiguous, unsubstantiated allegations would likely fade from memory in a matter of days. Besides, some matters, if pushed too far, could backfire and create more chaos. This situation with Su Yi was merely a topic for idle chatter. Once discussed, it would lose its novelty that if it were to resurface daily. Even the most curious would grow weary. Some might even speculate how internal family matters leaked to the public, or whether this was merely a ploy in their internal strife, with onlookers being unwittingly manipulated. Although they recognized their own exploitation, their views on Su Yi could significantly shift, ultimately favoring him in future selections that A.S. Su Yi had predicted. In the following days, the whispers surrounding him nearly vanished. Conversely, under his careful orchestration, Su Nu publicly targeted Su Yi on the day of the family competition, swiftly altering the rules, which instantly captured the attention of the entire city. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked. But instead of splintering as expected, it bore a faint golden mark and rebounded, sending the kicker sprawling backward. Ouch! Sun Yin fell to the ground, clutching what seemed to be a broken coccyx, groaning in pain. Who might that be? Ah, it's the young master, Su Yi remarked, opening the door to find Sun Yin sprawled on the ground like a turtle. Little did one realize, Su Yi appeared to be quite resilient. Beneath the surface lay a subtle mockery, which Sun Yin could not help but perceive. Yet his purpose today was not to engage Su Yi in a quarrel. That I know this is your doing. Have you no shame in watching the family's reputation sullied? Sun Yin glared at Su Yi, adopting a tone of reproach that Su Yi, with a relaxed smile, replied, "What do you mean by that? I truly do not comprehend." Sun Yin was momentarily stumped, his eyes widening in disbelief. However, Su Ye's denial would not hold weight. Even if he shouted to the heavens, no one would believe him. Some claims were fabrications, but others bore truth. The allegation of Su Yi stealing family treasures was false. Yet their open hostility towards him and the alteration of the family competition rules was indeed real. All of this stemmed from their failure to eradicate Su Yi when they had the chance, leaving them vulnerable. Chapter 52. A loss for all. However, internal family conflicts are private matters. It is unreasonable for outsiders to treat them as mere gossip, mocking their disunity. Regardless, you are also part of the Su family and should understand the concept of shared glory and shared disgrace. Sun Yin retorted, his words laced with indignation that Su Yi stood to the side, wearing a warm smile, yet his eyes were as frigid as ice. Shared glory and shared disgrace. You are aware of that. Are you? Su Yi suddenly interjected, leaving Sun Yin momentarily flustered. That I in Sun Yin's recollection, Su Yi, though seemingly a smiling tiger, had never engaged in any verbal disputes. Instances of him raising his voice were few and far between. Yet, as Su Yi now recalled the injustices suffered after the destruction of his original spirit root, the Su family's treatment of him and his parents played vividly in his mind. Even without first-hand experience, those memories were etched into his consciousness. How dare you speak such words? When I fell to the status of an ordinary person, did you ever consider what my misfortune would mean for the family? Su Ye's voice surged like a flood, leaving Sun Yin no opportunity to interject. And when my parents were persecuted to death by you, did you ever reflect on their contributions to this family? Su Ye's words struck with ferocity, overwhelming Sun Yin, who instinctively took a few steps back, his gaze darting anxiously. The fear Sun Yin felt for Su Yi began to deepen at that moment. They brought it upon themselves? Huh. Su Yi scoffed, as if hearing the world's greatest joke that if the family had not turned a blind eye to my plight, why would they have been driven to desperation? Losing their lives in the process? All these years at Tai Su Min, I've brought ample resources to the family that I ask this how you repay me. Su Yi continued, sometimes losing track of his own words. Yet one thing was certain. Deep within his subconscious, he had developed an intense loathing for all members of the Su family, wishing to sever all ties. The overwhelming intent to kill bore down like sharp blades aimed at the trembling Sun Yin. Just as Su Yi was on the verge of losing control, A gentle hand quietly grasped his clenched fist. "Young master, don't be upset that I will always be here for you," Guanju whispered. Having appeared behind Su Yi, wrapping her arms around him, the warmth of her breath against Su Yi's arm rekindled his faltering composure that he suddenly realized how close he had come to losing control, to the point of nearly taking Su Nian's life. That in that moment, committing such an act would only invite trouble upon himself. Thanks to Guanju, he managed to avoid falling into a precarious situation. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over them dissipated, as if fresh oxygen had been infused into the air. Su Nian took a deep breath, his face a mask of terror as he stared at Su Yi. In that fleeting moment, he had felt the cold hand of death beckoning him, that Su Yi truly intended to kill him. This realization is nothing short of a devastating blow for the young master, who has lived a sheltered life in an ivory tower, constantly idolized by countless admirers, that he regards his own life as more precious than anything or anyone else. "Why don't you leave? Do you truly wish to perish at my hands?" With a furious roar, Su Yi directed his ire towards the trembling Su Nian, who immediately fled in terror. The courtyard soon fell silent, the only sound being the rapid thumping of Guanju's heart, which suggested she too had been frightened. In the face of such an unexpected outburst from him, anyone could easily feel fear. Yet fully aware of the risk of being unintentionally harmed, she mustered her courage, held her own hands, and offered herself gentle consolation that Su Yi's heart felt as if it had turned to a tranquil stream. "Rest assured, I am unharmed. I merely lost control of my temper for a moment. Yes, I understand, the young master is the mightiest. How could he ever be vanquished by negative emotions?" Guanju nodded softly, her chin resting against Su Yi's arm, sending shivers of delight coursing through him. "Enough, enough. How old are we now, still clinging to one another like this?" Su Yi gently pushed her away and raised his hand to smooth down her hair. "That in the coming days, I shall retreat into seclusion for an extended period. Therefore, if anything arises outside, you must not act on your own. Everything must await my return. That deal you understand?" "Another seclusion?" Guanju inquired. For practitioners of the arcane arts, such retreats were commonplace. However, in their city, which was deficient in powerful individuals, few took such prolonged breaks. The head of the Su family was a prime example. Each time he emerged from seclusion, he appeared as if he had shed a layer of skin, his form resembling a mere skeleton, with protruding bones and an exhausted visage, even his brow bearing an ominous HUTO. Use the words of the older generation. He looked as if he were on the verge of being laid to rest. This was the impression of seclusion Guanju held, and she wished for her young master not to become like that. "Were you not just finished with your retreat? Have you encountered a challenge in your cultivation? Should we consult Gulan?" Although she harbored a deep-seated dislike for the young master spending time with Gulan, feeling a twinge of jealousy, she had to admit that as the pride of the Gu family, Gulan possessed far greater insights into the path of cultivation and could effectively assist the young master in overcoming obstacles. That Su Yi raised an eyebrow and playfully rubbed her neck. "When did you become so generous as to suggest I seek out Gulan?" Understanding his jest, Guanju's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. "Young master, I speak of serious matters." That Su Yi chuckled. "I too am addressing serious matters. I merely intend to retreat, which is not a perilous undertaking that necessitates the guidance of others. While the experiences of predecessors are indeed invaluable, relying solely on others' wisdom ultimately leads to adopting their paths rather than forging one's own." Su Yi yearned for a higher pursuit, to discover his own code of ethics. "Very well, but promise me, young master, that your seclusion will not last too long and that you will not cause me excessive worry." Guanju knew once Su Yi had made up his mind, there was no turning back, and thus she had to concede. That Su Yi smiled, tousling Guanju's hair. Yet he offered no further reply. The journey of cultivation is both monotonous and fraught with dangers. Should a crucial moment during seclusion go awry, one's progress could be irrevocably harmed. He did not wish to mislead or deceive Guanju, recognizing that some matters should not be hastily promised. Guanju, no fool, sensed Su Yi's apologetic demeanor and understood that he intended to undertake a risky endeavor. Nevertheless, no matter how sorrowful she felt, she could not become an obstacle to Su Yi's aspirations. "Rest assured, young master, do not fret about external matters. That I have grown up and can manage things on my own. That today's incident was merely an unforeseen circumstance." Guanju pouted, clearly dissatisfied with her actions earlier. She should have dismissed Su Nian sooner, thus sparing the young master the trouble of intervening personally, though the young master had made every effort to conceal it. She had clearly sensed his unstable aura when she had approached him from behind. This indicated a disruption during his cultivation, affecting his internal organs. Although not overly severe, it was nonetheless a physical ailment. Undoubtedly uncomfortable, that it was all her fault. If only she were stronger, such matters would not have to trouble the young master. That in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, Su Yi had stated his retreat would not be brief. And indeed, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. During this period, Guanju remained vigilantly stationed outside his door, fretting over any slightest sound from within. Only when the disturbances inside finally subsided did she breathe a sigh of relief, allowing herself to attend to her own affairs. While the residents remained tranquil, the outside world erupted into chaos. The underground cultivation arena in the city had drawn many participants who could compete under their true names or aliases. Yet all shared a singular goal: to enhance their skills through brutal combat. As the rewards became increasingly enticing, desperate individuals began to view this place as a sanctuary for amassing wealth. Thus, any dealings associated with the underground arena were invariably steeped in bloodshed. This occasion was no exception. Prepare for the selection of Xiao Jianfeng. Disciples from various families were dispatched here for a simulated competition. They could choose their opponents freely, yet their adversaries would not show mercy based on status. Just days prior, a disciple from a certain family had been brutally defeated in the arena, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. Go for it, Brother Qing. Crush him, Brother Qing. I have wagered all my fortune on you. You must not let me down. Amidst the boisterous cheers, a delicate voice rang out distinctly, drawing the attention of those around. However, as they admired her beauty, they were quickly intimidated by the formidable guard surrounding her. Upon noticing the mountain of spirit stones piled beside the girl, they realized she hailed from a prominent family and promptly wished to retreat to the sidelines. Miss Zhao Shuang, perhaps we should exercise a bit more discretion. If the family head discovers you have sneaked into such a place, we may be unable to bear the consequences. That an elderly man with a white beard leaned closer to Zhao Shuang, his tone filled with resignation. This young lady's temperament was utterly unpredictable. She abruptly expressed a desire to witness the underground matches, amidst the blood-soaked scenes that were hardly suitable for a young woman. Zhao Shuang turned her head, her piercing phoenix eyes locking onto the old man. Grandpa Zhang, does this mean I no longer have the right to watch Brother Qing? Though her tone was polite, her words sent a shiver down the old man's spine. That I did not mean it that way. Of course, the young lady can do as she pleases. Only then did Zhao Shuang appear satisfied. That's more like it. Less meddling in the affairs of beautiful women. With that, she resumed her enthusiastic shouting, Go, Brother Qing! I'm rooting for you! On the competition stage, a robust and rugged-looking fighter clashed with none other than Zhao Qing. Ever since his restrictions were lifted, he had sought to vent his frustrations on Su Yi. However, upon learning that Su Yi was in seclusion, he could only seek a release for his pent-up anger here. With a single earth-shattering strike, his opponent collapsed, blood pooling beneath him, likely beyond saving. Too weak. Zhao Qing clicked his tongue, wiping the sweat and blood from his hands with a handkerchief, discarding it onto the fallen man's face, perfectly covering his unblinking eyes. Zhao Qing sauntered over to Zhao Shuang, lounging in a casual manner. Oh, if it isn't my little sister Zhao Shuang, come to watch your brother's match. Indeed, that last punch you threw was simply magnificent, sending your opponent scrambling for his teeth. Zhao Shuang gazed at Zhao Qing with adoration, her eyes sparkling. Zhao Qing relished in her unreserved admiration, his spirits soaring. This place is far too filthy for someone as beautiful as you. Come, let me take you somewhere nice. Zhao Shuang had come here specifically for Zhao Qing, and upon hearing this, her face lit up with a smile. Sure. However, as they made their exit, they unexpectedly encountered Su Nu, who was also there to hone his skills. Is that not the illustrious young Master Su? Long time no see. Still languishing in the bitter sea of the fifth realm. Zhao Qing, known for his sharp tongue, recalled the last time Su Nu had lied in his presence, and his contempt for him rivaled his disdain for Su Yi. Su Nu's expression darkened, fully aware of Zhao Qing's temperament. He knew he would not escape this encounter unscathed. As expected, Zhao Qing scrutinized him from head to toe before bluntly stating, Since we're both here, why don't we have a little match? Su Nu forced a bitter smile. Young Master Zhao, You're jesting. Our cultivation levels are not on the same tier that if this were to spread. Ah, you are Su Nu, the Su family's young master who enjoys spreading rumors about his own kin behind their backs. Before Su Nu could finish his sentence, Zhao Shuangshuang seemed to sense what he was about to say and promptly covered his mouth. Indeed, after she spoke, Su Nu was momentarily stunned, unable to utter the subsequent words. He had initially intended to say that if word got out, others would likely accuse him, young Master Zhao, of bullying others with his power. However, it now seemed that voicing such thoughts would be tantamount to admitting that he was using this matter to threaten Zhao Qing. Yet, if he remained silent, it would imply he acknowledged his past actions of tarnishing the reputation of his own clan, especially at such a critical juncture. Chapter 54. No forced demands. Su Nu's gaze darkened as he stared at Zhao Shuangshuang. This woman was astonishingly astute. Hey! Zhao Qing, noticing his intense gaze, obstructed Zhao Shuangshuang and unceremoniously retorted, "Is it really appropriate for you to stare at my sister like that?" Su Nu diverted his gaze, shaking his head without uttering a word. He couldn't even muster the effort to feign politeness towards the two siblings. "Did I ask there's something you need? If not, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Su Nu wished to avoid entanglements with them, knowing their tempers were volatile, and he was not one to provoke them lightly. Yet, with his current demeanor, how could Zhao Qing allow him to depart? Zhao Qing maneuvered to block Su Nu's every exit, his imposing presence pressing towards him. "I haven't finished speaking. Are you trying to leave so soon? What? Do you look down on me?" Su Nu's expression darkened. He certainly did not intend to convey such a notion. However, Zhao Qing's demeanor was clearly aimed at instigating trouble. Continuing this engagement would only exacerbate his predicament. Suddenly, Su Nu's gaze flicked past Zhao Shuangshuang, and an idea sparked in his mind. "Zhao Qing, with your remarkable abilities, why don't I see you using them against Su Yi?" Su Yi. Zhao Qing frowned, unimpressed by the mention of Su Yi, but Zhao Shuangshuang's interest piqued. "I've heard of this Su Yi. It seems, Brother Qing, you've had your fair share of defeats at his hands. That is, he truly is formidable as the rumors suggest." She posed this with an eager expression. It would be wonderful to see him in person. Zhao Qing's expression immediately soured. He could not bear the admiration and praise his companions bestowed upon Su Yi. He's merely a trifling waste from the fourth sea of suffering. What's so impressive about that? Yet Su Nu stoked the flames further. A trifling waste. It seems young Master Zhao's understanding of the term differs significantly from the common perception. The insinuation was clear. Even a fool could discern the trap set for him. However, Zhao Shuangshuang was not angered. Rather, her curiosity intensified. "What do you mean by different, Shuangshuang?" Zhao Qing called out in discontent, not wishing for his associates to focus too much on Su Yi. Yet Zhao Shuangshuang was disinclined to heed him, her attention now captured by a more intriguing target. That Su Nu, seeing his goal achieved, revealed a triumphant smile and provocatively glanced at Zhao Qing. Though he is merely at the fourth sea of suffering, he single-handedly endured the full force of two of our Su family's fifth sea of suffering experts. Even young Master Zhao suffered losses at his hands. Do you still deem him a waste? Zhao Shuangshuang quickly countered, "Of course not. If he were such a formidable waste, then those he defeated would be the very essence of waste." The two, equally regarded as wastes, bore contrasting expressions. That Su Nu appeared unfazed by Zhao Shuangshuang's remarks, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, while Zhao Qing was nearly driven to exasperation by her words. Did she think he was nothing in front of Su Yi? "Shuangshuang, just wait. Once Su Yi emerges from seclusion, I shall issue him a challenge to the underground arena, and then you shall witness what a true expert is." With that, Zhao Qing stormed off, leaving Zhao Shuangshuang in bewilderment. What's his problem? Why the sudden outburst? It's utterly perplexing. Nearby, the elder Zhang Haiquan felt a cold sweat break out. He thought to himself, "Miss, you've truly offended him deeply, and yet remain blissfully unaware, being used as a pawn." However, there were matters that the young lady could overlook, but he, as a servant, felt compelled to offer Su Nu a word of caution. "Young Master Su, sometimes it is wiser to say less, if you cannot control the balance. It may not yield the outcomes you desired." That Su Nu's expression stiffened, realizing the other had seen through his subtle machinations. But what of it? He was merely a servant after all. Still, Su Nu maintained a facade of composure, nodding lightly before entering the underground arena. Due to the public nature of the dispute that had unfolded in the underground arena, many had already witnessed it. Consequently, the news of Zhao Qing and Su Ye's forthcoming match in the underground arena swiftly spread throughout the streets and alleys. Coincidentally, Guanju had been vigilantly guarding Su Ye's door day and night, completely unaware of this developing situation. During Su Ye's seclusion, an unforeseen calamity had begun to unfold around him. Presently, Su Ye was preoccupied with extinguishing the raging fire that enveloped him. The intense flames danced vibrantly, emitting a bright yellow glow, yet everything surrounding him remained untouched, showing no signs of being scorched. Only Su Ye felt as if his limbs were ablaze, the heat threatening to melt his very bones. He repeatedly redirected the flames away from his body, attempting to coalesce them into a distinct and clear seal. Yet, each time he reached the crucial moment, the seals would inexplicably dissipate into countless specks, as if lacking a vital component. What was missing? Su Ye pondered in confusion. He had tried every conceivable method, and during this period of seclusion, his cultivation had even progressed from the fourth sea of suffering to the fifth. However, the exhilaration from this advancement could not outweigh the frustration of the failure of the three-star spell. Forget it, perhaps the time is simply not right, that Su Ye decided to relinquish the effort. It had been quite some time. He wondered what was happening outside. The moment he opened the door, Guanju leaped into his view like a springy candy that Su Ye was startled. "Why have you been standing guard at my door?" Guanju first scrutinized Su Ye from head to toe, relieved to see he was unharmed. "That I've noticed your cultivation has been unstable these past few days, your aura fluctuating unnaturally, and I was worried." Su Ye hadn't perceived this himself, but he suspected it was due to the turmoil during the moment of the three-star spell's failure. It was nothing significant. "Has everything been all right outside?" "No strange occurrences?" Su Ye casually inquired. Guanju, having not ventured out for several days, shook her head honestly. "I don't know that I in that case. Tomorrow we shall go out to the ancient pawn shop. I have a few body refinement pills left." These were his last reserves. Having gone so long without the system's voice in his head, Su Ye found himself feeling oddly unaccustomed. He gazed at the empty Qingquan pouch and suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia for the tasks the system had assigned him. Chapter 55. Shouldn't we reconsider? Early the next morning, while the crowd was still sparse, Su Ye made his way to the ancient pawn shop. Drawing from previous experiences, everyone at the pawn shop was aware that Su Ye was a valued client of their boss, and thus should be personally attended to. Consequently, someone was dispatched to notify Gulan of Su Ye's arrival. Su Ye understood that body refinement pills were not items to be entrusted to just anyone. Gulan needed to come herself to ensure their safety. And he could appreciate that it's been such a long time. What a rare guest. Gulan greeted him warmly, her eyes unabashedly fixating on the Qingquan pouch at Su Ye's waist. "How many do you have this time?" Su Ye produced a porcelain vial. "Not many. This is the last bottle." The Jiulan poured it out to count. Only 5 remained, significantly fewer than before. However, she recognized that rarity imbues value. Such treasures were once elusive. And having this many was already quite remarkable. "What would you like in exchange this time?" Being seasoned merchants, Gulan did not assume that Su Ye would hold back on his demands simply because the quantity was less. "That girl is on the brink of breaking through to the third sea of suffering. I've heard there are some pills that can aid in hastening breakthroughs." That Su Ye expressed his demands somewhat vaguely. And Gulan, of course, was well aware of this item. Generally, it is only utilized by members of prominent families, and its quantity is exceedingly rare. Yet, Su Ye astonishingly chose to employ it for a mere maid. Although it had been evident that Su Ye held a deep affection for his devoted maid, such affection is one thing. To exchange 5 body refining pills for another type of elixir, in Gulan's eyes, seemed rather imprudent. How is it that such a vast establishment as yours lacks even this modest item? Seeing Gulan remain silent for an extended period, Su Ye furrowed his brow that if this were indeed the case, he would be unable to part with his body refining pills today. "There are some available, but are you certain you wish to bestow them upon this young lady?" Gulan glanced at the bashful Guanju beside her and couldn't help but offer a gentle reminder. "Body refining pills, while plentiful in your possession, are ultimately finite. That it would be wise to contemplate this matter more thoroughly." Though it was inappropriate to say such things in front of the individual concerned, Guanju truly did not warrant 5 body refining pills. She herself felt this way. Upon first hearing the proposal, she was indeed taken aback. However, considering this was the young masteress' decision, she felt it was not her place to interfere. Perhaps the young master merely wished for her to progress more swiftly. As the selection for the Shao sword peak approached, If her cultivation did not improve, she would be unable to accompany the young master when he departed. That it was only when Gu Lan's sudden reminder struck her that she realized what she had been thinking. How could she have the audacity to expect the young master to use such a precious resource merely to procure a pill that would accelerate her cultivation? When had she become so selfish? Guanju cautiously tugged at Su Ye's sleeve, her voice firm yet gentle. Young master, I truly do not need this. Perhaps you should exchange for a more formidable combat technique instead. You require it far more than I do. Guanju was well aware of the vastness of her young master's territory. The combat technique she had previously practiced had long since turned to ash when her spiritual roots were extracted. Now, everything had to start anew, and it was evident that the family would not allocate additional resources to Su Yi. All resources from the Su residents were now being funneled towards the Su Nu brothers. Su Yi had to rely on himself. Without a greater arsenal of techniques, how could he hope to compete against others who were more formidable during the selection? Gu Lan, glancing at Guanju, was pleasantly surprised by her understanding. You see, since this young lady has spoken, what combat technique do you wish to exchange for? I have some available. None required. Simply give me a pill to enhance my cultivation. Su Yi interjected, unwavering in his resolve that as for combat techniques, he could acquire those without needing to barter body-refining pills. The moment Su Yi uttered this, Gu Lan's expression shifted as she recalled something. Ah, yes. You are due to compete with the young master of the Zhao family soon. At that point, you could very well demand a lion's share and request some treasures from the Zhao residents. The treasures hoarded by the Zhao family were certainly not inferior to those in her ancient pawnshop. What competition? Between Zhao Qing and myself, where did this competition arise? Su Yi questioned, perplexed, then turned to Guanju, who also shook her head innocently. I have been by the young master's side, and have not ventured out to inquire. Ji Yulan raised an eyebrow, amused by Su Ye's ignorance. Well, this makes things interesting. She recounted the events that led to this situation, throwing her hands up in exasperation. What do you call this? For you, this is nothing short of an unwarranted calamity. That Su Yi, speechless, could only grit his teeth in frustration. Su Nu must be harboring resentment over the humiliation I caused him previously. He is determined to create obstacles for me. The recent commotion concerning the Su family had reached Gu Lan's ears, and she chuckled softly behind her hand. Indeed, a person's reputation often holds greater importance than anything else. Then, adopting a serious tone, Gu Lan continued, though you are somewhat innocent in this matter, the situation has escalated to a critical point. If you choose to remain silent now, it may tarnish your reputation to the very least to outsiders. It would appear as though Su Yi is cowered in fear, potentially allowing Su Nu to seize this opportunity to vindicate himself. Claiming that all previous events were merely the result of Su Yi employing unscrupulous methods to barely surpass him, that if it came to that, it would surely become a troublesome affair. Guanju listened, filled with righteous indignation. Why must such matters always fall upon my young master? It is profoundly unfair. Su Nu is clearly plotting against his kin. Gu Lan shot her a sidelong glance. My dear girl. What if it is indeed treachery against one's kin? This world operates on such principles. Rules are merely a facade for outsiders, so do not take them too seriously. Ji Yulan's tone was laden with meaning. Tinged with personal sentiment, Su Yi could not help but regard her with renewed interest. He had always presumed that someone as radiant as Gu Lan would be surrounded by perfection, yet here she was. Amidst a tangle of complexities, very well. It seems I have no choice but to accept the challenge at Su Yi's side. He had no desire to engage in needless conflict, yet some unwise individuals insisted on seeking him out. He stretched his arms, the sound of his shoulder joints cracking echoing in the it just so happens that I am in need of combat techniques, as you mentioned. This spares me the trouble of searching far and wide. Seeing his determination to accept the challenge, Gu Lan's playful demeanor vanished. You must think this through. After all, your opponent is a master of the Bitter Sea's sixth realm, far more formidable than Su Nu. Chapter 56. Heavenly Green Grass. Moreover, while Zhao Qing may not possess the best reputation, often seen idling away, he has never shown any lack of diligence in his cultivation. Coupled with a father who is the head of the family, he undoubtedly possesses a wealth of precious combat techniques. Given such a stark disparity in conditions, the likelihood of Su Yi emerging victorious is, to put it bluntly, exceedingly slim. Guanju, aware of the gap in their strengths, Whispered, "Young master, why not reconsider? It is they who are bullying us. This is simply unjust." Furthermore, everyone would surely recognize that this was an inherently unfair competition. Even if you chose not to participate, they would understand. Guanju knew her reasoning was somewhat naive. In this world, there is no shortage of those who revel in creating drama and spreading rumors that Suyi had been the center of attention for quite some time. With countless rumors swirling around him, elevating the expectations placed upon him in the eyes of the public. Should Suyi choose to back down this time, he would be met with a deluge of slander. When the time came for the Shao Sword Peak selection, every step he took would be fraught with difficulty. They all understood the implications, yet they also knew that sending Suyi to face Zhao Qing was an overt act of bullying. Alas, Xiao Ju, this is simply how the world operates. If one does not advance, one will inevitably retreat, that if you take a step back, others will assert themselves in your space. Did Suyi not comprehend this? He understood better than anyone the challenges that awaited him, should he choose to accept the challenge. "Miss Gu, Mr. Huan has arrived." As the three fell silent, the voice of a server echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Gu Lan's face lit up with delight. "Quickly, invite my uncle in." "My uncle?" Li Bai raised an eyebrow, exchanging a knowing glance with Guanju that he had previously heard that the proprietor of the ancient pawnshop had some connection with the Gu family. But he had not imagined the relationship to be so close. Ji Yulan, being the legitimate daughter of the Gu family, referred to Gu Huan as her uncle, which implied he must be the current family head's younger brother. However, he had never heard of the Gu family head having a brother who ran a pawnshop. There must be quite a story behind this. Just in time for your arrival. Today, young Master Su happens to be here as well. Bringing us treasures. Upon entering, Boss Huan was not surprised to see Suyi. The pawnshop in Lin City was established specifically for Suyi, so it was only natural he would frequent it. "This batch is of even finer quality. Are you truly not going to share the identity of the alchemist behind these?" Taking the newly arrived batch of body-refining pills from Gu Lan, Gu Huan brought them to his nose, inhaling deeply. Instantly, a refreshing medicinal scent enveloped him, making him feel as though his body had lightened considerably. It was evident that this time, the elixirs were not only of exceptional quality, but also meticulously preserved. Ji Yuan found himself increasingly intrigued by the person behind Suyi. Suyi shrugged, exasperated. "You know how I am. If I won't say it, then I simply won't. Even if you were to pry my mouth open with a knife, I would remain silent. Moreover, even if Suyi were willing to divulge, they would have to believe him first. The concept of a system was too ethereal and intangible. He could not explain it to them. Uncle, since you're here, I recall you possessing a piece of heavenly green grass." Gu Huan returned the porcelain vial and inquired, "What do you need heavenly green grass for? Isn't it used to assist low-level cultivators in breaking through their realms?" Upon hearing this, Gu Lan pouted slightly. "You should ask this young man. He is the one seeking to exchange 5 body-refining pills for it." As soon as she finished speaking, Suyi promptly chimed in. "Indeed, if Boss Huan has it, then that would be most fortuitous." That Suyi was somewhat unclear about these matters. In his past breakthroughs, he had never consumed any medicinal herbs. However, Guanju was different. Each of her breakthroughs was exceedingly arduous, often placing her in life-threatening situations more so than others. He too was perplexed, for he could sense that the spiritual energy within Guanju far surpassed the confines of the Bitter Sea's third realm. Yet she remained unable to achieve a successful breakthrough. This impasse had persisted for 2 years. Suyi had only learned about this situation by chance when Zhao Qing mentioned it last time. It turned out that breakthroughs could indeed be assisted by external forces. However, one must grasp the precise measure, or else, if mishandled, it could yield counterproductive consequences. "You are wasting precious resources." Upon hearing this, Gu Huan was instantly incensed. "Do you realize what level of elixir the body-refining pill is? And what grade the heavenly grass holds? No matter how precious the heavenly grass may be, it is abundant if one is willing to search for it. Yet the body-refining pill cannot be concocted by just anyone. The value of heavenly grass pales in comparison to a single body-refining pill. After all, the formation of elixirs requires a rare alchemist and a plethora of extraordinary herbs. The very process of refining is sufficient to drive many to destitution." Ji Yuan glared at Suyi with a look of disappointment, bewildered as to why something that was coveted by all outside appeared so cheap in Suyi's hands. Suyi had anticipated this reaction, for indeed, The body refining pill was exceptionally precious that he shrugged nonchalantly and extended his hand. Since you deem it unworthy, then please return 4 to me. Gulan, who had already secured 5 body refining pills, immediately turned to Protector Chinkoan bag. That I never said that. The items have been given. There is no rationale for retraction. You may request them from your uncle, but I certainly will not part with them. A single one of those was a rarity, let alone 5 that once they were in her possession, how could she possibly relinquish them? Su Yi chuckled. I did not expect Miss Gu to possess such a whimsical side. I had thought you were always so serious. The Ji Yulan laughed in response. Do not confine me to one mold. I am quite versatile. Women are like that, are they not? Young lady, suddenly mentioned. Guanju froze for a moment before shaking her head vigorously like a rattledrum. Young master, Xiao Jue is not changeable. Xiao Jue will forever stand by your side. Su Ye's mouth fell open, and both Gu Lan and Gu Huan wore expressions of astonishment. Guanju's reaction was instinctive, and as she became aware of the sudden silence, her face flushed crimson. She turned to bump into Su Yi. I did not mean it that way. I understand. Young lady's thoughts are well known to the young master. That Su Yi patted Guanju's head and shot a glare at Gu Lan, reproaching her for bringing up such matters regarding Guanju. How about this? I have some newly acquired raw stones, though their quality is not particularly high. As he spoke, Gu Huan pulled out a raw stone weighing approximately 10 pounds from his Chinkoan bag. Just as he stated, the quality of this stone could only be classified as below average spiritual stone with a higher impurity content. That is of no concern. I can manage with lower quality. Su Yi immediately expressed his willingness, as the limited quantity of body refining pills made the acquisition of raw stones a pleasant surprise. In terms of exchange, I shall take my leave now. Remember to come to the underground arena 3 days hence to witness my bout and place your bets on my victory. This undoubtedly confirmed Su Ye's acceptance of Zhao Qing's challenge. Given the impending competition, Su Yi did not urge Guanju to hastily absorb the heavenly grass upon returning. Guanju's condition was peculiar, with severe meridian blockages. Once she commenced, it was uncertain how long it would take to conclude. In her current state, Su Yi was reluctant to leave her alone. I am fine. The young master's matters are of greater importance. Why not allow the young master to absorb the raw stone first? A slight increase in cultivation is still beneficial. Guanju was unconcerned about her own situation, having already grown accustomed to lingering in the Bitter Sea's second realm for many years. Instead, it was Su Yi who felt the urgency. 3 days was too brief, and despite racking his brain, he could not fathom how to bridge the 2-level gap. There was no rush. He intended to reserve the raw stone for use 3 days later. Su Yi understood that it was unnecessary to absorb an excessive amount of raw stone's spiritual energy in such a short span. Moreover, raw stones were most effective when utilized just before a breakthrough. And this particular stone was of lesser quality, containing more impurities, necessitating greater caution in its application. What shall we do? In 3 days, do you possess any other miraculous pills, young master? Guanju, in a state of desperation, even suggested that Su Yi use elixirs to temporarily enhance his strength. Surely, it would be better than facing Zhao Qing on the arena, only to be overwhelmed. All right, I comprehend your concern for me. But surely your young master is not so fragile. However, Guanju attempted to speak further, yet Su Yi did not afford her the opportunity. The young master needs to return to his room to meditate for a while. Do not disturb me. Indeed, when the subject of cultivation arose, Guanju obediently stood still, refraining from following him any further. Yet, her phoenix-like eyes were filled with worry for Su Yi that if only she could become a bit stronger, she could confront all those who dared to provoke and harm her young master. In those 3 days, while Su Yi did not engage in cultivation, he was far from idle, that he ventured to the underground arena nearly every day. Initially, due to his lack of acclimatization, he barely managed to win. However, numerous individuals came seeking to witness Su Ye's prowess, and they were indeed left astounded. Su Ye's skill was truly extraordinary. He consistently pinpointed every flaw in his opponents and delivered decisive blows. With Su Ye's appearances, the matter between him and Zhao Qing was once again brought to light. Many even queried him immediately after he had concluded a match, inquiring whether he would accept the challenge. At that moment, with blood still on his face from a recent opponent, Su Yi smirked, exuding an air of charm. Naturally, I shall accept the challenge. It is hardly a significant matter. His attitude was brazen, and his tone dismissive, as if the challenger was not the talented scion of the Zhao family, but merely a random passerby. That I in such an environment where onlookers thrived on drama, Su Ye's audacious remarks instantaneously set the entire city of Lin aflame with excitement. Many came with the intention of witnessing the spectacle, yet the majority perceived Su Ye's provocations as mere exaggerations. Some speculated that after defeating the less skilled Xiao Huai, and Su knew, his ego had inflated due to the flattery he received, leaving him unable to discern reality. Did he truly say that at the Zhao residence? Having just finished training, Zhao Qing took the handkerchief from Zhao Shuang and wiped his brow, raising an eyebrow in derision that he can only flaunt his bravado through words. That I beg to differ. He has been frequently seen at the underground arena these past few days, that I have witnessed several matches. And he indeed possesses some ability. Zhao Shuang recalled Su Ye's gallant demeanor during battle, utterly captivated. Moreover, he exuded an aura that kept others at bay. His formidable and alluring presence was often the most captivating. Zhao Qing halted in his tracks, a dangerous glint flashing across his face. Shuang, repeat that. Which arena matches have you attended? Still lost in admiration for Su Ye's appearance, Zhao Shuang failed to notice the peculiar tone in Zhao Qing's voice. It was Su Yi. I took the liberty of investigating his capabilities beforehand. That I suggest you exercise caution. You wouldn't want to suffer an embarrassment. Embarrassment? Who dares to mock me? Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing's tone turned ominous, his words laced with sarcasm. As for you, Shuang, I believe your father was correct. It is wise to refrain from wandering about unnecessarily. Faced with Zhao Qing's sudden outburst, Zhao Shuang felt perplexed. She frowned at Zhao Qing, who was striding away, grumbling, I genuinely do not understand how I ever found you appealing. Such an arrogant fool. Forget it. I shall go watch Su Yi instead. 3 days swiftly passed that Su Ye's abilities had experienced a remarkable surge during this recent period. It was not merely an increase in spiritual energy, but rather a refinement in the application of various techniques in actual combat, that he even attempted a 3-star spell once, though he still had yet to form the first seal. Nevertheless, the overwhelming heat radiating from him was sufficient to deter many opponents. Young master, please do not be overly anxious, yet do not let your guard down either. Always remain vigilant of your opponent's movements. Understand? And remember, should you find yourself unable to prevail, concede swiftly. Once you concede, there will be those who will prevent Zhao Qing from continuing his assault. Throughout the journey, Guanju chattered incessantly like a sparrow, her words never ceasing. That Su Yi patiently listened without interruption, reveling in the sensation of being cared for. Only upon arriving at the underground arena did Su Yi halt, pinching Guanju's lips with 2 fingers. Enough, we have arrived. To speak further would be to disrespect the young master. Woo. Guanju was rendered speechless, her sobs echoing through the air. That Su Yi, unable to comprehend her distress, merely assumed she was expressing her understanding. Ah, how fortuitous of you to arrive, he mused as Su Yi made his entrance. He immediately spotted Zhao Qing and the others, who had long since taken their places in the VIP section. Zhao Qing let out a derisive snort, scrutinizing Su Yi from head to toe, his tone laced with sarcasm. I thought you might cowardly flee at the last moment. That Su Yi shrugged nonchalantly. If you dare to show up, why should I be afraid? Chapter 58. The graceful Gulan, the woman beside Zhao Qing, erupted into a fit of laughter. You truly possess courage. There are few peers in Ling City who would dare speak to Brother Qing in such a manner. Her tone was playful and flirtatious, yet Su Yi felt no fondness towards her. Though she appeared to be the charming and mischievous type, he keenly detected a glimmer of calculation in her eyes. This woman was undoubtedly no amateur. Yi, you're here, my little uncle, and I've been waiting for you for quite some time. That moment, a more delicate voice intruded. Su Yi found it familiar and turned to see Gulan, who had abandoned her usual polished attire for a strikingly alluring deep purple mini dress that accentuated her legs, captivating the attention of many men around her. Coughing, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback by Gulan's unexpected appearance. Nearly choking on his own saliva, after a prolonged moment, he managed to swallow hard and utter, Miss Gu. What? Are you also enchanted by my beauty? Gulan maintained her haughty demeanor, lifting her chin with a scoff. As expected, men are all the same. Little girl, you must keep a close eye on your man. The last remark was clearly directed at Guanju, and the mention of your man instantly flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. She felt that it was not her young master who was at fault, but rather Miss Gu, whose revealing attire had momentarily ensnared her own gaze, let alone the men around them. After a brief moment of shock, Su Yi quickly regained his composure. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "Miss Gu, what is the meaning of this? Dressed like this and approaching me openly, one might think you've been appointed as the Gu family's esteemed daughter." Though rumors had circulated for some time, there had been no concrete evidence to support them. The Jiyu Lan's actions seemed to provide an unwarranted opportunity for gossip. Do not misunderstand. I am merely fulfilling a professional obligation. Professional obligation? Su Yi surveyed his surroundings, confirming he had not strayed from the designated path. This was indeed an underground arena. Suddenly, a thought dawned upon him as he glanced down at the sunken arena, where a woman clad in an identical outfit to Gu Lan stood. Yet in comparison to Gu Lan, this woman's looks and figure paled in comparison. "Miss Gu, the arena match is about to commence. Please take your place as the host." Each match in the arena featured a graceful beauty as the host to ensure fairness, and to facilitate the auctioning and purchasing of the women present. If someone caught their eye, they could directly negotiate with the individuals behind the scenes of the underground arena. However, it was clear that Gu Lan was not one to be bought or sold. It appeared she had specifically requested this role from the organizers for today's event. "Very well, I shall comply." Jiyu Lan elegantly leaped into action, drawing a wave of excitement from the crowd. "Look, her skirt is billowing. Those long, fair legs are stirring a long-dormant passion within me. No wonder she is the Gu family's esteemed daughter. Her beauty and poise are truly unparalleled." The murmurs of admiration filled the air, overshadowing any previous mockery directed at Su Yi. He suddenly felt he understood Gu Lan's intentions, yet he questioned whether he was truly worthy of such attention. Perhaps she was simply attracted to the esteemed alchemist behind him, known for crafting high-grade body refinement pills. That Su Yi chuckled to himself, recognizing that such women were often adept at manipulation. He preferred the obedient and gentle Guanju instead. Turning to her, he affectionately ruffled her hair. "You are the best." "Huh." Guanju looked up, confused, as she had done nothing to warrant such praise. "Welcome to the underground arena. I trust you are all here for a singular purpose, to witness how the rumored prodigy, Su Yi, will vanquish the proud Zhao Qing." Gu Lan's confidence electrified the atmosphere, inciting cheers and applause that threatened to lift the roof off the venue. Su Yi, upon hearing such audacious words, shook his head and glanced at the visibly infuriated Zhao Qing. Was she inciting hatred towards herself or rallying support? I never would have guessed you had the skill to charm the Gu family's esteemed daughter into engaging in such an embarrassing spectacle for you," Zhao Qing remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Noticing Su Ye's gaze, Zhao Qing shot him a cold glare, his voice laced with sarcasm. It was evident that his hatred and disdain for Su Yi had reached a boiling point. Su Yi sighed, shrugging without responding. It was best that the fewer people who knew about his dealings with the ancient pawnshop, the better. As for the misunderstandings, let them think what they wished. The truth would ultimately prevail. "I trust everyone is well acquainted with the rules of the underground arena. A match cannot commence without placing bets." The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch, making betting an inevitable occurrence. However, in the past, such activities were conducted discreetly. Now, they were laid bare for all to see. "Who do you think will emerge victorious this time?" Gu Lan's inquiry elicited skepticism from the crowd. That, of course, it will be Zhao's young master. The gap between the realms is not so easily bridged. He's merely a waste of talent. How could he possibly defeat Zhao's young master? "Miss Gu, please do not show such blatant favoritism towards Su Yi. All eyes are upon us. I am wagering my entire fortune on Zhao's young master. He will undoubtedly win." "Me too. I'm betting on Zhao Xiao." The cacophony of voices filled the room, with no one daring to place their bets on Su Yi. The disparity between the two was evident, and Zhao Qing wore a smug expression, as though he had regained some semblance of control. Do not be so disheartened. This is only to be expected. You should be aware of this yourself. Zhao Qing's words made his contempt for Su Yi abundantly clear. Guanju was about to retort, but was silenced by Su Ye's gentle grip on her hand. Leaning forward amidst the clamor, he smirked. "I wonder if Zhao Gongzi remembers that in our youth, you were once my subordinate." Chapter 59. One-sided in his youth, Su Yi was the embodiment of exuberance. Not only was he the most talented among his peers, but his combat skills and mindset also surpassed those of his contemporaries. Had he not followed an unjust master, he might have been on par with Zhao Qing today. Zhao Qing's expression darkened. The mention of old grievances intensified the murderous intent in his gaze. Zhao Shuang caught between them, sensed the tension brewing beneath the surface. Zhao Qing had always been impulsive, his temperament slightly flawed. Yet he had never so overtly expressed animosity towards a peer. Curious, Zhao Shuang leaned in to ask Su Yi, "What did you do to make Brother Qing so furious back then? You should apologize. Otherwise, when it comes time for the match, you may find yourself at a disadvantage." Brother Qing can be quite fearsome when angered. The sincerity of her concern would have carried more weight had she not been grinning broadly. "Shuang Shuang," Zhao Qing barked, "some matters do not concern you. Do not pry." The palpable tension had now extended to Zhao Shuang herself. Having always been treated gently by Zhao Qing, it was her first experience witnessing such a fierce side of him. Sticking out her tongue, she relented. All right. I won't ask anymore." Su Yi exchanged a provocative glance with Zhao Qing before turning away. Ji Yulan had now gathered the audience's choices, and a large screen displayed a clear comparison between the two contenders. Just as expected, not a single person had placed their bets on Su Yi. Among the hundreds gathered at the underground arena, there was not a soul who believed Su Yi possessed the strength to overcome the odds. "Goodness, you are leaving no face for him at all. If he loses, won't he be left destitute?" Glancing at the stark contrast in betting, Gu Lan smiled charmingly. "However, I may hold a different opinion from all of you." With that, she tossed her Qinkuan bag into the air, declaring, "Since so many have wagered, I shall stake my entire fortune, including this Qinkuan bag." Upon the utterance of such words, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Even Su Yi was left momentarily agape. Astonished, he pressed his forehead, overwhelmed by an impulse to drag the speaker back onto the stage. "You may place your bets, but why such a commotion? Are you so eager for the world to know of our clandestine dealings?" At this moment, Guanju inexplicably found herself favorably inclined towards Gu Lan. Suddenly realizing that the young lady from the Gu family possessed numerous admirable qualities that at the very least, she could not emulate the audacity of standing on the stage, openly supporting her master. While Guanju was lost in contemplation, Su Yi unexpectedly delivered a hefty tap atop her head, the force undeniable. "Ouch!" Guanju exclaimed, covering the spot where she had been struck. Casting a resentful glance at Su Yi, "Master, what are you doing? If you have nonsense to spout, let it be known to the heavens. Do not unleash it upon my dear Ju." This theatrical expression elicited a smile from Guanju. "Master, how can you still be so juvenile?" It was reminiscent of the games they often played in their youth, and she was pleasantly surprised that he still remembered that Su Yi smirked. "Very well. Once the tournament commences, you shall remain seated here and await my return. Understood?" "Understood. I shall remain obedient," she replied. That's so." Su Yi leaned closer, locking eyes with Guanju. "What if I were to sustain injuries? What if my life were in jeopardy?" Before she could respond, her brow furrowed in concern. "Master, do not speak carelessly. Quickly, spit. Ha ha." Su Ye's childish antics lifted his spirits, and he burst into laughter. His voice resonated, drawing puzzled glances from Zhao Qing and those nearby, who regarded him as though he were mad. Did he know he was about to be publicly beaten to a pulp? Who could say? All Su Yi knew was that he was poised for a significant gain. Having wagered his entire fortune on young Master Zhao, finally anticipating a chance to recoup his losses, the sound of a bell resonated, signaling the imminent start of the tournament. The competitors were beckoned to the stage to prepare. Zhao Qing rose first, strutting past Su Yi amidst his entourage like a peacock, but he cast a disdainful glance at Su Ye's solitary, made this the extent of young Master Su's entourage. Merely a lowly maid in attendance? Though Su Yi remained seated, his aura was not overshadowed by the imposing Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing may have had many followers, but it seemed to Su Yi that few genuinely served him. This was a masterful retort, causing Zhao Qing's expression to shift, that he was all too aware of the sycophants surrounding him. Mere lackeys compelled to flatter due to his family status in the event of a crisis. His retinue would likely pale in comparison to Su Ye's one devoted maid. Yet, despite understanding this dynamic, Zhao Qing could not allow himself to appear inferior to Su Yi. Young Master Su is truly laughable. To speak of loyalty when devoid of followers, what value does loyalty hold in this world? With that, he brushed past Su Yi, his gaze icy. Guanju glared at Zhao Qing, her disdain for the Zhao family's young master intensifying. Fearing Su Yi would overthink, she quickly reassured him, "Master, you have me, and I can stand against many of them." Such earnest comfort only further soothed Su Ye's unscathed spirit. "Very well, I must be on my way," he declared, rising to follow Zhao Qing, taking a different path to the stage. Soon, both figures stood upon the square arena, where Gulan and another young woman awaited in the center. The Ji Yulan smiled warmly at Su Yi. Yet her demeanor turned cold and dismissive upon addressing Zhao Qing, as if he were unworthy of her regard. This act, performed before the crowd, unmistakably conveyed her contempt for Zhao Qing's bullying nature. It was akin to a slap resounding across his face, leaving him humiliated. "Now, both of you, this contest is voluntary. As long as you do not concede, you bear full responsibility for the consequences. Are there any questions?" Gu Lan's gaze was sharp, devoid of the earlier playful demeanor. She was now a serious official, free from personal biases. That Su Yi nodded decisively. "I have no objections." Zhao Qing also nodded, his eyes fixed on Su Yi, searching for any hint of trepidation. The disparity between the realms of the Sixth and Fourth Seas was not merely a numerical difference. It was far more profound. Zhao Qing was eager to discern the source of Su Ye's unwavering confidence. "Since you are both prepared, I would like to propose a suggestion. Might I inquire if either of you has something to wager?" "A wager?" Zhao Qing furrowed his brow. "Let us dispense with the frivolities and commence the contest." The notion of a wager had never been broached before, and Zhao Qing was impatient to eliminate Su Yi. "That I certainly have something in mind. However, I wonder if young Master Zhao possesses anything sufficiently enticing to pique my interest." Su Yi replied, recalling a casual conversation from the ancient pawn shop. To his surprise, Gulan not only remembered but brought it up at this juncture. Despite not being prompted, Su Yi had intended to mention it. He casually retrieved a porcelain vial from his bag. As he opened the cap, a fragrant aroma pervaded the arena. Of course, the arena was shielded by a barrier, preventing the scent from reaching the audience. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, Zhao Qing's expression shifted dramatically. The most gifted individual of the Zhao household. All resources naturally flowed towards him. He had used body refinement pills a couple of times, though none compared to what Su Yi possessed. At this critical juncture of breaking through to the 6th Sea, he felt as if he were thwarted by an invisible barrier, that if he could obtain this body refinement pill, his chances of success would undoubtedly increase. What is this? Merely a porcelain vial. What treasures could possibly reside within? Observe closely. Even young Master Zhao's countenance has altered, indicating that the item in Su Ye's possession is indeed a rare treasure. What is so surprising? Su Yi is closely linked with Gulan. The Gu family controls the ancient pawn shop, so it is only natural they possess numerous fine items. Any one of them is beyond our reach. The murmurs from the crowd were inaudible to those on stage. Zhao Qing's attention was solely fixated on the porcelain vial in Su Ye's hand. That it seems that young Master Zhao is quite taken with my wager. However, I wonder what you could possibly offer that would equate to this treasure. As Su Yi spoke, he tossed the vial directly to Gulan. This was the customary procedure for wagers in the tournament. Both party stakes must be entrusted to the judge to prevent any post-defeat trickery. That Su Ye's action unequivocally demonstrated his resolve. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth, unwilling to be outdone in this regard, yet he possessed nothing of comparable value to the body refinement pill. Even his only valuable possession, the bag of holding, had recently been confiscated by his father. "State your desires plainly." Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. "That will not suffice. Rules must not be broken. The wager is not predicated on what I desire, but rather what you can present." He was clearly intent on ensuring Zhao Qing did not escape unscathed. "Very well, I shall wager my family's ancestral Xin-level martial technique, the snow dance." Su Yi raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at his lips. That he had anticipated that Zhao Qing, with his pride and greed, will be tempted by the prospect of their Xin-level martial technique. The Ji Yulan observed the unfolding scenario with growing concern, realizing Su Yi was expertly maneuvering Zhao Qing into a corner. "Are you certain you wish to use your family's martial technique as a wager? What if you lose?" Her well-meaning warning fell on deaf ears, for Zhao Qing was fixated solely on the superior body refinement pill, unable to heed Gulan's caution. "Let us commence without further delay. I cannot wait any longer." As Su Yi prepared to make his move, a long-forgotten voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Welcome back, host." Congratulations on triggering a hidden task. Su Yi sighed. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Pray tell, what is the hidden task, and how many moves must I use to defeat my opponent? This, he believed, would be an impossible feat. Fortunately, the system was reasonable and did not impose such a difficult task upon him. Ding. Hidden Task 1. Maintain the upper hand throughout the tournament. Hidden Task 2. Successfully execute a surprise attack once. Hidden Task 3. Break through to the 5th seed during the tournament. Su Yi nearly choked on his own disbelief. Break through to the 5th seed in the tournament. Do you take me for a prodigy? Even with a celestial root, such feats are not to be taken lightly. Indeed, his spiritual power had reached its zenith. Yet if breakthroughs were such an effortless endeavor, this world would be teeming with unparalleled masters. Su Yi took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within. Perhaps his reaction had been too pronounced, as the system kindly inquired, does the host intend to refuse the task, remembering the near-death sensation from his previous refusal. Su Yi hastily shook his head. No, I was merely pondering. With a dejected expression, he lamented, how was he to navigate this predicament? What's this? Before the competition even begins, are you already conceding? A familiar arrogant voice suddenly chimed in, causing Su Yi to look up sharply, only to find Zhao Qing had already approached him. When he turned his head, he noticed Gu Lan and another woman had long since vacated the stage. Unbeknownst to him, while he was engaged in dialogue with the system, the contest had already commenced. Su Yi, you would do well to take this seriously. Underestimating the 6th realm of the Bitter Sea is a burden you cannot bear. As he spoke, Zhao Qing's spiritual energy surged dramatically, and a fiery fist came crashing down upon Su Yi. Prepare to meet your demise. Zhao Qing swung his arm with all his might, that Su Yi swiftly sidestepped. But Zhao Qing's arm bent at an angle, directly targeting his cheek. Damn it, his reactions have quickened. Clearly, the Zhao Qing of this moment was a different entity from the one encountered in the Monster Beast Mountains. He had indeed made progress. Yet Su Yi was not merely standing still either. Severing palm, Su Yi retreated, creating distance between them, and unleashed a fierce gust of energy toward the incoming fist. Simultaneously, the golden scales of the mother ring on Su Yi's arm emitted a faint glow. Poised to amplify the attack power of his severing palm, employing this combination again. It seems you've learned nothing during your years at the Taisu sect. Zhao Qing had witnessed this technique from Su Yi several times before, a disdainful expression crossing his face as the flames on his fist intensified. With a dull thud, their palms clashed, followed by the flames on Zhao Qing's fist's seemingly sprouting legs, burrowing towards Su Yi. Chapter 61. You can actually wield the 3-star incantation. As Su Yi propelled the mother ring, using its powerful shockwave to deflect Zhao Qing's fist, he suddenly felt a spasm in his arm, causing his spiritual energy to surge uncontrollably. What is happening? Su Yi frowned, instinctively attempting to regain control over his body. Yet soon, he sensed an overwhelming desire to devour. A cluster of blue flames flickered to life on his arm. Swaying with the wind, they were beguiling and deep. This is the 3-star incantation. Zhao Qing squinted, assessing the situation, and then instinctively glanced at Gu Lan in the stands, whose expression mirrored his surprise. I didn't expect him to grasp the essence of the 3-star incantation so swiftly. He truly possesses talent. How did you come to cultivate the 3-star incantation? The flames of the 3-star incantation had the power to consume all other flames. Zhao Qing realized that using his fists against Su Yi was akin to gifting him strength. Had he known this earlier, he would have refrained from attacking. That Su Yi, too, was perplexed by the unfolding scenario. He had never encountered other fire sources during his cultivation, and now it appeared this ability could actually consume. Thinking of escaping, have you consulted me? As Zhao Qing prepared to retreat, Su Yi lunged forward, his palm glowing with spiritual light as he grasped Zhao Qing's wrist, forcefully pulling him closer. The red flames and ethereal blue flames collided, engaging in a fierce struggle, each attempting to dominate the other. Yet, it was evident that Su Yi's 3-star incantation was superior, swiftly absorbing the flames from Zhao Qing's fists. These absorbed flames rapidly transformed into pure spiritual energy, causing Su Yi's previously saturated spiritual sea to stir restlessly. At that moment, the sensation of impending breakthrough washed over him unexpectedly. Su Yi was both astonished and elated, realizing that the system's task held some semblance of truth. Think you could devour my flames? You overestimate yourself. Just as Su Yi reveled in the imminent breakthrough and the prospect of completing the system's task, Zhao Qing suddenly unleashed a surge of even greater spiritual energy. The overwhelming force left Su Yi gasping for breath. As even the ethereal blue flames on his arm appeared to waver precariously, "It is merely the fourth realm of the Bitter Sea. How potent can your 3-star incantation truly be? I assume you haven't even mastered the first seal." Zhao Qing's words rang true. Su Yi shrugged nonchalantly, his body shimmering with a faint azure light. The azure glow shielded him from much of the spiritual energy's impact, rendering him seemingly unscathed. Zhao Qing squinted, scrutinizing Su Yi for a long moment before licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "It seems you possess quite a few treasures that perhaps I am simply born to attract such treasures. You needn't be too envious." The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, interspersed with veiled banter. Yet Su Yi predominantly emerged victorious, leaving Zhao Qing seething with frustration. "Su Yi, your tongue is indeed sharp." Enraged, Zhao Qing retreated, creating distance between them. His body trembled as if a fierce lion loomed behind him, roaring in fury at Su Yi. The lion's roar. A colossal sound wave surged forward, accompanied by a torrent of winds that felt like blades slicing through Su Yi's skin. Su Yi clamped his hands over his ears, his body being pushed back step by step, his complexion paling with each passing moment. Not only Su Yi, but even those in the stands were compelled to cover their ears, overwhelmed by the power of the lion's roar technique. Sound wave attacks are often the swiftest to charge and possess boundless might, as they are invariably accompanied by psychological assaults. That Su Yi shook his head. His vision clouded that moment. Zhao Qing had already closed in, suppressing Su Yi, with crimson flames again enveloping his fist that a single punch aimed at Su Yi's crown could obliterate his very soul. Ding! Warning! Host task is about to fail. As Su Yi's mind spiraled into chaos, the system's sharp alarm jolted him back to reality. Instinctively sensing the danger, he arched his body, narrowly avoiding the punch that grazed his ear and landed squarely on his shoulder blade. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed, and Su Yi grimaced, gritting his teeth to stifle a cry of pain. Quick reflexes, but alas, that is all you have left. Zhao Qing pressed on, gathering strength for another strike as his other arm swept across. This time, no matter how Su Yi twisted and turned, he could not evade it. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and swiftly formed seals with both hands. Observing Su Yi's movements, Zhao Qing, possessing some understanding of the 3-star incantation, sneered coldly. "What? Attempting something you've never succeeded at before? Very well, let me see what you can conjure." Zhao Qing, with a leisurely demeanor, refrained from immediately overpowering Su Yi. His gaze was laced with mockery, his actions imbued with disdain he intended for everyone to witness, especially Zhao Shuang, that the Su Yi she admired was merely an arrogant fool bereft of true ability. However, the unexpected occurred in an instant. Su Yi's hands, once a flurry of intricate movements, abruptly halted. He then lowered his body, executing a sweeping kick, severing step. With a swift motion, Su Yi swept Zhao Qing's legs, then retreated. The severing step had been cultivated to perfection. Every ounce of spiritual energy was directed toward Zhao Qing's lower body. A muffled thud resonated as Zhao Qing, who usually boasted a stable stance, was sent crashing to the ground by Su Yi's kick. Seizing the moment, Su Yi launched another powerful kick toward Zhao Qing's abdomen. Given the force of his previous strike, Zhao Qing would either be gravely injured or suffer internal bleeding. Yet he was not so foolish. Using his palms to push off the ground, he propelled himself into a somersault, spinning like a top toward Su Yi. The spinning motion generated a tremendous shockwave, forcing Su Yi to retreat repeatedly until he reached the very edge. One more step back would result in automatic disqualification. Su Yi planted one foot firmly, gathering his spiritual energy, severing palm, mother ring of golden scales. One hand executed the severing palm, its crystalline jade hue enveloping his hand, safeguarding it from Zhao Qing's spiritual energy, while the other hand launched the mother ring, crashing forcefully into Zhao Qing's groin. Crack! The sharp sound echoed once more as Su Yi repaid the injury he had just suffered. Chapter 62. The breakthrough. In the moment, Zhao Qing let out a muffled grunt, his body crashing down onto the stage once more. Gritting his teeth, he stifled another groan, his gaze fixed fiercely on Su Yi. "You have certainly given me many surprises." Not only Zhao Qing, But at this moment, even those in the stands who believed they had already discerned the outcome were utterly astounded by the unfolding scene. Su Yi has been relentlessly overpowering the young master of the Zhao family. My heavens, when did the fourth realm of the Bitter Sea become so formidable? Even the masters of the sixth realm could not gain any advantage over him. The onlookers, presumably also from the fourth realm of the Bitter Sea, hastily chimed in to assert, "Brothers, remain calm. Not all from the fourth realm are this formidable that if we were to take the stage, we would be defeated in a single move." Only then did the crowd awaken from their stupor, gazing at Su Yi as if he were a monster. Such a prodigious talent, capable of achieving this greatness even after his spiritual roots were destroyed. They were compelled to acknowledge Su Ye's excellence and innate talent. Previously, they attributed his accomplishments to the resources of his family and the cultivation from the Taisu sect. But what of now? Having had his spiritual roots severed by an elder of the Taisu sect and suffering humiliation at the hands of his peers, Su Yi still managed to rise from the ashes, evolving from a mere cripple to a figure they deeply respected and admired today. Such a person truly deserves his achievements that on the arena, Su Yi was gasping for breath. The series of strikes he executed had taken a toll on him. The dull pain from his shattered scapula was a constant distraction. Coughing violently, Zhao Qing, lying on the ground, finally expelled the pent-up breath along with a spatter of congealed blood. He raised a hand to his mouth. Glancing at the blood on his fingers, his eyes darkening ominously, "It seems I truly should not have given you any chance for resistance." He was now tasting the bitterness of defeat. Su Yi was shrouded in secrets, his unpredictability far beyond that of an ordinary person. "That you'd best prepare yourself. I shall show no mercy henceforth." Su Yi mirrored Zhao Qing's actions, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips and concealing it in his palm. His chest heaved violently as he smirked at Zhao Qing, raising an eyebrow in the most provocative manner. "Feel free to try. Let us see if I will knock you down once more." For the prideful Zhao Qing, those words were undoubtedly the most inciting. Immediately, he bellowed and charged forward, his body shooting like an arrow released from its bow, accompanied by a piercing sound. That Su Ye's gaze darkened, his hands enveloping a jade-like aura as the golden-scaled ring returned to his wrist. "This time, your severed palm will be of no use to me." Believing Su Yi would employ the same trick again, Zhao Qing snorted coldly and accelerated his assault, transforming his body into a living arrow. With a fierce shout, he seemed to embody the arrowhead itself, lunging towards Su Yi with ferocity. Whoosh! A gust of wind roared, causing their garments to flutter violently. That Su Yi raised his hand, ensnaring Zhao Qing's hands within his grasp. That a torrent of spiritual energy surged through his palms, continuously converging to counter Zhao Qing's fierce attack. "You dare to resist with sheer spiritual power? Do you truly believe your capabilities in the fourth realm of the Bitter Sea can rival mine in the fifth realm?" Zhao Qing mocked Su Yi, only to be met with Su Ye's inscrutable gaze. "Your spiritual energy is indeed formidable, but after employing several battle techniques, I assume you have little left, do you not?" Zhao Qing's expression stiffened. "And what of it? This strike is sufficient to exhaust you." As long as he could endure until Su Ye's spiritual energy waned, he could seize the opportunity to deliver a final blow, casting Su Yi from the arena, thus claiming victory in this contest. And Su Ye's precious body-refining elixir would then belong to him. "That may disappoint you." With those words, the ethereal blue flames reappeared on Su Ye's arms. The spiritual energy he had previously expended surged back into him, intensifying as it sought to engulf Zhao Qing's energy. "Your 3-star curse is ineffective without fire as a medium. You cannot absorb my energy, and now that you have retracted yours, you have utterly lost your chance to turn the tide," Zhao Qing declared, exerting his spiritual energy to the maximum, determined to bring Su Yi down with this strike. "Is that so?" Su Yi chuckled coldly, his expression laden with profound meaning. Then, Zhao Qing's arrogant demeanor faltered as he stared in shock at the aura gradually enveloping Su Yi. "You are breaking through." He was astonished. How could anyone achieve a breakthrough on the arena? That tantamount to courting death. A typical breakthrough requires a tranquil environment free from disturbance. Otherwise, it could lead to a reverse flow of blood and a descent into madness. Yet Su Yi defied convention, breaking through amidst the chaos of the arena. "You are risking your life." To bring someone down and to have oneself collapse are two entirely different concepts. Zhao Qing did not wish to be perceived as taking advantage of Su Ye's precarious situation, so he instinctively attempted to retreat. However, Su Yi swiftly seized him, declaring, "Do not flee. I intend to utilize your spiritual energy for my breakthrough, delivering you to the West." "Dear young master," Su Ye's tone dripped with sarcasm as his spiritual energy surged at an astonishing rate, beyond what any ordinary person could fathom. Even Zhao Qing, no fool, began to grasp the implications. "You are using me to achieve your breakthrough." Observing their clasped hands, it became evident that Su Yi had meticulously planned this, aiming to forcibly break through by absorbing Zhao Qing's energy. "Fine. If that is the case, I shall kill you." Zhao Qing's gaze turned deadly, but as he prepared to strike, he found his hands firmly restrained by Su Yi, his own spiritual energy seemingly paralyzed by an unseen force. What is happening? Zhao Qing's heart raced with alarm, sensing that Su Yi was shrouded in enigma. Yet he was already ensnared, unable to extricate himself. At this moment, the spectators surrounding the arena rose, their admiration for Su Yi soaring to unprecedented heights. In a way, is there truly someone daring enough to break through on the arena? Is he courting death? The risks of breaking through on the arena were well known to all. Their feelings towards Su Yi were now beyond verbal expression. Having come today to witness this spectacle, even if they lost everything, they would harbor no regrets. On the arena, the tempest of spiritual energy from Su Ye's breakthrough intensified, gradually enveloping the entire platform. The swirling energy even began to rise ominously, threatening the safety of those in the stands. This cannot continue. If it does, everyone will be in peril. The Jiyu Lan's expression turned grave as he observed Su Yi, his curiosity about this extraordinary individual growing ever deeper. Only he could continually astonish them. Mobilize everyone, and ensure the protective barriers are fully maintained to guarantee the safety of others, Gulan commanded, and soon, countless individuals clad in black robes emerged from the shadows. They raised their hands toward the sky, converging spiritual energy into square barriers that encompassed the entire arena, ensuring that the tempest unleashed by Su Ye's breakthrough could not escape. Each of these individuals, should they be singled out, would be a figure of great renown in Lin City. "Damn it, you madman! If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you." At that moment, Zhao Qing, caught at the center of the vortex, could no longer contain his indignation, cursing vehemently, wishing he could slap Su Yi into oblivion. This man was indeed audacious, yet utterly lacking in discretion. Being so close, he could already feel the oppressive weight of the spiritual energy that Su Yi was equally agitated, internally cursing, "Damn you, system. Why must you take your time? Are you truly trying to end my life?" His meridians were being relentlessly battered by the spiritual energy, the excruciating pain gnawing at Su Ye's mind. That he could maintain his composure was a testament to his indomitable will. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed to madness. Young Master Guanju, seated in the stands, was in tears, wishing to leap onto the stage to share in the suffering of her beloved young master. Yet an overwhelming pressure seemed to envelop her, and the familiar aura made her realize that it was Su Yi who was preventing her from intervening. Despite his own suffering, Su Yi could still think of Guanju in the stands, which only deepened her heartache. As time passed, Su Yi gradually acclimated to the onslaught of spiritual energy, but he divided his focus, guiding the excess energy through his body's meridians. The storm began to subside, and Su Yi opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering within them. That moment, Zhao Qing happened to witness this scene, only to be met by a massive surge of spiritual energy that collided with him, sending him hurtling backward. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The crowd barely had time to react before they beheld a figure being flung out from the eye of the storm, crashing down harshly beneath the arena. "Young Master! Quickly! Get the young master out of here!" Zhao Qing's attendant, keen-eyed, immediately recognized that the figure soaring through the air was none other than their young master, and promptly called for others to carry him back. This scene felt remarkably familiar, that Su Yi emerged step by step from the heart of the tempest, his billowing garments gradually settling into tranquility. Though he remained the same individual, the aura he exuded had undergone a profound transformation in an instant. The oppressive force emanating from him was now comparable to that of Gu El and Da Ji Yulan. Wearing a stern expression, scrutinized Su Yi with an inquisitive gaze, seemingly attempting to discern something from him. Ignoring the probing eyes of those around him, Su Yi took a deep breath to quell the throbbing excitement from his recent breakthrough, casting a glance towards Gulan and the others. With a mere flick of his wrist, the body refinement elixir and the volume of advanced martial arts seamlessly found their way into his grasp that I have emerged victorious in this contest. I shall take these two items that I ask there any objection. Though Su Yi directed his inquiry at Gulan, his gaze swept across the audience in the stands. Each time someone met his eyes, they trembled and hurriedly averted their gaze, leaving the arena in a suffocating silence that no one dared to voice a word. It was an unspoken rule of the underground arena that both contestants participated willingly, and no one possessed the authority to defy the established norms. That Ji Yulan, coming back to her senses, ascended the platform and issued a solemn warning to everyone present, particularly directing her attention towards Zhao Shuangshuang and her entourage, whom she scrutinized several times. Zhao Shuangshuang, however, was utterly oblivious to the surroundings, her gaze fixed on Su Yi, unable to tear herself away. Although she understood that Su Yi was no ordinary individual and often jested with Zhao Qing, cautioning him not to take his loss to Su Yi too seriously. Witnessing Su Ye's prowess firsthand left her feeling that her previous assessments had been woefully superficial. This man could indeed astonish one time and again. Having secured his prize and restored his reputation, Su Yi had no desire to linger. He approached Guanju and retracted the spiritual pressure he had exerted on her. My apologies for restraining you earlier. I did not wish for you to rush forward. Please do not hold it against the young master, Su Yi said gently, extending his hand to pull Guanju closer. Finally able to move, Guanju threw herself into Su Ye's embrace, exclaiming, "You truly frightened me. I was so afraid you might lose control and become unrecognizable. Why did you have to break through right there on the platform? I thought I might perish from fright." It was evident that Guanju was genuinely shaken and had yet to recover. In stark contrast to the astonishment of others, her only sentiment was one of lingering fear. Had Su Yi encountered any unforeseen complications during his breakthrough, she would have been devastated. "It's all right, I am perfectly fine," Su Yi reassured her, raising the volume of martial arts in his hand. "See? The young master has assured you not to worry about the martial arts matters. Behold, I have acquired another volume of advanced techniques." Guanju nodded, nonchalantly commenting, "The young master is truly remarkable." "The young master is the best," Su Yi replied. "There is no need for such blatant flattery." "Very well, let us depart. Today, the young master is in good spirits. I shall treat you to a meal." As the two of them leaned together, preparing to leave, a voice called out from behind, "Young Master Su." "Please wait." Zhao Shuangshuang appeared, breathless from pursuit, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Yi. "Young Master Su, you are truly a paragon of elegance and talent, capable of defeating even Zhao Qing. You have opened my eyes. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner?" With that, she cast a haughty glance at Guanju, convinced that the unremarkable girl was not worthy of Su Ye's attention. Zhao Shuangshuang, brimming with pride, had an unshakable confidence in her beauty and lineage. Thus, when Su Yi inexplicably cast a glance her way, dismissing her with a curt "not interested," and turned to leave, she was left stunned and disheveled in the wind. "Tsk, aiming for lofty heights? You have chosen the wrong person." From behind, a mocking voice chimed in as Gulan stood beside Zhao Shuangshuang, observing Su Yi and Guanju depart with disdain. Su Yi was unlike any ordinary young master. He valued emotions deeply. The more one underestimated the girl by his side, the less likely they were to gain any favor from him. Zhao Shuangshuang soon regained her composure, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, re-establishing her combative spirit. She tilted her head, addressing Gulan, clad in a short purple skirt. "It seems you have not fared well with him either." Chapter 64. The Union. Gulan offered her a mysterious smile. "What do you think?" With that, she too took her leave. Joking aside, compared to a man with promise who would not linger for anyone, the immediate benefits were far more enticing. News of Su Ye's forceful breakthrough in the underground arena and his defeat of Zhao Qing spread like wildfire throughout Ling City. Even the heads of various families could not resist inquiring about the matter from their juniors. The younger generation vividly recounted the thrilling contest that had taken place on the platform, eager to relive the moment of Su Ye's extreme breakthrough. While the family heads harbored doubts, these were soon dispelled by the Zhao family's subsequent actions. "What? A union? Surely they are dreaming." Just a short while ago, it was Zhao Qing who was targeting the young master. The announcement of Zhao Shuangshuang's voluntary union with Su Yi to cultivate together as partners sent shockwaves through the entirety of Ling City. However, soon enough, many began to feel that Su Yi indeed possessed the capability and confidence to pursue such a union. Yet the sentiments towards the Zhao family grew increasingly ungracious. Where were they when Su Yi was weak? Now that he has gained fame and prospects, they come rushing forward with proposals. Such a convenient arrangement. I doubt Su Yi would agree that he has far-reaching ambitions. And I've heard he has always treated the girl by his side quite well. Every young master has a few attendants. Moreover, this concerns the relationships between two families. This is not a decision Su Yi can make alone. Various opinions abounded. Guanju felt indignant on Su Ye's behalf. Jealousy was secondary. She knew well that the young master held little regard for Zhao Shuangshuang, only despising their opportunistic behavior that he must absolutely refuse. I will never serve this future mistress. Guanju huffed as she sat down, observing Su Yi leisurely sipping tea, her voice tinged with irritation. The young master still has the leisure to enjoy tea. What if the family head agrees? After all, they were affiliated with the Su household, and if the head truly intended to forge a union, they could not easily defy him. Su Yi sighed. You have been fretting about this for several days. Worry not. The young master will not marry her. Even if the family head would come, he cannot dictate my choices. Ah Yi, do you think I lack the authority to make decisions on your behalf? Just then, as Su Ye's words hung in the air, a familiar voice echoed from outside. After a long absence, Su Qingyan appeared, looking slightly plumper than before, no longer resembling the gaunt figure from their last encounter, which was rather disconcerting. Yet the flicker of light in her eyes remained unsettling to Su Yi. That I have met with the family head. What brings you here today? Su Yi casually acknowledged her, gesturing for Guanju to serve tea, showing no intention of rising to greet her. That Su Qingyan had come alone, without any entourage, not even Su Nu and TOW. It seemed she was aware that her previous actions regarding the arena might have offended Su Yi, and thus she did not dare approach him lightly. Unfazed by Su Yi's demeanor, Su Qingyan calmly took a seat across from him. I have come to inform you that I have already agreed to the marriage proposal from the Zhao family on your behalf. As Guanju entered with freshly brewed tea, she happened to overhear this statement, causing her to spill the teacup with a sharp clatter. That Su Qingyan frowned, about to scold her, only to see Su Yi rush forward, using his spiritual power to lift Guanju, who had bent down to pick up the fallen cup. Let it be. If it spilled, we wouldn't want you to injure yourself. Guanju kept her head lowered, refusing to meet Su Ye's gaze. He sighed. Do not worry. What he has agreed to is his own affair. The young master has not consented. Knowing that this girl had been unable to eat for days over the union issue, Su Yi could not bear to let her continue worrying. Su Qingyan could no longer remain seated upon hearing this. She stood up, her imposing aura bearing down on Su Yi like a mountain, attempting to subdue him through sheer force. What? The family head intends to use coercion. Su Yi stood his ground, unflinching, even as the pressure bore down upon him. Su Qingyan maintained her composure, yet inwardly, she felt a surge of astonishment towards Su Yi. To withstand her oppressive force was no small feat. With his cultivation, he should not have been capable of such resilience unless he possessed formidable defensive treasures. Upon this realization, Su Qingyan's eyes glimmered with a hint of avarice. The Su family had been deteriorating over the past few years, its resources dwindling in comparison to other clans. The younger generation within the household had yet to display any noteworthy prowess in cultivation. After much anticipation, the emergence of Su Yi had been promising, yet fate had cruelly stripped him of his spirit root. Despite his current resurgence, having regained some footing, his cultivation at the Bittersea Fifth Realm rendered him incapable of successfully entering the Xia Jianfeng and bringing any benefits to the Su family. The only hope lay in retaining him. Perhaps treasures could yet be extracted from him. Very well. If you are averse to a marriage alliance, you must understand that our family has invested immeasurable effort and resources in you over the years. You cannot simply dismiss this with a few careless words. That Su Yi was not particularly surprised by this. He had long discerned the true nature of this clan leader, that if you wish to say something, then say it directly. Are you waiting for me to voluntarily offer up my treasures? Leaning against the doorframe, he observed Su Qingyan with a nonchalant demeanor, clearly perceiving the invasion and greed reflected in the latter's gaze. However, should Su Qingyan wish to extract something from him, it would require a price, an idea he was not inclined to entertain. Despite the burning desire within Su Qingyan for the treasures Su Yi possessed, he maintained an air of authority. Su Yi, mind your words that I am, after all, the head of the Su family. This was an attempt to leverage his status against Su Yi, for any further remarks could lead to accusations of disobedience and ingratitude. Su Yi was unfazed. I am aware you are the clan leader. So what? Is there anything that cannot be stated plainly necessitating such circumlocution? He was not one to coddle anyone, gesturing dismissively, since the clan leader has no interest in my possessions. I kindly request you take your leave, that as for the notion of repaying the family. Su Yi had no desire to entertain that thought. The family had indeed shown him kindness in the past, providing abundant cultivation resources. However, with the subsequent murder of his parents at the hands of the clan, that debt was more than repaid. Chapter 65. The efficacy of celestial grass now. Simply refraining from killing this cold-hearted clan leader was sufficient repayment for the past. Moreover, how valuable could the Su family's resources truly be? They amounted to little more than a few herbs that aided in cultivation, hardly significant, and certainly less than what was offered by the Taisu sect. Su Qingyan stood in the room, his expression dark, fixated on Su Yi like a hawk. Remaining still for an extended period, Su Yi mused that Su Qingyan had likely envisioned inflicting countless tortures upon him in his mind. Remember your words today, Su Yi. You cannot remain so fortunate forever. I will be watching to see what path you choose after the Xia Jianfeng selection. In Su Qingyan's view, Su Yi, with his current cultivation at the Bitter Sea Fifth Realm, despite possessing some hidden cards, was merely one among many in the thriving Lin City, where individuals far stronger than him abounded. The disciples of the Gu family, each gifted with extraordinary talents, had cultivation levels that could rival several clan leaders. Su Ye's presence was merely to fill the numbers. When the time came and he found himself without a place to go, Su Qingyan was eager to see how Su Yi would persist in his defiance. The conversation ended on a sour note. Guanju stood at the door, watching Su Qingyan's retreating figure, her eyes ablaze with indignation. In recent times, when help was needed, this clan leader had turned a blind eye. Now that the young master was gaining notoriety, he had come rushing forth. Having failed to entice him, he dared to threaten the young master. This humiliation would surely be repaid with interest in the future. Little girl, with such a venomous gaze, what are you plotting? Su Yi noticed Guanju's agitation and frowned, ruffling her hair. Do not dwell on it too much. His words hold no sway over me. Guanju merely shook her head, saying nothing further. By the way, I have some time these days. You should absorb the efficacy of this herb. Su Yi retrieved the celestial grass from his Qinquan pouch. Its once vibrant leaves now lacking their former luster. The Qinquan pouch was hardly an ideal environment for nurturing herbal plants, and these naturally grown items, far from their familiar surroundings, struggled to thrive. But young master, at such a critical juncture, Guanju glanced at the celestial grass, her thoughts straying to Su Yi. The uproar surrounding the marriage alliance had drawn much attention, and many were keenly awaiting Su Ye's decision. The Su family resembled a ravenous beast, and she worried that if she remained in seclusion for too long, she would be unable to stand by his side should he face adversity. Do not concern yourself with anything else. My focus is on becoming stronger, as that will be the most beneficial to me, Su Yi replied, mindful of Guanju's well-being. Her spiritual energy had long been suppressed within her spiritual palace, and it would only be a matter of time before it reached a saturation point that could inflict irreversible damage on her meridians and organs. When that day came, finding life-saving elixirs would prove far more challenging than acquiring these herbs. Guanju wished to say more, but upon seeing Su Ye's rising irritation, she obediently settled down in meditation. The celestial grass hovered around her, and as her spiritual energy circulated, the herbs transformed into wisps of mist. Entering her nostrils, like a stone cast into still waters, the sound was subtle, yet it stirred countless ripples that a formidable aura suddenly enveloped Guanju, compelling even Su Yi to retreat in trepidation. His expression grew serious. He had never encountered such a terrifying presence and pressure, one that surpassed even that of some clan leaders. Just how formidable had Xiao Ju's spiritual energy become to exhibit such power? Su Yi was inwardly astonished as he began to weave a complex barrier to encapsulate the terrifying spiritual energy emanating from Guanju, should news of her immense spiritual power leak. It would likely attract considerable trouble to AT that moment. Su Yi could do nothing but watch, feeling increasingly anxious as the spiritual energy in the air thickened. He feared that the potency of the celestial grass would draw forth too much spiritual energy, a quantity that Guanju, with her current capabilities, could not possibly control. That if that occurred, the only outcome would be catastrophic, that I cannot allow this energy to continue to dissipate. Su Ye's expression turned grave as he took a deep breath. A layer of azure flames enveloped his body, casting a faint glow that flickered in the daylight courtyard, seemingly beckoning as torrents of spiritual energy surged towards him, eager to consume the azure flames for themselves. Su Yi barely managed to maintain control. The flames trembled, shrinking significantly. Suddenly, Guanju emitted a muffled groan, her complexion visibly reddening. The veins in her neck bulged as if they might burst. This is bad. Her body is nearing its limit. The dissipating spiritual energy frantically sought to return to Guanju's body. Despite Su Ye's swift actions and the brilliance of the azure flames, the energy disregarded them entirely, fixated solely on Guanju's spiritual palace. However, her palace had only just begun to open and could not possibly accommodate such an influx of energy. Cursed celestial grass, its potency is still too overwhelming. The most undesirable scenario had indeed come to pass. With Guanju's current physical capacity, she was utterly incapable of absorbing the energy on her own. Su Yi had no choice but to assist her. Seating himself opposite Guanju, he grasped her hand, aligning their palms, that a pale golden spiritual energy flowed from their joined hands into her body, aiding in the redirection of the energy, progressively guiding it back to her spiritual palace. Despite Su Ye's utmost caution, manipulating the spiritual energy within another's body was a delicate task, and it was his first attempt, leaving room for mishaps. Guanju occasionally furrowed her brows, letting out soft sounds of discomfort. But upon realizing Su Yi was beside her, she refrained from showing her distress, choosing instead to endure in silence. That Su Yi was acutely aware of any subtle changes in her condition. Consequently, he became increasingly gentle with his movements, guiding her and gradually learning to circulate her spiritual energy. Though this process might seem straightforward in words, the reality was far more challenging. Each cycle of their spiritual energy had to be meticulously controlled to avoid blockages within the meridians, which could lead to unpredictable damage. The endeavor stretched on for an extended period, until the surrounding dissipating energy finally diminished significantly. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Su Yi dismantled the barrier, allowing the remaining spiritual energy to disperse and ultimately merge with the myriad of energies in the surroundings. Chapter 66. Guardian. He turned back. Guanju was still in the throes of her struggle. Mastering the control of spiritual energy was no simple feat, and this process would likely extend for some time, marking Guanju's first extended period of seclusion since beginning her cultivation. That Su Yi, unable to quell his concern, decided against leaving. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback by the sudden voice. He reflected on the fact that he had not only maintained the upper hand over Zhao Qing, but had also successfully executed a counterattack, thus fulfilling his task. That it struck him as peculiar that the system had not emitted any notification sound, and his curiosity faded away due to matters concerning Guanju. However, upon hearing the voice now, Su Yi promptly sensed some changes. The voice remained characteristically mechanical and devoid of emotion, yet it now possessed an ethereal quality. A thought crossed his mind, and he smiled subtly. It appears that the quantity of tasks I have completed is indeed linked to your system's upgrade, but Su Yi had long perceived that this system was not merely a mechanical, fixed program entity, but rather possessed its own independent thinking capabilities. Though not overtly evident, even a slight revelation was sufficient for Su Yi to deduce much. Congratulations, host, for completing 3 hidden tasks. The system has successfully upgraded. As if to placate and reward Su Yi, a grand gift package for the system upgrade materialized. Host has completed tasks and received 550 experience points and 300 reward points. The system upgrade is successful, and a gift package has been obtained. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to level 10, successfully unlocking the alchemy system. The series of notification chimes initially kept Su Yi composed, but as he absorbed more information, his expression became increasingly animated. Is it truly this formidable? Had I known that participating in a competition would directly elevate me to level 10, I would have done it much sooner. He had also unlocked the alchemy system. Su Yi glanced at the notification, and a look of elation spread across his face. Perfect. I am currently in dire need of elixirs. That it was well known that there were fewer than 10 alchemists in the entire Lin City, and acquiring a single elixir was akin to seeking gold. Although the system provided a certain number of body-refining elixirs as rewards for completing tasks, Su Ye's requirements had undergone a dramatic transformation with his rise in cultivation. The body-refining elixirs were no longer sufficient for him. The arrival of the alchemy system was perfectly timed. Host, would you like to open the upgrade gift package? There are more surprises inside. The system's tone shifted dramatically, changing from robotic to a playful, youthful voice, sending a chill down Su Ye's spine that if you upgraded a few more times, will it ascend to the heavens? Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with opening the package. Su Yi firmly believed that any item in his possession should not gather dust but should be utilized immediately. Thus, he tore open the gift package, and he was left utterly speechless at an alchemy furnace. Are you serious? Su Yi swallowed hard, realizing that if the existence of an alchemist was rare, then an alchemy furnace was an even rarer treasure among treasures. The forging of an alchemy furnace required countless precious materials and must endure the test of flames. Ordinary flames could not melt medicinal herbs. It necessitated the fire of a cultivator's spiritual energy, which would take several days of burning to transform into a liquid that could then solidify into the shape of a pill. This process was exceedingly lengthy, and if the alchemy furnace were not sufficiently robust, all efforts could easily be in vain, depending on the materials used for forging and the rank of the craftsman. Alchemy furnaces, like martial techniques, were classified into 4 grades: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and profound. However, the criteria for this classification were even stricter than that of martial techniques. A slight deviation could result in a world of difference. Su Yi examined the alchemy furnace he had exchanged for it was entirely black, devoid of any embellishment, resembling a mundane piece of dark iron. System. What grade is this alchemy furnace? It appears rather ordinary to me. As he spoke, he tapped the surface of the furnace with a finger. The sound was astonishing. The material felt cold and hard, reverberating like the depths of the ocean, as if it could swallow a person whole. Moreover, a faint ethereal echo could be heard, seemingly responding to Su Ye's action, as if it possessed a spirit of its own. Well, there's no need for further inquiry, that Su Ye's heart was already settled. Anything produced by the system was bound to be exceptional. This alchemy furnace must surely be of the mysterious grade. Such a generous offering explained why the gift package contained only this one item. Initially, Su Yi felt a tinge of disappointment when he opened the gift package, but upon realizing the rarity of the alchemy furnace, all grievances vanished. He scrutinized the furnace before him, noting its unassuming exterior and its deep black-hued, I shall name you Mo Tong Ding. The name resonated with a profound and mysterious quality, evoking an extraordinary essence. With the alchemy furnace in hand and the alchemy system unlocked, all that remained was a source of flame. His 3-star spell's blue flame would suffice. Su Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now everything is in place. All I need is a recipe, and I can begin crafting my own elixirs. Being young and impassioned, Su Yi could not conceal his fervent emotions. He almost wished for a recipe to appear out of thin air, allowing him to satisfy his curiosity. I have reward points as well. Just as he was troubled by the lack of a recipe, he suddenly clapped his hands. System, quickly check how many reward points I currently possess. Having recently completed numerous tasks and with unspent reward points from earlier, Su Yi anticipated a generous amount. When his personal panel appeared before him, his astonishment knew no bounds. This is more than just a considerable sum. It is a veritable fortune. Host, Su Yi qualification. Superior Heavenly Roots Realm. Mortal level. 10 experience. 01000 identity. Su family member of Lin City reward points. 356 hurry. Open the elixir item module. I want to see how many recipes are available. Su Yi commanded, and the system promptly responded in his mind that a glance revealed a dazzling array of recipes and various elixirs. Numbering in the thousands, Su Ye's astonishment was beyond words. In Lin City, the most commonly used elixirs were merely a handful, either for breaking through realms or for refining one's roots, repeating the same few types. Yet even these were considered rare treasures in Lin City, stirring Su Yi's fervor. Once I gather enough reward points, I could acquire every recipe listed here. Wouldn't that make me the wealthiest in elixirs across the entire continent? Elixirs were essential for everyone. What could Suyi not exchange for elixirs in the future? However, despite the multitude of recipes, Suyi was equally stunned by the prices displayed. That a recipe for a body refining elixir costs a staggering 300 reward points. Suyi gaped. System, have you calculated the pricing of my reward points? The most basic elixirs, meant to strengthen the body and clear the meridians, held little value for Suyi himself and were priced at hundreds of reward points. Acquiring these recipes did not seem worthwhile. After much contemplation, he decided on the body-refining elixir recipe. That he could no longer maintain the secrecy of possessing superior body-refining elixirs, to avoid unnecessary trouble and suspicion of having someone backing him. It would be better to solidify his position. After all, being an alchemist would surely make him more sought after. With this thought in mind, Suyi purchased the body-refining elixir recipe. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the body-refining elixir recipe. Remaining reward points. 56. At hearing this, Suyi sighed. Well, just like that, my freshly acquired reward points have vanished. That he suddenly grasped the intricacies of the system. It continuously urged him to undertake tasks, only to swiftly siphon away the rewards he accumulated. Yet he found himself endlessly captivated by this cycle. Oh well, it's for the mutual benefit of all. A little exploitation here, and their one tea hurt. Gazing at the prescription in his hands, Suyi could hardly contain his eagerness to unveil its contents. To his astonishment, it bore no inscriptions. Yet before he could ponder further, a radiant stream of light suddenly surged forth from the parchment, piercing into the depths of his mind. Before Suyi could react, a torrent of arcane and intricate characters imprinted themselves within the recesses of his consciousness. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure. Shaking his head in mild discomfort, he opened his mouth, marveling once more at the formidable nature of the system. Is it truly this powerful? Without even glancing, it forcibly embeds itself into my mind, rendering it unforgettable. Ding! As this is the host's inaugural purchase of a prescription, you are awarded 3 corresponding medicinal materials. Please cherish them. While Suyi was still grappling with the implications swirling in his mind, the system had already presented before him 3 precious herbs. The body-refining pill, renowned for its ability to invigorate the meridians and cleanse impurities from the body, inherently required rare ingredients. Just one of its components. The Sanjun grass, demanded over a century to mature, enduring 300 cycles of spring and autumn to manifest its efficacy. Beholding the array of splendid herbs, Suyi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, truly generous. If I were to seek these myself, merely gathering a single set would be an arduous endeavor. And oh wonder the supply of body-refining pills in Lin City is so scarce. Even the most affluent families would struggle to provide such rare materials. Now that he had the herbs, the alchemical furnace, and the prescription, why not attempt the process immediately? Suyi's excitement was nearly overwhelming that he glanced towards Guanju, observing the surrounding fluctuations of spiritual energy, which appeared remarkably stable and rhythmic. Thus, he surmised that no further disturbances would arise for some time. Indeed, the heavens seemed to favor him at this moment. With his concerns alleviated, Suyi raised his hand, conjuring a barrier that enveloped his entire courtyard to prevent any intrusions from the Su residents. Subsequently, he rubbed his hands together, feeling a mix of exhilaration and uncertainty as he gazed at the alchemical furnace before him. Should he preheat it with flames? As this was his first foray into alchemy without a mentor to guide him, he knew he would need to navigate many aspects on his own. Ding! Reminder to the host. You may purchase a manual of alchemy for just 3 reward points. As if attuned to Suyi's thoughts, the system chimed in promptly that it was precisely what he needed at this juncture. Having grown accustomed to the system's timely interventions, Suyi felt no astonishment, but he contemplated the situation, realizing that the remaining reward points were of little use for anything else, especially since it was only 3. Very well, I shall purchase the manual of alchemy. Ding! Purchase of manual of alchemy successful. Remaining reward points. 53. Engaging in the same process, as soon as Suyi acquired the manual and opened it, a deluge of knowledge surged into his mind, as if it instinctively knew its destination, imprinting itself deeply within. The book in his hands bore not a single mark or ink, that Suyi accepted this influx of information with remarkable tranquility. As he turned his attention to the array of tools before him, he deftly began to utilize them. As if he had undergone countless experiments that in an instant, flames erupted from his palm, flickering and dancing with the direction of the wind. With a flick of his finger, the flame spontaneously descended into the ink copper cauldron, casting a deeper shade of blue. Let us see, starting with the Tongling grass, followed by the Sanjin grass. Visual images materialized in Su Ye's mind, guiding him through each subsequent step. However, as he was about to add the first ingredient, his movements halted abruptly when the ink copper cauldron unexpectedly erupted. It was not the cauldron that exploded per se, but rather the concoction within, which had begun to liquefy, splattering everywhere as if unable to contain itself. The sticky residue marked Su Ye's face and clothes, as well as the surrounding walls. Strange. I meticulously followed the steps. How could this still fail? Su Ye furrowed his brow, perplexed, as he began to manipulate the flames to re-enter the ink copper cauldron. He watched intently, repeating the same motions, his brow furrowed in concentration, never once relaxing. It was not until half an hour later that Su Ye experienced a moment of enlightenment. It seems the flames were slightly too intense. The conflicting properties of the herbs must have caused the explosion. In that instant, he grasped why a superior elixir was so rare. Even a minor discrepancy in flame intensity could reduce an entire batch to ashes. No wonder elixirs were so hard to come by. It appeared that this was not an endeavor to be taken lightly. Su Ye reflected on his prior mistakes, resolving not to utilize the second set of herbs just yet. These ingredients were not easily gathered, and he could not afford to squander them simply because they were provided freely. Should he exhaust them without successfully concocting a single-body, refining pill, he would regret it bitterly. Su Ye recognized that his immediate priority was to practice achieving a more precise control over the flame's intensity. He could not afford to repeat such a fundamental error. Spiritual energy flickered at his fingertips like a small flame, and with a focused thought, Su Ye directed this tiny flame, observing its flickering growth and subsequent diminishment. Yet, during the crucial moments, he struggled to maintain it at a level that satisfied him. Each time watching helplessly as the small flame extinguished, frustrated, Su Ye hung his head, gazing at his empty fingertips, a sense of regret washing over him. Accustomed to smooth sailing, facing such setbacks proved challenging. Even for someone as resilient as Su Ye, seems I have underestimated the role of an alchemist, he mused. The realm of cultivation was filled with practitioners of spiritual energy, yet true alchemists were a rare breed. Relying solely on aimless practice would likely lead to failure. He needed to find a mentor. These thoughts crossed his mind. He turned his head and noticed Guanju, her complexion unusually flushed. What is happening? He wondered, cautiously approaching to assess her condition. Suddenly, Guanju's eyes flew open, her deep blue irises radiating an intense chill. The sheer force of her aura compelled Su Ye to retreat. What is going on? Her cultivation level exceeds mine. Su Ye was taken aback, a sense of trepidation flooding over him. Previously, Guanju's abilities, whether in spiritual or mental prowess, could not have reached such heights. The principle of moderation in cultivation was paramount. Concerned but acutely aware that external interference could lead to irreversible consequences, Su Ye restrained himself from acting hastily, reminding himself to remain composed and not be swept away by this overwhelming force. As he muttered various reassurances, Guanju, now infused with powerful energy, seemed to sense his presence and open her eyes. The color of her pupils gradually returned to normal, though a look of bewilderment lingered on her face, as if she had no recollection of the events transpiring around her. Only when Su Ye approached cautiously did Guanju inquire, "Young master, why do you gaze at me so intently?" From her use of young master, Su Ye discerned that she likely recalled nothing, that if she had truly retained the memory of recent events, her tone would not be so composed. Though suspicion bubbled within him, Su Ye understood Guanju's nature. Revealing the truth would only serve to cause her unnecessary worry. "It's nothing. I was merely concerned about your prolonged silence and feared for your well-being, yet I did not wish to disturb you." Su Ye crafted a suitable excuse, and upon hearing it, Guanju immediately understood that I felt the same way before. Now young master must comprehend how worried I was during my own lengthy seclusion. At this moment, Su Ye dared not contradict her. He acquiesced to her narrative. Yes, I understand, and in the future, I shall ensure my seclusions are not so prolonged as to cause you distress." After concluding their exchange, Guanju peered at her hands. Though she perceived no visible change, she felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through her. She swung her fist at the air, and an explosive sound reverberated around her. With a triumphant smile, Guanju declared, "Young master, what realm do you think I have attained now?" Having just broken through, she found it difficult to gauge her current power level, primarily due to the vast difference from her previous state in the second level of the Sea of Suffering, which made the third level feel astonishingly powerful. "You are indeed remarkable. The spiritual energy you had accumulated has propelled you directly to the fifth level of the Sea of Suffering." Su Ye's gaze was tinged with concern. Yet he was forthright with Guanju regarding what she needed to know. "Really?" Guanju's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young master, you are not deceiving me, are you? I have indeed reached the fifth level of the Sea of Suffering." As Guanju leaped with joy, Su Yi couldn't help but smile faintly at the corners of his mouth. "Truly, young master never deceives you in matters such as these." Guanju did not harbor any doubt towards Su Yi. She was simply overwhelmed with disbelief. "How wonderful! Does that mean I am now on par with young master in terms of cultivation?" Su Yi nodded, his lips twitching slightly, yet he refrained from uttering any discouraging words at this jubilant moment. It was only when Guanju had sufficiently reveled in her happiness and her emotions had settled that Su Yi elongated his tone and said, "Xiaoju, I understand your elation, but I must impose a temporary suppression on your cultivation." Guanju paused, and without needing Su Yi to elaborate, she comprehended. "I know, it must be kept confidential." She flashed a mischievous smile at Su Yi. "If others were to learn that I have surged from the second realm of the Bitter Sea to the fifth realm in such a short span, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Although I cannot clarify the reason, it is best that we keep this under wraps." Her concern was for Su Yi, while Su Yi's apprehension lay in the sudden spike in her cultivation. If left unchecked, it could wreak havoc within her body, with unforeseeable consequences. Seeing that Guanju had already rationalized the situation, Su Yi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, at such a critical juncture, it is wise to exercise caution. We need only to be aware of it." This matter was indeed not suitable for others to know that Su Yi raised his hand, and a faint golden spiritual energy emanated from him, gradually forming a binding seal that was imposed upon Guanju. The seal shrank, settling into a smooth arc on her forehead before vanishing beneath her skin. Guanju touched her forehead, a secret thrill stirring within her. This was a mark bestowed upon her solely by young master. After Guanju's breakthrough, Su Yi was free from worries, allowing him to devote himself to cultivation. Chapter 69. Intermediate Alchemist. While he enhanced his cultivation and accumulated more spiritual power, he also intensified his practice of the 3-star spell. Unfortunately, whether due to insufficient cultivation, inadequate spiritual energy, or other reasons, he was unable to condense the first spell seal of the 3-star spell. When Guanju entered with a platter of fruits, she happened upon Su Yi sitting on a stone bench. His brow furrowed in concern. She knew Su Yi had been troubled by the 3-star spell lately and interjected, "Perhaps the timing simply isn't right." "Young master, don't be anxious." Su Yi waved his hand, gesturing for her to sit. "I am not anxious. It is just that there must be a resolution to this matter. It cannot remain in limbo indefinitely." Guanju nodded in agreement with Su Ye's words. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. "Young master, should we attend the trading fair in Lin City?" "The trading fair?" Su Yi echoed, puzzled. Yet, as he repeated the words, images of the event began to form in his mind. It was a fair orchestrated by various families, attracting countless wandering cultivators. That at the fair, participants need not reveal their true identities and could exchange anything, showcasing many rare treasures. Most importantly, the alchemists, who seldom ventured out, would also make an appearance, crafting and selling pills while exchanging for elusive herbs. Alchemists? A flicker of interest ignited within Su Yi. This indeed presented a significant allure for him. "What do you think, young master? Should we go take a look?" Guanju asked eagerly. Su Yi, somewhat helpless, acknowledged her youthful enthusiasm for lively places. "Very well. Since you wish to go, I shall take you to broaden your horizons." "Great! You are the best, young master!" Guanju exclaimed joyfully before dashing out, not forgetting to remind Su Yi, "Young master, remember to eat the fruit while it's fresh." Su Yi chuckled and shook his head at her exuberance. The trading fair was set to take place in 3 days, and time was not an issue for Su Yi. That he had no intention of trading anything. However, if he had a few body refinement pills on hand, it would be worthwhile to exchange. Unfortunately, Ever since the system upgrade, the function to reward body refinement pills had ceased, which Su Yi lamented. Although they could be purchased, the number of reward points required for a single body refinement pill was exorbitantly high. Su Yi believed his pockets were still empty, rendering him unworthy of such conveniences. Not only Su Yi, but nearly all the youths of Lin City deemed this trading fair a must-attend event. Some sought combat skills, while others pursued peculiar treasures, but the majority were drawn by the alchemical pills. Consequently, a large number of individuals could be seen frequently prowling the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Hoping to acquire beast pills for exchange. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye down on the main street of Lin City. Nearly the entire thoroughfare was lined with various vendor stalls, overflowing with a dazzling array of goods that left one astounded. An abundance of curious artifacts captivated the younger generation, many clutching their hard-earned beast pills, lamenting, "If it weren't for the pursuit of an alchemical pill, I would have bought this." Those nearby echoed in agreement. "Indeed, we are here solely for the alchemists. These trinkets are merely for viewing." As Su Yi and Guanju passed behind them, Guanju, full of curiosity, remarked, "They don't even know what pills the alchemists will be crafting this time, yet they intend to buy it. Aren't they afraid of acquiring something useless?" "Precisely. Why act so blindly? We must be rational consumers." Su Yi nodded in agreement, feeling there was no need to speak too soon. That, of course, there was no harm in observing. As time progressed, the crowd on the street swelled, soon becoming a throng. People jostled shoulder to shoulder, toes pressing against heels. Had Su Yi not been robust enough to hoist Guanju onto his shoulders, her petite frame would likely have been squished amidst the crowd. "Why are there so many people?" "There weren't this many last year," Guanju remarked, seemingly puzzled by the current turnout. Someone nearby overheard and curiously glanced at them. "Perhaps you are unaware, but it is said that this trading fair has the participation of the 1,000 Ancient Pawn Shop, and Master Shu Chuanbai of the Gu family, who seldom offers to refine pills for outsiders, will be present." "Master Chuanbai?" Su Yi was somewhat unclear, but Guanju was already bubbling with excitement. "Is he the one who can already refine third-tier pills?" "The intermediate alchemist, Master Chuanbai," Guanju exclaimed, her hands instinctively grasping Su Ye's hair in her excitement. "Young master, did you hear? This is Master Chuanbai. No wonder they are not exchanging anything. They are merely waiting to trade during the alchemical session." Su Yi, exasperated, freed himself from her enthusiastic grip. I know. Please come down." Alchemists, when classified rigorously, could be divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Beyond that lay the realms of Medicine King, Medicine Sage, and Medicine God, each more formidable than the last. Legend spoke of the Medicine God being able to concoct pills that could revive the dead, yet above him was an even more legendary figure, the Pill Emperor. It was said that during ancient times, the Pill Emperor could refine all kinds of pills without the aid of a cauldron, even concocting elixirs that defied the natural order. However, these were merely tales. Lin City had yet to witness even a single advanced alchemist, let alone a Pill Emperor. Even the intermediate alchemist of the Gu family was so sought after that families would go to great lengths to entice him, that if the hierarchy of alchemists was rigorously defined, the classification of pills was even more absurd. Pills were easily identifiable, with only 9 tiers. Upon successful refinement, a pill would bear a cloud pattern denoting its level. Any pill with a faint or incomplete cloud pattern was considered a half-finished product, regardless of its potential tier, and would garner little interest. Thus, the intermediate alchemist capable of refining third-tier pills boasted a high success rate and was a rare find, drawing many eager onlookers. That Su Yi was among them. But his focus was not on the pills themselves. Rather, he sought to observe and learn the alchemical techniques and the fundamental processes involved, particularly the mastery of spiritual energy, which was of utmost importance. Master Chuanbai, now in his middle years, appeared lean yet vibrant, gradually making his way to the street amidst a throng of guards. Chapter 70. "I do not require assistance." The crowd immediately parted to form a path, their eyes filled with reverence and fervor as they gazed upon the alchemist, as if he were a precious gem. Master Chuanbai traversed through the throng, seemingly accustomed to the adulation surrounding him. Suddenly, as he passed by Su Yi, he paused momentarily, sensing a powerful energy sweep past him, as if probing for something. However, when he turned to investigate, the source had vanished without a trace. This individual possessed the ability to move freely, and their mental acuity was undoubtedly far superior to that of the ordinary person. Uncertain of the other party's intentions, Chuanbua silently heightened his vigilance, attentively observing his surroundings. That it was only when the figure completely passed him by that Su Yi quietly exhaled in relief. He had initially hoped to discern the source of this legendary intermediate alchemist's prowess, yet he had not anticipated being so swiftly perceived by the other. Had he not promptly restrained himself, he might have found himself apprehended in the act. Despite possessing only the cultivation of the third realm of the Bitter Sea, this was likely the reason behind his ability to become an alchemist. His perceptiveness and mental acuity were truly exceptional. That a grand platform had been erected in the street, adorned with 3 tables, each displaying an array of peculiar medicinal herbs. 2 individuals were already present, an unremarkable old man and a somewhat burly figure. Upon seeing Chuanbua, both exhibited expressions of reverence. Despite their cultivation levels being slightly superior to his, Su Yi couldn't help but reflect once more on the significance of strength, regardless of one's novice status or youth. If one possessed true power, others were compelled to bow in deference. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your support and for gracing the trading fair in Lin City, Gu Huan proclaimed from the far end of the street, his voice possessing a remarkable resonance, something Su Yi had come to deeply appreciate during his time near the Beast Mountain range. His words were merely conventional pleasantries, lacking anything of particular interest until he began discussing matters related to alchemists. Now, each alchemist would concoct pills with the assistance of others, and the finished products would be auctioned by the Qiangu pawn shop. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. That it was widely known that an alchemist's pills were never transferred to others. Typically, sales were conducted personally to prevent any potential substitution or fraud. Yet evidently, these alchemists had chosen to abandon their principles this time. The crowd could not help but marvel at the influence of Gu Huan, whose backing from the Gu family was undeniable, even commanding the respect of esteemed figures like Master Chuanbua. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, pondering who these others might be. He assumed these individuals were likely talents nurtured by the alchemists themselves, using this opportunity to make their debut and garner recognition for their craft. As Su Yi had surmised, the first 2 individuals had indeed brought their own prot-gs, but the old man was accompanied by a petite young woman, who was both charming and playful. I am Li Li, a first-tier novice alchemist, and I humbly request everyone's guidance, she exclaimed, winking at the audience, which instantly captivated a throng of admirers. Guanju instinctively glanced at Su Yi. But before he could fully comprehend, Su Yi had covered his eyes with his hand. It's merely a low-level charm technique. I am not so easily swayed, he remarked. Guanju then chuckled. You truly are remarkable. Young master, clearing his throat, Li Shan lightly coughed into his fist. Li Li. That will be enough. Do not toy with everyone. With that, Li Li pouted, her expression one of playful reluctance. Very well, as she spoke, the blush in her eyes dissipated, and the previously entranced crowd quickly regained their composure, struggling to recall what had just transpired. Soon, it was time for another introduction. That he stood behind the robust figure of Man Sheng, appearing somewhat diminutive in comparison. I am Pei Qing, a first-tier novice alchemist. His introduction was concise and devoid of any attempts at persuasion. After his statement, he turned to the side, revealing that Chuanbua had come alone, without any apprentices in tow. This left the crowd puzzled. Was it not true that individuals of higher rank were often more anxious to ensure their skills were passed down, seeking a successor? Was Chuanbua not concerned? As Su Yi pondered this, a similar curiosity arose within him, and his mind began to churn with thoughts. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden quest. Would you like to accept? As soon as Su Yi heard the system's voice, he quickly grasped the nature of the task at hand. Please assist Chuanbua in the concoction of a 4th-tier pill. Listening intently, Su Yi was eager to learn about the potential rewards. Although he understood he must undertake this task regardless of the outcome, he found himself puzzled by the lack of further details. I asked at all. What about experience points? Reward points? How am I to gauge its worth? The system's voice resonated with an enigmatic tone. In all matters, do not question their worth, but rather consider whether they are worth doing. Host, learn to think. That Su Yi retorted mentally. Would it kill you to express gratitude? If not for his fear of demise, he would have already kicked this system to the curb. However, he had no choice. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. Atop the platform, Chuanbua's demeanor was as frigid as his expression as he declared, I do not require assistance. Let's commence directly. His tone was even colder than his countenance. Wait! Su Yi squeezed through the crowd, stepping forward under the collective gaze of many, boldly offering, "I wonder if I might have the honor of being your assistant?" With that, Suyi snapped his fingers, conjuring a small flame that danced atop his fingertip. Guided by his will, the flame flickered to life, morphing into various forms. The onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment, particularly the two young individuals. Their gazes fixated on Su Yi to ensure their safety. Su Yi and Guanju had donned masks and dressed in unremarkable black attire from the outset, making it unlikely for even acquaintances to recognize them at a glance. Many in the crowd scrutinized Su Yi, deeming him mad for aspiring to be an alchemist. Master Chuanbua had explicitly stated he needed no help. Yet here he was, shamelessly pushing forward, seemingly oblivious to the potential humiliation of being publicly rejected by the master.